Welcome to the PokerStars Arena and the Spring Championship of Online Poker. We are into the last week of the series and the main events are underway, including 95 high, the 10K No Limit Hold'em. We're going to be following this tournament for the next 3 days, playing through the bubble tonight, down to the final table tomorrow, and presenting the trophy and paying out a 7-figure score on Wednesday. Cards up all the way. Hello everyone, it's James Hartigan with Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And look who's here already. He's got the looks, he's got the brains, he's Howard Swains. Mixing things up today. Late registration only just closing in this 10K. That means we've got a bit of time before cards are dealt, so we're going to catch up with our Scoop correspondent. Howard, that means you. Why don't we start with the latest series stats?
Yeah, why not? So we have got 279 completed tournaments now, and these are figures for only the completed tournaments, remember? So we've had 943,000 entries, which is going to get to 1 million soon. We've had prize pools of $69 million. That's going to get to $70 million soon. And winners have won 11.1 million. And just to reiterate, that does not include the big Sundays, which are happening right now.
Looking forward to those numbers being updated. Now, obviously, we haven't spoken to you since Wednesday. I appreciate a lot has happened between then and now. So let's focus on the biggest headlines from the last 5 days.
Yeah, it's been very busy. It's difficult to know where to start, really. But I think the standout performance of the weekend came on Saturday night, where Jerry O'Dean, Perry Mason, he won 2 tournaments in the same night. It wasn't from the same event, but it was still pretty special. One was a low event and the other was a high event. It was a 1K No Limit 08 and an $11 Six Max Turbo Hold'em. So that was pretty amazing. We also had 2 more triple champions getting their third. So Ole Shemian now has 3 for this year. He has won a 10K Super Tuesday High Roller, a 1K Super Tuesday Medium, and they sandwich a $320 Weekend Starter. Okay, so he has 7 overall now, and then also Gabriel Baliero, a Pinguino, he has 3 for this year too. So he won an $11 Hold'em PKO, a 1K PL08 and a 1K Six Max Turbo. A few more double champs as well, including Matt Ashton, Mustafa Bet, and he somehow won a variant that he hasn't already won before. He won a 1K Badugi tournament.
Now, I think I heard at least one Brazilian name in there. I'm guessing the record's been broken at this point, though.
Yeah, the record is long broken. So they now have 65 titles. That's about a quarter of the events that have been played. Rafael Moraes, GM Valter, the team pro from Brazil, he won one on Thursday night. That was a 1K PKO. That's the second of his career. And while we're on the subject of South American players, Damian Salas, Pampa 27. He won. He's from Argentina, of course, not Brazil. Yeah. He won last night in the 1K PKO, and that's the second of his career too.
All right, Vamo, GM Valter. What about the rest of the Stars team?
Yeah, another good run for Mason Pye. He lost heads up again. He's had a really good series though. 2 more deep runs for Lex, not yet a win, but so you know, two more long sessions for Lex there. And Georgina James, she's in 2 main event restarts today, the 10K and the 1K, and she's the best placed team pro in that 10K, actually ahead of Tonka, Ben CB, and Rafael Moraes. So some others might re-enter, so there's going to be some red spade action in that.
Maybe we will see GJ at the tables as we cover that event tonight. Finally, Howard, where do things stand with the various player of the series races?
Well, Patrick Leonard is still crushing the overall leaderboard. He's probably going to take it. I mean, it seems highly likely. For 25K he'll get for that, but he could end up with another 15K because he's also winning the medium leaderboard at the moment, and he's in good place in the high leaderboard. The low leaderboard is going to a player called Dart Serg, and Ole Shemian looks almost certain now to win the high leaderboard. But Leonard, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we'll let you underline that victory when we catch up with you in the next 2 days. For now, Howard, thank you very much.
Cheers. Have a good night.
So, of course, when Patrick Leonard gets player of the series, he'll be inducted into the Scoop Hall of Fame, along with the winner of the event we are covering right now, Scoop 95 High, the 10K No Limit Hold'em 8 Max main event. Registration has just closed, and here are the numbers. 654 total entries. That's 438 unique players and 216 re-entries. That means a prize pool of $6.5 million against a guarantee of $5 million, Joe. And it means that the winner of this year's Scoop main event is going to win $1.14 million. 7 figures up top.
I just need like a little bit of that.
I can tell you that 269 players remain as we kick off this day 2 action. This is our first featured table headlined by a Scoop winner, Bowie Effect, Andy Wilson, who won his first Spring Championship of Online Poker title last year, and Taxation is Theft. That is Gilles Simon, Dutch player now based in Austria, and of course Gilles was one of the winners of Dare to Stream, the first ever Dare to Stream competition held in 2019. He was the winner alongside Richie Robb.
Please tell me the name of his channel is Simone Says.
Well, he manages to pick up the small blind there. Let's bring Griffin Benja into the conversation. Griffin, we are excited to be covering the main event. We're excited that we had such a huge field in this 10K, and 267 players remaining, 79 making the money. World famous bubble coverage is coming later tonight. Are you fired up?
Yeah, it's moving day here at the main event for Scoop. Very excited for the world famous bubble coverage. It's the reason we're all here. Let's be honest.
It'll be really fun to watch some pre-money play. We've covered nothing but final tables. The dynamic there is usually pretty standard. You know, there's a very sort of structure to it that we are constantly referring to the same things, and to be able to see some earlier action, different types of playing for chips, as Sam Grafton would say, rather than playing for cashing, should be pretty fun.
Well, average stack right now with 263 players remaining. Average stack is 621,000. So we are going to see several below average stacks, including players who bought in late. I did reference that registration closed at the start of play today. So you might have a few newcomers, you might have a few last minute re-entries. Among the players who came in very late today, among the last minute entries, Pads, Patrick Leonard, that contender for player of the series. So 250k is the starting stack. And what have we got here? Full house for both Bowie Effect and Jeffrey?
It was quite a turn.
Yeah. Very very cagily played hand by the two players with ace-10 here. Jeffers had raised under the gun, checked through on the flop. Very unlucky turn card there for Nikki, and 2 checks on the turn led to this river, and it looks like we're going to get an early tune.
Yep, this is a chop pot, and guys, you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yeah, I think that was,
Guys,
Boys.
we're less than 10 minutes into the broadcast. We can't start with a 10. The only way is down, literally.
Guys, I can't. Yeah, I can't. I'm out of here. I'm done.
That was something else.
We're not going to be able to
Andy
beat
Wilson finds himself back in action here against Taruk Maktuson. 7's no good against Queen 10 on a King Queen 9 board. By the way, I saw Verdis ask, who is the chip leader? What's the biggest stack right now? Monzeman, playing from Austria, is chip leader with a stack of 2.3 million. But a long way to go. This being a 4-day event. Day 1 played yesterday. This is only day 2. They're going to play down to 40 tonight. That means we get to see them play into the money a bit later on.
Sorry, you gotta give me a minute. I'm just gonna go ban all the people that are giving 9.5s. There's just no need for that. You banned.
Oh, I'd love to tell you guys that it was rehearsed. I'd love to tell you it was great judgment. It was a complete fluke, but we will take it.
I didn't even...
That's
okay, go ahead.
Taruk with another pocket pair, sizably a much better pocket pair, queens.
Very big trouble for Nikki because playing against two 20 big blind stacks, a 20 and a 15, I think this needs to play as an open shove for Nikki, and you're going to run right into the blade of the queens, and 1-3 being folded by taxation is theft, and this is a gift of a double-up opportunity for Torek.
It's a domination situation, and Torek just has to fade a 3. Does, in fact, improves to a full house on the river and doubles up to 417k. Blinds right now, by the way, are 6,000 to 12,000, and this main event plays with a 30-minute clock throughout. The blind levels, 30 minutes from jump.
Correction, both threes were actually folded there. I didn't even see that, so that was real trouble for Nikki.
Oh, wow.
Well, that makes sense then, because only one other queen was folded, and yet it still popped out.
Yeah, I noticed the queen 3 someone had. I was like, wait a minute.
It's always nice when the player who's ahead hits the one-outer.
It's great to see, by the way, that everyone who makes the final table, and we will stream that final table on Wednesday, gets at least a 6-figure score, more than 100 grand for 9th. Near enough $500,000 for 4th, 600k for 3rd, more than 800k for 2nd, 1.1 million plus up top, plus the Scoop main event trophy.
I don't know how I'm going to be able to go the next couple of hours without talking about ICM considerations.
Yeah, it's very much a case of get your chips in, as we see here. Falateado with ace-queen, Bowie effect with ace-king.
Yeah, and this is the interesting part about being able to see the cards, is you can kind of see, you know, something that's about two things crashing together from far away. There's no way it's going to be stopped. A lot of diamonds folded, too.
The raise is to 34,200. Let's see how Andy Wilson responds.
$90. Ooh, all in.
Yeah, and a quick call, and a queen needed. Not coming on the turn or river, and that will see Falateado eliminated, and it will see Bowie effect move up over 800k. Average right now 650k. 252 players remaining.
Sorry, I'm just mentally getting all my Falateado jokes out of my system in my head. Okay.
You got to do several during Stadium Series, Joe. I know it's been 2 years, but it's time to move on. Well, we got the gut shot against the sixes. It's Torek versus Bowie effect.
Yeah, I think Bowie effect recognizing that sixes are going to be ahead sometimes, but you're really kind of at the bottom of your range in these positions with pocket sixes, so I think it's a bit of an ambitious continue, but sometimes the price is right and maybe your opponent slows down. Because when you flat call here on the button, you do have a lot of cards that are on this board as well. So that can sometimes slow down certain hands, but ace-jack fires twice, and Bowie effect lets it go.
Now, I'm not going to alert you every time there's a change in the chip lead, because it's going to happen a lot. But if someone moves into the number one position whose name we recognize, I think it's worth shouting about. Pro Beers, Andrus Namath,
Nice.
Hungarian pro, currently leads with a stack of 2.3 million. Also in the top 10 right now, Pone Diddy, Alex Theologius.
Griffin, every time Pro Beers takes the chip lead, you have to drink 2 beers.
No problem. I'm a pro at that.
I mean, obviously a decent number of players remaining, near enough 250, and if you look through the lobby, a lot of names you'll recognize. All the heroes came out for this one, and in this 10K field, no surprise to see players like Darwin, Lena, Mike Watson.
Well, if you think about it, they should all probably still be in the tournament no matter what, right? Either they ran up a stack yesterday or they re-entered today.
Good point, well made. Bankrollers just joined the table. We are set for a flip here. Elmerix with 10s.
I like the way that you said Darwin and Lena's name. It's like you were sick of saying them.
Classic race underway. And it's the king on the river that seals the fate of Elmerix, who is eliminated in 247th place. Nikki with deuces. Bankroller, by the way, who's just joined this table, is super short.
Yeah, and an opportunity here, though, with those 4.5 big blinds to find a double here with the ace-10 suited. Going to be surely getting it in with either king-9 or queen-jack off. And actually, an opportunity to get a triple up here if Torek doesn't reopen the action. It's got to be pretty tempting in Torek's shoes because Proto should be raised folding a lot here, but instead just doesn't want to get trapped because Proto could just be, you know, calling here to reshove. Ooh.
That's pretty decisive.
Balancing your timing to a whole new level. Torek really shouldn't have any interest in this pot at this stage. Proto with the protection bet.
Yeah, that should get rid of Torek. And poor old Bankroller is going to be drawing dead here, so we are going to see another KO. Seat open, TV table.
Ace-8 on the button. Let the good times roll, Proto.
Lobster asking, is late registration over? Do we know how many pay? Late registration ended just before play started today. Total field size 654. That is a $6.5 million prize pool, and that means 79 will make the money. So we will hit the bubble when we're down to the final 10 tables, down to the final 80 players, and then we'll have world-famous bubble coverage to get us into the money. 2 players here with a pair of 8s. Taxation is theft. Has Le Kicker problems? Oh, no.
I was going to say it's a situation you shouldn't expect to lose more than really 1, maybe 2 streets of action on the flop, but when the turn card like that, it could get pretty ugly for taxation.
Bet there are 92,000. Overbet here into a pot of 63,000.
There are some ways to get saved. Not that
That's
card,
not one
though.
of them. No.
Yeah, taxation's going to be mildly worried about a 6 here. You know, something like pocket 6s would play this as a check back call, maybe ace 6, but going to bet for big value because Proto will check back some 9s on this flop. You don't want to bet this flop as the aggressor on the button and then get check raised, so it makes sense. And there's the call with the better hand.
At least Gilles still has more than 1 million chips. 2 new players at the table, Future of Me and Run It's Ran. That is James Rand from the UK. And Torek,
what now? All the way from the UK?
Going to open 25,200. Future of Me decides to re-raise with Queen 10. Okay.
I wonder what that avatar is from. Like if it's a movie or a TV show.
Which one? Future of Me?
Yeah. And the fold from the ace-queen. Very tight laydown from Torek there. I would have liked to have seen a continue, at least in the form of a call. You can even certainly justify a shove. New player at the table comes in, 3-bets right away. Gonna have some bluffs in the range, hands like Queen 10 suited. So if you don't want to put all your chips on the line, which is justifiable for 35 big blinds, I think you can probably continue with a call. You're going to have some of those 3-bet bluff hands dominated like Torek did there.
King 10 versus Ace Jack, and Nicky has decided to re-raise, get to fold. And having just gained a player, we lose a player to keep the tables balanced, down to 235 now. Andy Wilson opening with 10-8 suited. Torek with 10-8 offsuit in the big blind.
I really hope we don't get a chop pot. We've set the bar too high.
I don't think this hand will get to showdown. Thank you, Andy.
Come on, loose peel one time.
We've got Eric on YouTube asking, any Stars pros left in the field? Yes, indeed. So we recognized at the start of the show that Georgina James, GJ Reggie, had the biggest stack of any red spade coming into day two. She currently has 617k, so she is ranked 110th overall right now. Who else have we got from Team Pro? GM Volta. That is Rafael Moraes, who won his second scoop title over the weekend. He's got 404k right now. Ben Roller, Ben CB, is ranked 158th, and that would appear to be it, because we lost Tonka on one of the first hands of the day.
Can we really focus in for a second on how cool it is that GJ is doing well in this event, in a 10K event where, I don't know, what was it, a year ago? She's streaming like 25 cent, 50 cent stud. Like, that's pretty cool. Maybe still
cool.
Does those micro stakes. I mean, that is got to be such a rush for her.
And I think,
Very
again,
cool.
We talked about this with Howard. She was...
Sorry to interrupt you there, James, but this is a check. Played as a check raise on the flop, and now with that turn card, could see fireworks.
I know it's not possible, but let's pretend we can't see the 10 of spades has been folded. It's a straight flash board.
Well, Torque, you might be heading Torque to the door.
And the
nice one.
Yeah, the just check folds the straight flush draw, and that's. I mean, I haven't been impressed so far with the way Torque's played. I don't mind the check raise on the flop, but when you turn that kind of equity, you know, you need to pretty much shove there. I mean, that's the point, is using a hand like that. You know, you turn the straight flush draw. Let's just say Proto has, you know, pocket eights there. Would have made sense with the line betting small on the flop, raising pre-flop. You know, on that king turn, Proto's going to fold. Of course, we see that Proto had aces, wouldn't have been folding, and probably would have won. But in situations like that, you know, you can't leave that much money on the floor when you've made that kind of progression.
We've got top pair against the heart draw now here. Runitz Ran is a 3-1 favourite. Just very quickly, I was going to say that in addition to playing the 10K main event, don't forget that Georgina also has a stack in the medium, the 1K main event as well.
Fantastic. James, did you say this guy ran from the UK?
His name is James Ran, and he is from the United Kingdom. And I don't even remember, Joe, when we used to do those highlight shows on Sky Poker, when we used to do shows like Top of the Pots, Runitz Ran was a name that we saw a lot because he was a reg on Sky Poker back in kind of 2012, 2013.
Well, that's cool.
We're seeing some very interesting high-level plays in that last hand. Bowie effect, two-barreled the queen-high board when turning that flush draw, and almost 2x overbet and got the queen-jack to fold. So we've seen some really impressive pro work. Now Proto has a huge spot here. You know, with taxation behind, this could go one of a couple of ways. We could see Proto call and then fold to the million shove. We could see Proto just ISO shove. We could see him fold and does just let it go because it is such a strong shove and strong open and strong flat.
So
and just staying out of trouble.
Yeah, Taxation is Theft takes the race. And it's a race they don't win. Nicky, should have played those sevens, buddy. Tarek Makutson gets the double up, and that will take us to the first break with around 220 players remaining. But actually, before that, let's just check in on Unjay's table. Unjay is a Ukrainian player who's had a lot of success in online MTTs, does not win this hand. So now we are going on break. Patrick Leonard also at that table, and Perry Mason, Jerry O'Dean, who won 2 scoop titles over the weekend. And word is just reaching me that GJ Reggie has just bust. Just ran Queen 10 into King 10, 10 on the river, gave both players trips, all in, out-kicked, and out of the tournament. So GJ sadly no longer in the 10K, but around 220 players are still in contention. And as we go on break, it is ProBeer's Andras Nemeth who leads with a stack of 2.7 million. Guys, stuff I need to talk to you about. Joe, going to start with you. I saw a lot of buzz on your Twitter feed over the weekend. What was going down, buddy?
Yeah, I'm still buzzing over it. So we decided to put on a little comedy show in Las Vegas over the weekend. We called it High Stakes Comedy. And I brought out 1 killer comic from Los Angeles, 3 killer comics, 1 solo act, 1 set of twins. And also we had a local headliner named Jocelyn Sharp who came in, and every single comedian crushed it. And I have to say that the comedians obviously all did a really good job. However, 90% of the sold-out crowd was people from the poker community coming out to support me and Ben Ludlow, who also put it on. And so it was kind of a stacked deck, to use a poker term. So great comedians, but I'm internally grateful that the community is so great about coming out to stuff like that. And even though we did sell out, I spent so much money on the night that I needed better than first place to get even. So I'm still a little down on the weekend, but it was well worth it. It's kind of like an expensive hobby at this point, but it was a very, very good time.
Cool. So this was a Vegas gig kind of as a prelim, as an opener, if you like, for the World Series of Poker?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like, hey, what date can we do this where we're guaranteed to get the most people? And so, like, I think the WSOP starts tomorrow or today or something like that. So we're like, let's do it right before it starts. All the media will be in town. Everyone who's working the event will be in town. If we do it any other time, some people are going to be working. Some people are going to be in events. Some people are going to be busto. So we did it before the whole thing started.
Fantastic. I'm glad it went well. Griffin, I need to talk to you about sport, because I'm going to assume, possibly naively, that you were watching the Ice Hockey World Championship last night.
You know what? I wasn't that invested in the championship stuff. Doesn't really interest me because it's not the best players in the world. Like they have the thing every 4 years, but they haven't been able to do that. So I actually didn't watch Canada against Finland at all. Actually,
I'm surprised. I thought you'd be a proud Canadian. Obviously, my household was supporting the other side, as it were. Finland had a 3-1 advantage before Canada scored 2 goals with like literally seconds left on the clock, taking it into overtime. I'm not a huge ice hockey fan, but it was an exciting match.
Yeah, that sounds exciting. The IIHF, just like, I'm like a very kind of purist, like best of the world kind of thing. And the IIHF, it's like they never get all the best players out there. And it's during the NHL playoffs when all the best players are playing. So I find myself like more fixated on that, and that's why I missed it.
I can understand. And to be fair, there were promos running during the game that the Stanley Cup playoffs are ongoing right now. So what's actually happening for those of us who haven't been following the season? Where do things stand?
So there, the West Coast is sort of set. The final 2 teams are the Colorado Avalanche and the Edmonton Oilers, which should be one of the most exciting series in a long time because they have Connor McDavid, who's the best player on the planet and maybe anything other than Gretzky, maybe the greatest ever. He's just incredible. And on the other side is the Colorado Avalanche, who have some of the best players in the world and are the favorites to win the cup. And then the East, Game 7 is tonight between the New York Rangers and the Carolina Hurricanes, and the winner of that goes on to face the Tampa Bay Lightning in the semis of the East. So there's technically 5 teams left, but after tonight there will be 4.
Oh, so Canada not in contention.
No, well, Edmonton Oilers. So Edmonton is.
Oh, Edmonton Oilers. Sorry, yes. But I guess for you, I guess, are you still a Toronto boy, even though you now live in Montreal?
Yeah. They haven't made the second round of the playoffs since like 2003 or something, and haven't won a cup since 1967. So we're cursed. We had one of the best teams in the league, and we didn't even make it through the first round again. So.
James, I think the Queen's going to be very disappointed that James forgot that Edmonton was part of Canada. You're going to have some real explaining to do.
You're going to get
I'm
a
very
telegraph.
sorry. I kind of tuned out. I always think of the Leafs and the Canadians. I always forget about the Oilers when I'm thinking of NHL teams. And of course, the obvious question I have to ask is: has everyone watched Obi-Wan? I haven't, by the way.
No.
Interesting. Griffin?
Yeah, I watched it. Yeah.
Okay. Without any spoilers, is it Mandalorian good, or is it Book of Boba Fett bad, or somewhere in between?
I would say it's there was a lot of table setting in the first 2 episodes, but it was still, I mean, it's much more emotional than either, I would say, which is kind of a nice change. It's
I mean, come on, his wife died of a broken heart. Oh no, that wasn't his wife. Who was it? Anyway, it has to be emotional.
Yeah, it's
I love the fact you've now basically you've retconned the canon so that Natalie Portman and Ewan McGregor are now a thing.
I mean, the thing is too is that Ewan McGregor is just so beautiful to look at and just follow and just see him talk as Obi-Wan. And it's just like it's very watchable. I mean, like I have a bit of a man crush on Ewan McGregor. I got to be honest, he's amazing. They're going for it. They're doing it. It's good. It's really good.
I saw one comedian say that the recap of episodes 1 through 3 they do at the beginning of Obi-Wan is like better than watching the 3 movies.
The prequels. I agree. Yeah, my girlfriend was captivated. I never showed her the prequels. Like she wasn't particularly that interested in Star Wars, so I showed her the originals, and I never showed her the prequels.
Oh, you're a good guy.
Oh, she was watching Obi-Wan with me and saw this thing. She's like, "You didn't show me this. This looks amazing." I'm like, listen, this is just a good cut of what happened. You're all caught up. Let's get into Obi-Wan.
That's all you need to watch. So basically, watch the highlights reel. Don't watch the actual 3 movies. John Delano says, I watched the first episode yesterday. I thought it was pretty decent. It is one of those shows which I will get around to watching at some point, just not sure when. And there's another Marvel one coming soon as well. I think Ms. Marvel is coming soon, so plenty of stuff on Disney Plus to catch up on. Joe, you get to take a break now, buddy, because we are back to the action in the W Coop main event. This is the 10K main event, the high-bind version of Event 95, and we have a new feature table as we return from that 5-minute hiatus, headlined by the player who's already won 3 scoops this series, Wizzo Olashemian, sat next to Lars Luzak. That is Semi Kalapuro, who is the 2011 main event champion. Exciting stuff, Griffin.
Very exciting stuff. Ole sounds like he's in the zone, and if Ole Shemion's in the zone, watch out, because he's been known to go on some legendary heaters in the high stakes world. So good to see he has another one up his sleeve, and let's see if it continues in this main event here.
Yeah. Well, this was a button open from Make Boyfin, and Scarmaker has elected to re-raise.
Really beautiful spot selection here from Scarmaker. Easy for us to say, sure, because we can see the hands that it's up against. But, Wizzo had just raised the previous hand. We had one player sitting out over there. The button flat, it's probably not a trap on those 23 bigs. So you're sitting there with ace-9. You think, do I really want to complete and, have Wizzo be able to rep stronger because of the position? Or do I think I can get this through as long as Wizzo isn't loaded? And that's exactly what happened. So Really nice play from Scarmaker. Been really impressed. I don't know why I'm surprised and impressed by the play so far, but we've only been on air here for about 40 minutes, and already it's just been top flight stuff. Really good stuff.
Well, I mean, it should be in a $10,000 buy-in event, to be fair.
I said I should have known.
I am advised, by the way, that Panache has been sitting out since the start of play. Well, it's the Crow opening here with sevens. Olashemian in the big blind calls.
Yeah, suited king is a very good candidate to complete in the big blind facing a raise. Now, one of those situations where if it wasn't suited, you'd probably fold. So it's nice you have a backup. But this ain't the board. This ain't the board, James.
No. And the Crow hovering around 970,000 average stack right now, 757,000 with 216 players remaining. Blinds going up in 7 minutes time, currently 6,000, 12,000, and it is Visitor who has opened with queens, the 10-7 defend, and there is a 10 on the flop. And it doesn't change the outcome of the hand. Barry Greenstein makes an appearance. We do get an ace on the river.
Yeah, and Hardy might put out an actual, like a little sort of block bet here. Actually goes on the big side, which I think is a little bit greedy and a bit dangerous in the case of, those checked back hands that are the better pairs like the queens or,
Hardy now super short, Griffin.
Very short, but should find all the chips getting in here. Wizzo has a bit of a tough decision because on this stack depth, you should almost call pretty much any two once you put in those two big blinds, and now you're sitting there and you have a pretty mucky hand, but goes for it.
Queen on the flop.
No problem. That's Wizzo.
There's Olashemian for you. Eliminating a player and chipping up to 460k. The Crow opening under the gun to 24,000 with King Jack suited.
Yeah, I'm actually, as we could get a complete here, similar situation from the King 4 with Queen 5 suited.
And it's top pair versus second pair. Edie Allen asking how many positions pay. 79. So we will hit the money today. Playing through the bubble tonight. 79 will get paid. Sorry, Griffin.
Yeah, I was going to say, you mentioned Miss Marvel. I'm actually a bit interested in it. As Crow hits that king on the turn, but it is the king of diamonds. So some more money is going to go in here.
It is the ultimate card, right?
Yeah. I read a bit of Miss Marvel actually when it first came out a few years ago, as the river brings, after being checked through from the Crow. Quite an interesting check from the Crow. I actually, when we see it here and we see the two diamonds, we think, oh, what a missed opportunity to get that street of value. But the Crow is a bit more concerned with the kind of range that Make Boyfriend will have. And that does include some ace 10s and 9-10s, not any cards that are going to get all the chips in, on the turn there for less. So expecting some queens to even fold based on the positions with the Crow raising under the gun. So wanted to get, that safe river card to go for value. Yeah, I read a bit of Miss Marvel, and she's an interesting character because she's kind of she kind of represents sort of the surrogate super fan. Like, she's a massive fan of superheroes, so she exists sort of in the Marvel universe after the establishment of all the thing. Yep.
This is the character who's in the game, right? The Avengers video game?
Yes, that's her, yeah. And so she's also the first Muslim American superhero, which I think is obviously great for representation. So I'll be checking it out for sure.
Well, Jack 9 completes. Ace 10 suited for Scarmaker.
Cool name.
And the raise is to 48,000.
And the Crow, I think, would have had designs to limp call, a sort of a standard raise with Jack 9. It's a pretty strong blind-on-blind hand, even out of position, and especially with all those chips. So to be faced with a 4x, I think that threw the Crow for a bit of a loop and had to readjust and decided, you know what? Seems as though Scarmaker really wants this one. I'll just let him have it. Are you a Stranger Things guy, James?
I very much enjoyed the first season. I thought the second season was pretty trashy, and I gave up. I didn't even bother with the third.
Fair play. Yeah, the fourth season just premiered to crazy run times. It took me an entire evening to watch the pilot. One of those
shows which I very much believe would have been better off as a single series, as a one-off.
Mm-hmm.
But,
yeah,
you know,
season one, so great.
Money.
Yeah.
So, pocket fives here, and Olashemian with 8-4 offsuit. And he folds.
Really had a little stutter there. He really went into Godfather mode, James. You're like, Olashemian. I don't think the Crow is going to be folding this one.
Ace-3 does fold, and we are switching, changing table, and going back to where we started the evening. And
switching!
We've got Andy Wilson, Bowie Effect. We've got Taxation is Theft. Kay Cremate has now joined this table as well.
I always thought it was KK Remate. Or K Cremate. Who knows? Only...
I mean, either of those is a viable option. I'll accept either.
Maybe it's supposed to be some sort of amalgamation of like Krispy Kreme 8. Like I ate a Krispy Kreme.
I think it is possible to overanalyze somebody's screen name. Yes, of course I've had a Krispy Kreme.
I forget so they are in England.
Yes. So Nikki raises the button with Ace-9 suited. KK relatively short in the small blind with King-10. All in.
Yeah, Nikki's right on the line here. It's going to be, you know, it might be a bit too strong to fold, and that's what we see with the quick call.
Ace-high holding. 9 on the turn, and the ace on the river. And that will see Nikki eliminate K Cremate as the blinds go to 7,000, 14,000. 210 players remaining now.
Very nice result there for Nikki. It's, you know, getting in 20 big blinds almost with Ace-9 suited. Not something you want to make a habit of, but in late position, it's going to be the ticket and holds it down.
So no malice in with the Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Ooh, juicy flop, James.
Is currently the best hand. However, we have got 2 flush draws, one of which is the nut flush draw and is actually statistical favorite right now.
And No Malice playing this as a lead is really trying to get, you know, the under the gun raiser to freeze them up and not really be able to continue with some hands like, you know, Ace Jack and the like. But because it is so much equity, and I don't think that, you know, Ran is super worried about Proto having some nutted hand just calling from the big blind here. You also have the 6 blocker for the 6-4. So I think this is going to play as a raise and does just call and just nails it.
Okay, so we've got nut flush versus second nut flush, and similar stack sizes here, Griffin. Run Its Ran does not quite have Proto covered, but Proto is destined to lose most of the 1.29 million chips that they have.
Yeah, it's a really wild turn card. And, you know, I spoke about how I thought Run Its Ran might play it as a raise on the flop and just sort of try to get it in against no malice. But what this call creates is you don't fold out the big blind who could be on a lower flush draw. You don't get it in against a massive maybe trapping pair from the small blind or a set, which would be the top of no malice's lead out range on the flop. And now you're sitting here just absolute gin. No malice is with this lead here. I think you're gonna need to maybe just check and see what's going on, and not just a call again.
Oh no! I was thinking no malice probably won't put any more chips in once this hand gets to the river, and then we get the 8. Now they have a set versus flush. This is ridiculous.
But alarm bells need to be going off at this stage for no malice. 2 people are calling behind you. That 8 certainly changes your hand strength, but it doesn't change the reality that the board is unpaired and one of your 2 opponents should be holding it flush. The question does become, if Proto plays this as a bet, how much is Run Its Ran going to raise? And, I don't think that he's going to lose a million chips, but when this gets raised up to, upwards of 650, 700, 800, there is a universe where Proto does find a fold, but I don't know if it's the one we're living in. We'll see. This is a very unique situation where, based on the sizing Proto is betting, Run Its Ran would not be raising here with like a queen or a jack high flush. There's 2 flushes that are beating you. Worse flushes won't call against that raise. Does play it as just a shove.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, so this is where you think no malice should read the signs and fold.
I think that no malice should definitely read the signs and fold. And I think there's a decent chance Proto can do the same. I know it sounds completely ridiculous, and maybe Proto just snaps off, but based on this situation, Run Its Ran has to be turning the ace of clubs into a bluff. What kind of hands is that? Calling on the flop needs to have at least ace 4 or ace 6 with the ace of clubs. Probably wouldn't be raising those hands under the gun if it was off suit, right? So maybe Run Its Ran overcalls the flop with ace king with the ace of clubs. That's within the realm of possibility, and could play this like this: ace queen, ace of clubs. So there are a couple of bluffs. No value hands you're really beating. The queen of clubs wouldn't be shoving over this massive bet on the river.
No malice is called all in, and Proto snap calls as well.
Oh my gosh!
That is 3 million chips for James Ran.
I'm surprised.
No malice is KO'd. Proto's on life support. Proto's got 1 big blind left. And let's see where James Ran is on the leaderboard right now. Second in chips, just behind Pro Bears. Yeah, cooler.
Yeah, you really can't blame Proto. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if we'd seen sort of a long tank in that situation, because it represents so many chips, and it looks a lot like Run Its Ran probably has the nut flush, but I mean, it's tough. I remember having a conversation with Mustafa Kanit, must have been 5 years ago or something, really deep in either the scoop main or the W coop main, and he talked about a situation where he had, the second or third nut flush on an unpaired board with about 30 people left, in a situation where, similar to that, and used the entire time bank and eventually called and was shown the nuts. So it makes you think about those situations in these high rollers, but how you have to think about how your opponents could use these cards as bluffs.
1 hand later, Griffin, Nicky finished them off. Proto is gone. 2 new players at the table, Zergok and Ramastar88. James Ran. Run Its Ran playing more than 3 million right now. Second in chips with 200 players remaining in this high bind version of the Scoop main event.
this is the situation. Taxation is thinking about whether to shove or call here against Zergok. You know, it's about 20 big blinds effective. If you deduce that your opponent might be opening wide enough that you're going to get enough folds, and that's exactly what Taxation did and was absolutely right. Queen Jack off, if that's getting raised, a lot of other worse, slightly better hands are getting raised pre-flop and then folded to the shove. So nice recognition there from Taxation as theft. And yeah, I think these last two hands are maybe indicative of some over raising from this short stack Zergok. You got to be careful when you're playing this kind of stack. You can't just take every 2 Broadway cards in early mid position and raise them, because the kind of pressure you're going to get from, you know, better hands or hands like threes that can just get you to fold is going to be too great. Bowie.
Yeah, we can see that Andy Wilson has got aces. We've seen an opening raise from Torek Maktuson.
I would love to just see a call here. I'm not saying that it should be the thing you do in practice, you know, every time in this situation, but because we see the short stack in the big blind that might decide to shove and take their equity, and that could have created a reshove, and it still happens here, but instead Bowie's range is, you know, much stronger and exposed as being very strong. So I think Torek will probably have to just let it go. But you have to imagine if Bowie had just called the 29,000 and then that shove had come in, whether Torek would have just made a huge raise.
Well, the king on the river is not enough. And that is Jar Sam Gale out in 197th place. And Andy Wilson up over $1 million. Average stack right now, 838,000. 195 Griffin. They're falling fast.
Yeah, no surprise. That's 16 big blinds for Zergok here. Nice limp. I really like this.
Yeah.
Pretty great flop, actually, for Ramistar. An opportunity for a chop or the win with an 8. Ocho. Bit difficult to fold this one because, you know, would Ramistar and does find the fold. Good for them. Guess it's a bit of a random spot to be bluffed in, so figured Ramistar must have hit something like 2 pair. Hard to think though that Ramistar could have the Jack 9 with 2 jacks in your hand.
King 6 in the big blind for Runitz Ran. Virtually tied for the chip lead right now with Andrus Namath. Not going to call this raise. I'd like to get involved this time though with pocket 9s as Torek opens with ace-6 suited. Zergok's in with King Jack.
Yeah, and I think this plays as a nice squeeze for Runitz Ran. Torek making a lot of raises, playing just over 40 big blinds. Zergok, is not trapping here, I think, in the estimation of Run Its Ren. So you want to just ISO here and get all the chips in against, either one of them. You're not thrilled if Torek does shove there.
Yeah, up to nearly 3.2 million. Torek managing to keep their head above water.
Yeah, and I believe has a significantly more chips than when they started the day, but Torek, I think, has made a couple of mistakes and gotten a bit lucky in some all-in showdowns. We saw the queens against the threes for 20 big blinds each. And then we saw that really big flip, I believe, with tens to ace-king with pocket jacks being folded. So yes. Torek has had the right side of the lady luck so far, and needs to maybe tighten things up and not get exploited too much by these very talented opponents. Saw that ace-queen fold earlier against the 3-bet from the queen-10. Hands of that like, got to be willing to fight back. You're not going to win the flips all the way down.
No, absolutely. Well, the board is bricked out for Bowie. Nicky betting 96k on the river. Bowie with just ace high. Quick update, Griffin, on the other No Limit Hold'em main events. Of course, there are 3 buy-in tiers to every tournament during Scoop. So this is the high buy-in, the 10k main event. In the 1K, there are 1,000 players remaining from a starting field of 4,408, and 623 of those players are going to get paid. First prize in the medium main event, 628k, total prize pool of 4.4 million against a guarantee of 4 million. And then we have the low buy-in, that was the 109. There are 4,500 players remaining from 25,500 entries. So the guarantee on this just exceeded 2.5 million in the prize pool, more than $250,000 for the winner. 3,500 players are going to get paid. So our primary focus over the course of the next 3 days will be on this, the 10k main event. But on final table day, we'll try and drop by the medium and maybe the low as well, and maybe capture the winning moment in those other main events.
Taxation here trying to keep Run Its Ran in line a little bit, and we're Run Its Ran to have some of the other weaker hands that surely they would be opening with. I think we'd get away with it. Ace-7 suited, I think, is going to be a bit too strong for Run Its Ran to fold, but does anyway. It's simply because, if you're not defending the suited aces, sort of raising every hand, you might get exploited a little more than you should let on. But at the same time, if the only person 3-betting light against you is taxation, then it's fine to just fold those and just keep going.
Yeah. Ace-Jack versus Ace-3, and it's a case of domination rotation. However, the club draw for Run Its Ran is pretty tasty.
Yeah, Run Its Ran going to be happy to get this in on the flop. I think, Zergok probably going to be more inclined to play this as a check call, but is running out of chips, so might just be, ready to get it in there.
Well, Zergok now with a 2-1 advantage with the pair of threes.
I think this could just play as a shove for Run Its Ran. Sometimes you just... Ooh, gives the free card. I'm a bit disappointed here. I mean, Zergok is going to call you with a queen, certainly, but if Zergok has, 10-8 here or 8-7, you're going to fold that out, and even when they do call, you can run your equity. And now you're sitting there, and you just lose against the 3. So
Yeah.
would have liked to see a little more aggression there.
So this is the second time this series that we've seen taxation is theft at the tables. We followed Gilles Simon's progress in the mini Sunday Million a couple of weeks back. A near miss for taxation is theft, a third place finish of 45k. Will they take the flip here?
It's really tough. It's over 20 big blinds. I think you need to call ace queen and side fold ace jack. That's the line really there.
Right. Ace 9 for Torek, and Runitz Ran has queens.
Re-raise incoming. 109.
Close. Just missed a 1.
I was intentionally off by the buy-in, you know.
So Runitz Ran still one of the top 2 stacks, the other being Andrus Namath Pro Beers, who's got 3.6 million right now. Those two are the chip leaders with 183 players remaining. And this is an opportunity for even more chips for James Ran.
Yeah, but not a situation that Nicky is going to get too crazy. And I think maybe a snap fold with ace queen is a bit on the tight side, but you know, I don't think Runitz Ran has any incentive to take a really weak holding in that spot, sort of, you know, chip leader on chip leader at the table. And Nicky's like, this is not a spot where I have an edge. I'm not going to play the guessing game with ace queen. This is it's a pretty soft table, actually, sort of, I would say, compared to what the average table probably looks like, you know, based on the play of a couple of players on the left side of the table in particular.
So 3-way to this flop, 10s, 6s, king 4, and a pair of 4s on the flop, but 10s still ahead.
Yeah, and very wise to play this as a check call for Nicky. Some traps from 0, Dita, certainly a lot of Queen X type hands. I hope Nicky doesn't snap fold this, yeah. Because you are going to be up against some worse pairs in 0. And, you know, some hands like king 4 or some spades for taxation. So really nice result here for Nicky. I don't think that Nicky will get value if they decide to bet. But you certainly think you have the best hand with 2 10s here, and that 0 Dita probably has something like 9s or 8s. Takes it down. Okay, James, you ready to play what's that avatar?
Oh, go on then. I won't know.
What's the avatar from Ramistar?
I have absolutely no idea. I was hoping you asked about Nicky's dog.
Character from the show Vikings. Okay.
Never seen an episode.
One more. What is the avatar for Runitz Ran?
No idea.
I'm pretty sure it's one of the gentlemen from the meme where they're carrying the casket and they're like dancing. It's a very popular meme. Coffin guy, someone says in the chat. And I would guess Bowie Effects. I don't know who Bowie Effects is, but it kind of looks like, doesn't it look like the Wolf of Wall Street kind of? Like the actual guy, not Leonardo DiCaprio.
Do you know what? I'm actually really happy that I don't know some of this stuff.
Yes, you leave the brain for more important things. Like Finnish hockey.
King, queen. MSO Trips asks, is Tonka in or busto? The latter.
He's laddered?
No.
2 pair for
He
0
gone.
data. He go. I like how Ched Cheese on Twitch said there was an actual wolf on Wall Street, and then someone actually corrected him and was like, "Wolf of Wall Street is Jordan Belfort."
I see a cooler.
Oh
Kings
no!
Andy Wilson, who opens to 28,000. Taxation is theft with queens.
More like taxation is death. No? He's in trouble.
Thanks, Griffin. Don't call us, we'll call you. Bowie effect. Set to respond.
No. Oh, taxation's in so much trouble. Taxes are coming early this year.
All in and a call. It's a domination situation. And there is no queen on that board. Taxation is theft is KO'd. This table closes. We are switching, and I am loving this new feature table. We saw this briefly just before the last break. So we have got Andrei Novak, Unjay, very prolific player with a lot of online success in Coops. We have got Jerry O'Dean, Perry Mason, and as we referenced, as we talked about with Howard at the top of today's show, Jerry won 2 scoops in one night this series. Patrick Leonard, Pads 1161, is pretty much a lock for player of the series now. Plus, who else have we got?
You got
Guillaume,
Noleb 20, isn't he a sick French
Guillaume
player?
Nollet.
French Canadian. Yeah. Big flip. Win.
And Nole survives.
Big double. And would get this shove through is Romano 64. But doesn't know that, and you got to get through 5 people. What do you do with ace-8? Well, we know what he should do. Because we see the cards in the future. Or the past? No, in the future.
Darla asked a good question on YouTube with reference to a player we saw at our previous feature table. What is the Bowie effect? So the story goes that Andy Wilson was wearing a David Bowie t-shirt when he won a live MTT, and I believe his mother coined the expression Bowie effect.
Nice. I like that.
A story we learned when we had Andy as a guest on the Poker in the Ears podcast shortly before last year's scoop when Andy won his first spring championship of online poker title.
Okay, here's a fun game. If you had to guess, what number podcast would that one have been? Without looking it up, you make a guess, and then we can find out later.
Okay.
James likes this game. He's not smiling, but he likes this game.
I absolutely hate it, and I hate you, Griffin. So we ended 2020 on episode 202. It
That's
would
a
have
good
been one
marker.
of the first episodes of the year, January, February, March. I'm going to say episode 213.
Okay. Can we find out quickly, or is it something that...
What's my margin of error? What am I allowed?
Okay. Yeah, I think 213 said. I think within 5, based off the fact you have this marker, and I think it's impressive. Within 10 is good job, and then outside of 10, it's yeah.
Okay, well, I've gone for 213, so someone can verify that.
Yeah. Ooh, this is big trouble for Arthouse. Ooh, it's big trouble. Now you think, Arthouse only has 1 pair, and this is a flush. But there's been some pre-flop action, and the SPR is only about 2.5. And once Arthouse bets here, as long as another diamond doesn't come, or Ivan plays this as just a call. If it goes call diamond, okay, Arthouse, you're getting out of there, buddy. You're fine. As a matter of fact, it's not even clear if Ivan will try to get value here. So you really got lucky in your bad luck.
By the way, we've already missed one thing. We missed a chop pot, but that's gone. That's forgotten about. But I'm not going to miss the opportunity for a street flash.
But there's no actual straight flush that can be made here, is there?
Yeah.
It
doesn't matter.
Okay.
We have the answer, by the way, Griffin, and I trust
Yes.
Brian. Episode 211. So I was close. I was 2 out.
Not bad. I should have said you had to be within 3. That would have been a better.
I still
But
would have
that's
won.
pretty good.
Here's a
Yeah, I
serious
know, but it would have been
then.
more impressive.
Griffin, we've got Dana Craven, former podcast superfan, in the chat on YouTube. Griffin, with so many table switches in big tournaments, what's your suggestion to adjust to the new round of players? Position, wait for aces, wait in orbit, all of the above?
Oh, well, I guess you first sort of take stock as to whether you know any of the players and what kind of sort of tendencies and how they might sort of use certain stacks. Yeah, I guess a bit of a feeling out process, but you kind of have to let the cards do a bit of the talking. You know, you don't wait for aces, but you, as Romano has kings here for 11 bigs, will be interesting to see if. Now, Anjay will probably just have to fold the 10-8. So you kind of have to you have to play poker. You have to you got to know your ranges. You got to raise with the hands you would normally raise with, and then sort of make adjustments as they come based off what you see on how the rest of the players on the table are playing. You know, if you get ace queen under the gun 1, you raise it.
Oh,
you can see.
10-8
wow!
calls.
Street flash! Oh, it's kind of street flash. Do we get the thing?
Kind of. But ultimately, it does lead to kings getting cracked, and it does lead to a KO.
Are we
and
not
now we've got
it?
nines versus queens.
Yeah, I was remarking just before answering that question that Anjay, because he has so many chips and because it's just 11 big blinds, he already put 2 out there. Don't make a habit of calling 10-8 suited for over 10 big blinds, but exceptions can be made in late position when a hand that runs really well and you have 100 big blinds, and Anjay is going to take that equity every time. The fact that it cracked kings, too bad for you. This is trouble for Perry Mason, but I think Arthouse might have enough chips that Perry won't just shove this and does just call, but gets the troublesome flop.
Yeah, it is a low board, and nines looking good, but they're not. It would have been so much more fun if you'd done that podcast question with Joe, by the way. You would have got a random number that would have been nowhere near the actual answer.
Yeah. Well, we can still do it when he comes back on.
Oh, sorry, not this hand. Look who's just joined the table. Look who's just taken the empty spot.
Oh, my juice.
We have got the chip leader in the house. Andrus Namath, Pro Beers, is here. Art House bets 126,000. And
yeah, alarm bells are going to be ringing for Perry Mason, but you hate to get exploited here by just some random, 3-bet, 2-barrel kind of hand. You're so high up in your range here, and that's why we do see another call from Perry.
checks the river. And Art House has got 257k behind. There's nearly 600k in the pot.
Yeah, I think that you're too strong here to even consider checking back or anything. So just, I think, tanking to make that shove. Maybe a little bit worried about being trapped, but no, it does go for it.
And time bank being used here by Jerry O'Dean. Decides to fold and is left with 681k as the blinds go to 8,000, 16,000. So yes, Andrus Nemeth is at the table. Pro Beers, 3 scoop titles to his name. $5.4 million in live earnings. Started the day 3rd in chips. Is currently number 1 in chips with 165 players in this high buy-in main event.
Yeah, 2 absolute superstars side by side in pads and probers. Definitely, you know, if I had to pick 5 to 10 players to watch based off their, you know, acumen and their stack,
Yeah,
probers and pads would both be in that top 10 of players to watch in this remaining field of just under 200.
Guillaume Nollet opening here with King 7 of Hearts. Tebler asks how many players left before the end of the day. They are playing down to the final 40. A reminder that 79 get paid, so you will get world famous bubble coverage a bit later on this evening. Ace Jack re-raises, gets folds. Ivan up to 1.4 million. Average stack right now is pretty much spot on $1 million. And we've got Ace 10, we've got Ace Queen, we've got Ace King.
Wow.
I also got King Jack, but I was just choosing to kind of like ignore that one.
And with all these exciting hands, it may just come down to a 3-bet and a fold, but we'll see if Perry doesn't believe that 3-bet from Ivan. You know, if Perry has some notes or impression that Art House is raising, you know, maybe a bit looser than average under the gun, could think that this is a bluff 3-bet, and then Ace Queen value certainly goes up, but wisely lets it go. Such a funny hand, Ace 10 suited here.
Yeah.
You wouldn't consider calling Ace 10 or Ace Jack off. Ace Jack suited, maybe you would call, and decides to play it as a 4-bet.
Art House, what are we doing?
Exciting. Exciting.
And just the call from Ace King and gets out flopped. It's a rotation situation in Art House's favor.
Wow.
Poor Ivan. The Luca 10 asks, are you streaming the final table tomorrow? No, we will stream the final table on Wednesday. They play down to 9 tomorrow, 40 to 9, and then on Wednesday, 9 to a winner. So that's right, 3 days of coverage of this.
So this went check on the flop, and I think that's because Art House, as much as you are happy that you flop a 10 in a situation like this, you're still a bit scared of what's going on. Like, why did Ivan 3-bet and then just call a 4-bet? That's felt very trappy. And in a way, it kind of was with the Ace King. I think it also might have just been that Ivan didn't necessarily just want to get in 900K.
Yeah.
So, and that's why we just see this played as a check call, and that is disaster for Ivan.
Barry, you dirty, dirty man. That is the case ace on the river. And that is going to cost Ivan, I'm going to say, an additional 572,370 chips.
Yeah, you feel like as if you've gotten there on this river, even if your opponent was, you know, if Art House was bluff raising with Ace 10 pre-flop. Yeah, there it is, and there it is, and there it is.
Full double up for Art House 2011, 1.8 million. Ivan drops down to 473k. We're down to 163 players now from a starting field of 654. King Jack versus Jack 10, and King High still ahead here. Your band,
Nuts.
with reference to the previous hand, says Ivan just got Stapletoned, not realizing that Joe is actually in chat right now and responds, come on, bro. Yeah, that is the nuts. That is the straight for Art House. Bet of 91,200. Unconventional rotation, and Art House now closing on the 1.9 million mark.
How would you describe your taste in films? I'd say like Art House 2011.
If you're going to say Art House and give a specific year in response to that question, no. Words fail me. Kings and nines for Pro Beers.
The Dow.
Well, checking going on here.
Check this. Call. Said, check this. Call. Probers will find the right answer. It just may take time. Probers folds the best of it. Couldn't beat a jack. Couldn't beat a 10. Didn't think Ivan would be bluffing in that spot. Was wrong.
Well, I can tell you that
And yet,
Pro Beers is no longer chip leader, by the way. Obviously still a huge stack, 3.4 million. Sits in second place on the leaderboard. It's the Canadian player YC Souza who has the advantage right now with 3.8 million. What have we got here? King 9, Queen, Jack 9, 8, and it's an open-ended straight draw for both Pads and Anjay. Top pair right now for Pads.
6, 7, 8, 9, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. King. Yep.
You have read the board correctly, Griffin.
I was doing the Joe thing. Although he has told me, don't do my things. When I'm not on air, those are my things. Pads. Licking his lips. He's thinking, he's really going to bluff here? I call.
Lick it. Well, Griffin, this results in a chop pot, and you know what they say.
Everyone loves a chop pot.
I told you we should. We started too good. We started
That's
too
fine.
strong.
We're going to get 7s. Hey, baby, it's okay. You're going to be a star. Okay? Can't always be perfect. No lay, no lay, no lay, no lay.
Oh, I shouldn't laugh, but...
And you might be surprised to see no lay with that check back of the Queen Jack of spades, but actually it becomes a kind of a difficult hand to play as a raise because you don't want to raise fold it, and you don't want to shove for 30 bigs. So it kind of plays like a cool under-repped check back, and now we see has taken the lead with that Jack of clubs on the turn. So Pads will be very interested in the rest of the hand.
Pair of jacks, currently the best hand. Guillaume Nollet making it 36,000. Patrick Leonard has the nut flush draw. Calls and oh wow. The ultimate river card for Patrick Leonard. Gets the flush, but Nollet rivers 2 pair.
Here it comes.
90,000.
This is my pot. What gives you the right? I'm not wearing hockey pads. Didn't really take much time in shoving that. It's just like, here we go. And Nollet is sick.
Oh. What do you do with 2 pair in this spot?
Well, you start to break down Pads' range here. You know, limp pre-flop, checked on the flop. You know, is really representing effectively only a flush here. Even a king 10, which would be the nut straight, even with a club in the hand, wouldn't really be check shoving on a you know, an 80% bet. So, what hand is Pads turning into a bluff? Maybe king jack, king of clubs. It's tough. More likely you just got rivered and need to fold such a strong hand, even if it's blind not blind.
Well, he does fold it, and that takes us to the next break. So, fewer than 160 players remaining. YC Sousa from Canada has the chip lead right now ahead of Pro Beers from Hungary and Run It's Rand from the UK. As we continue to play through the money and beyond on day 2 of the Scoop main event, the 10K version of the main event. We'll stream it through to the close of play tonight. They will conclude day 2 when they're down to 40. Joe Stapleton back in the mix. Joe, I'm intrigued. While you're on break, did you happen to hear our conversation about the podcast? Specifically about the interview we did with Andy Wilson. Perfect. So I referenced the fact that we spoke to Andy last year around March time, just before Scoop 2021, and then Andy won his first Scoop title a couple of weeks after that interview. Griffin asked me the question, which episode was that? Can you ballpark tell me what number episode that would have been? You know where we're at right now, so where were we this time last year, or March of last year?
Okay, hold on. March of last year.
This is where he nails it completely, by the way, Griffin.
I'm gonna say it was like episode number 205.
Oh, that's not bad.
It's not bad. I was only 2 out. It was episode 211. I said 213.
Wow.
Anyway,
that's
just a bit of fun. Griffin, obviously we saw some pretty interesting hands there. We've seen a 3-way all-in this evening. I guess this is the reward for watching not early, but kind of mid-level coverage. As Joe referenced, everything we've watched so far during Scoop has been final table. This is a lot more akin. This is a lot closer to what we see when we stream an EPT main event, where you're seeing that pre-money play, where you're getting those big collisions, where you're seeing players take more risks, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, it was like I believe Joe said, you know, not having to hear about ICM for the entirety of this day. We're seeing very different play being had at the table, and more volume, I think, of maybe, you know, that expression, the cream always rises to the top. A lot of the time when we're covering these big buy-in final tables, maybe there's, you know, 1 or 2 players that aren't often there and we don't know a lot about. But with these, even in a 10K buy-in here, we're seeing players we've never seen before, you know, doing things that we maybe wouldn't expect for this buy-in level, and that's also a fun little wrinkle against all these superstars.
Yeah. I'll be honest with you, Joe, when we started, and what was it, 260 odd players remaining and 79 get paid, I was like, wow, it's going to take a long time before we get anywhere near the bubble. But as we come back from break, we're going to be around 157 players remaining, which means fewer than 100 eliminations before we're into the money. So that world-famous bubble coverage isn't actually that far off.
Yeah, so we've lost more than 100 already, less than 100 to go before we get to the money. I do think all of these things kind of take the same amount of time, so if it was really fast getting here, things may slow down a little bit. We're talking about the bubble of a 10K, right? And even the high rollers and the super high rollers, when they're on the bubble, you know, the days are long gone of people playing recklessly on the bubble because they only care about the win. They don't care about the min cash. Everyone cares about the min cash. So I think things will slow down a little bit, but it's online poker. The world famous bubble coverage works a little bit differently online than it does in real life. We're able to a little bit easier switch back and forth between the tables, and I'm hoping for like a really frenetic bounce around the room.
Yeah, absolutely. It'd be interesting to see whether it's a fast bubble or a slow bubble. A reminder that we go hand for hand at 80. 79 will get paid. And I don't think it's going to happen during this next session. Could be wrong. Probably the session after that. And Griffin, you are going to be passing the baton on at some point this evening. Maria Ho is going to be making her first appearance of Scoop 2022 on tonight's stream. So you're here for half the day. Maria's going to do the second day. So we'll see. Or maybe it's during that magical crossover time that we get both Griffin and Maria for the bubble hand. But I don't think you've got too long to wait now until we get into the money. Then it's about getting down to the final 40. And tomorrow is the day that we play down to the final table. And of course, far too early at this stage to say who the favourites might be with such a huge field remaining. But again, no surprise to see so many of the names who frequent these 10K tournaments still in contention. And no real surprise, Joe, to see that Pro Beers is among the chip leaders.
Yeah, we got Pro Beers. We've mentioned Bowie Effect already. I'm looking here. We got Henrik Hecklin. I assume is H. Hecklin. Maybe I should have outed him on that one. Anjay, Pone Diddy. I mean, these are all names we know. Random Chew, all names we know really, really well.
Fantastic. So back to the action and back to our featured table headlined by the guy who looks like he's going to be player of the series, plus two-time Scoop 2022 winner Perry Mason, plus Pro Beers, who we were just discussing. Joe, Griffin, it's over to you.
Adios, James. Hello, my babies. And
How
what
long
a
have we
table
had
here.
that one?
James, I don't know how you've never seen that. Anyway.
No, I only see the hot dog one.
I'm not really good at... You would think I'd be the person that presses the buttons more often, but James is way more on top of it than I am. This feature table, pretty stacked, by the way. I was just reading random names of superstars, and I read almost all of these names. Pads, Pro Beers, Anjay, Perry Mason. These are names we know pretty well.
Chiswell asks,
Chiswell,
who's heading for
go
player
ahead.
of the series? You know, this is kind of James's specialty, but if I remember correctly, Pads is leading the medium and the overall, right? Ole Shemion is leading the high, and I was pretty much almost has it locked up. And that's pretty much it. Some dude in the low or chick, someone.
I think that's all correct, Griffin. Well played.
Nice.
Multi-way action is going to happen quite a bit here as we approach the money bubble. 3 ways to this flop. And sevens are the best hand for right now, but probably ain't going to like this very much.
No. And it's really Pads' pot to win here with a bet, and just very wisely recognizes that his range on this board, and frankly, it did smack his hand pretty decently, but to get 2 hands to fold there that are beating you, technically, that's kind of the result you want.
Nolet with ace-4 suited. Line is 8,000, 16,000. Jack-8 flops a gut shot. Total whiff for Nolet.
Yeah, going to be difficult, I think, for Nolet or Nole, who knows what it is, to win this hand if Perry continues on the flop. But that is a big sizing, And it's going to be tough without a club, just a 1 over. But if you're going to call Jack 8, you kind of need to call 60% on this flop with this hand.
Perry Mason does call. No Unger DK. This is not the final table. Use your eyes. Look up. Look to the left. 152 of 654. We're doing 3 days of Scoop main event high coverage.
And NLHE goes for the bet again, and I think this is to accomplish exactly what it may accomplish, folding out hands that have equity that could then bluff the river or get there. So a really cool hand there played by NLHE.
Sir Fred asking, help me out here. What is the proper pronunciation of Ole? No. Thank you for your question. Jack 7 suited for Poker Pro 2.0. And that Jack 7 comes in for a raise. King 3 defends, flops bottom pair.
And this is the benefit of having a massive stack. You can kind of get a bit speculative with your big blind defense, and King 3 is certainly within that realm. Poker Pro has picked up a nice turn card when it comes to equity. A double gutter here now in the form of a 6. Is this a double gutter? 6 or an 8? No, it's not. It's just a gut shot.
It's a single belly buster.
Single belly buster. Oh, I love playing this as a raise. Even though this turn card kind of, the board texture is sort of advantage big blind, you know, when you turn equity like that and you think your opponent's doing what they're doing there with like a small pair trying to get ace high to call for value, and just pop it up. Pop it up.
Ace Queen in the big blind for Art House. Could be trouble for Perry Mason. Who does make it 36,320. Art House with a ton of chips. Re-raises to about 4x. Quick fold for Perry. Anjay with the AA.
Oh
no, and Poker
my gosh.
With the Kevin Colleen's.
Anjay with the
Gulp.
What's Athanasios' first name? Is it an A?
Trey? Oh, I was thinking of the guy from Fish, sorry. There's the re-raise from Anjay. Poker Pro
Yeah, hi. I
2.0.
would like to, can I get one more raise? Yeah, about 3, 4, 5 seconds. Yeah, just, I don't know, about like 290, 300. Maybe 3.
One bet,
3,
two bet,
no more
three
than
bet.
no
This
more
will be
than
a fourth
320.
bet.
Maybe 350 at the most. Yep.
336.
Yeah. Can I also get? You know, I might actually just have a call now. Caller and all in. Joe, what do you want?
I'm sorry. I'm gonna need a fifth bet. I know that's been 4 already, but I'm hoping.
Yeah,
I'm hoping
fifth
we can
bet? Oh, you only have a call.
Yeah.
Because of the situation. Oh, you think it's better played as a call? Okay. I'm not sure. I think it's going to be. Oh, you were
That
right,
is a
Joe.
fifth bet and a call. Aces looking like they're going to hold. They do, in fact, hold. That's a full double up for Andre. Poker Pro 2.0. Nearly felted. Fewer than 10 big blinds now. Roast.
And now, no rest for the hand clashing. But just a call from Pads and a quick one. Staying under repped, doesn't really necessarily just want to get in 50 big blinds, even if it would probably be ahead a lot of the time here. Instead, keep those weaker aces and queens in there. And these are kind of one of these spots where, you know, I think we would see a lot of other players just sort of raise, get some folds pre, maybe get some weaker hands to continue. But instead, you play it like this. Now, what are you repping? Like when you check raise ace king 4, it's like, what do you mean? What do you mean you're check raising ace king 4? I was the raiser. You can't have ace king or ace queen, but he does. And look at this pot it's creating. And these are the little hands, I think, that we don't get to see often enough with some of the world's best. Perfect example here.
Now Pads fires out the ace on the turn. Does get queen jack to fold. You can be confident that whatever it is Pads is doing is right. Just work backwards from there. Just say, oh, okay. Cool. Under the gun shove here from the 2 9s, fewer than 10 big blinds. This is probably going to get through.
Yadaman lives and breathes and eats poker. One of the most accomplished players in the world is Pads. Incredible successes over the years. You know, funny story actually, the first time I ever met Pads, I played against him in an EPT side event. It might have been in Monte Carlo, heads up, one-on-one. I'd never met him before. He was just like a random new kid on the block. And
Ooh.
I
Poker Pro shoved over the top of Pro Beer's King 9, felt compelled to call for just a few bigs. This is going to lead to a double up for Poker Pro, the pair of 7s.
But it was just funny because it wasn't a format I would normally play, but I just happened to play this thing, and I think he was still sort of up and coming. This must have been 2013 or 14. And look at him now.
Did he cash in that event?
I think I busted him. I think I won. In that, like it was just like second round or something. You know, I don't even know if I cashed. I mean, it's just you play, get the same amount of chips, and one person loses. So it wasn't.
You're now a part of Pad's origin story, for better or for worse.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I mean, he might have remembered. He might remember. I don't know.
You'd be in the movie. That defeat made him the man he is today.
Maybe. If I lost to this idiot, I gotta really figure this out.
Time to get in the lab.
Yeah.
Ooh, a re-raise here from Queen 6 in the big blind. And Yvonne gets away with one.
Yeah, sometimes you just think your opponent's raising too much and they're going to, let's 3-bet from one of the stronger seats, which is the big blind. And the reason why the big blind is such a strong seat to 3-bet from is because more often than not, if you have a hand that you want to play that isn't a premium, you're just going to call. If that hand was Queen 6 suited, I don't know if Ivan would have elected to go for the 3-bet because it's like, this hand can do some damage on the right board. But Queen 6 off, it's like, it's bad, but it has a blocker. Let's just pop it up. I'm not saying you should make a habit of it, but I think it's one of those interesting hands you see at this level that kind of makes sense when you start to talk about it and think about it. It's like if Probers is opening every, 9-6 suited that he gets, every once in a while you're going to have to bust him back.
I don't know how people actually end up figuring that stuff out, but it makes sense when you say it.
A lot of practice for these people. A lot of hard work. This is trouble for Nole. I think, we always talk about how in these high rollers you need to be willing to put in that last bet with a suited ace. I think Nole is just short enough that he's not going to think that Perry is doing this light that often. But it is the kind of hand you need to shove here sometimes. I know it looks crazy in the moment, but even ace-3 of spades, look at that, almost 33%. So if you think they're folding a certain percentage of the time, you got to do it sometimes. But no, not getting near to the money. You just got to let that go, for sure. Pads, go for it, Pads. Like I taught you. Like I taught you, Pads. He remembers the way I played 9-8 of spades.
9-8 suited.
That hand changed my life.
The Spraggy for Perry Mason.
Nope.
Pocket deuces for Anjay.
Anjay's got some
Art
calling
House getting interesting. Art House with a good price to see a flop with Jack 8 elects to fold it, and even though Anjay's out in front, this pot is looking favorable for Pads. Yes. Why bother? Why even bother?
Why not just wait for
Oh,
keys?
boy.
Oh, he's going to finish him off, and look at all the aces that are folded. Are you kidding me? Poker Pro, you're running terrible.
Not folded yet, but very likely to be. Ace-Queen suited for Poker Pro with 20 big blinds. It's just raising. And Anjay, who did most of the damage, is going to do at least a little bit more here. Probably the rest of the damage.
Fair. It's not fair, man. Man.
Poker is absolutely not fair. If it weren't for unfairness, I'd win every time.
That is the expression.
Anjay with the re-raise. Can you ever just flat here? Can you ever flat? Can you ever flat here?
No.
Oh, no. Getting it in real bad. Just one ace left. 3 hearts on the flop. Oh! Full house on the turn for the Kings. Oh, my goodness. What a roller coaster. But as is the deal with online poker, we don't got time. We ain't got time to have emotions over that because we're back to a new featured table. That table broke. Wizzo. Olashemian involved in this pot and is going to win with the out-kicked.
Yeah, but
against
for a
the
pot that
outkicked
wasn't,
deuce.
yeah, well, the pot that wasn't really seeing a lot of action here looked like this was checked down. Now Wizzo has the ability to go big on the river to really target hands like King Deuce here and perfectly sized Wizzo up to 1.2 million chips. We remarked, Joe, a few times over the course of this broadcast that Wizzo is the current runaway leader of the player of the series for the high. So adding a nice little cash in the main event, maybe a little final table, maybe a little championship, will make that real emphatic.
Olashemian, king of the high. So, ooh, I see some pocket eights for Belaboxy.
Num.
The Snowmans.
My timing on the num is terrible. I need to go earlier.
The good news is I didn't hear it at all. So
don't do it, piss and vinegar. Let it go.
P and Vigar all in with pocket fours. Domination situation. Eights cannot fold. Will not fold.
They can. It's over 20 big blinds, but you can't really. Not with that many chips.
8 on the turn seals it. P Vigar eliminated.
Look, I would never have folded there. I need to be clear, Joe. I'm saying that maybe should go.
It's okay. It's okay to have another opinion, Griffin, even when you're wrong.
I wasn't invalidating your statement. I was just worried that like there was so many chips and it was mid to position to small blind, you know. Wizzo with the sailboats, defended by Lars Luzak. Ace Deuce probably going to have to play as a continue here. I guess the question becomes, does Olashemian want to bet this particular board, you probably want to protect against those high cards here, even though your opponent surely could have some sixes and some eights, maybe some check raises. So Wizzo is instead going to play it as a check to avoid running into that. And this is for there being 3 overs on the flop and your opponent still having a hand that they might be willing to call with on the turn. But Lars is also sitting there like, what am I going to do with this? This doesn't look like ace queen high, so folds. Nice hand from Lars there. Scar maker in the business of leaving scars. Might just do that with these fish hooks.
Holy shit, man, lets it go. Man, these queen 10 suited sorts of hands are probably the biggest leak in my game. Can't fold this. Got a royal flush draw. See? That's what a good player does. Oh, look at the little pudgy penguin from Scarmaker. So cute. I didn't even notice Lars Luzak at the table.
Oh, yeah.
Sammy Keloporo. And flops a 9 here. Does outflop the 8-10. Was ahead to begin with. But both players with enough of a piece to stick around. Actually depends what the Crow here does. It's nearly a half pot bet. Does peel 1. No improvement on the turn. The Crow is a player we've done a fair amount of coverage on in the past.
The Crow is a movie.
Also a movie. Can't rain all the time.
I think they're remaking The Crow with, is it the guy from It?
Oh, Skarsgård? Bill Skarsgård?
Yeah. You know, his name actually used to be Starsguard, but then he met Scarmaker.
Oh, it's really hard for me to leave you hanging out to dry. But it's a tough one. Is the same guy directing the new Crow that did It?
I don't know. I never saw the
movie.
second It.
Oh, I thought as a two. What do you call it? It's not a trilogy. A bilogy? A duology?
Menage a deux?
Well, the Crow has the ability to do some damage here. Fellow box seat missing the set of 4s. Panache hitting a very potentially costly top pair.
What did it cost?
Everything?
Everything.
Fours taking a little time here. There's the fold.
Oh, he put it in with a little panache.
And that panache is likely to... Oh, my goodness. The Miracle River for panache. Should have saved the joke for a little panache on the river. Two pair.
Yeah, we've talked about this.
Pocket queens now for Scarmaker. Pocket sevens for Panache. And it's a set of sevens, 2 hands in a row. Gigantic suckouts for Panache. It is always coming 7.
Yes, it's always coming 7. That's why it's...
And once again, the overpair to the board is going to pay off Panache. Who bets only 80,000 on this turn.
Scarmaker gonna need a queen or some sort of real juicy. Oh, it plays it as a raise.
I figure that part of what's happening here could be a little induction, inception. Not a great river card for a set of sevens. Scarmaker's going to get a free showdown. Still going to see plenty of bad news, but at least will survive.
I actually really like the way that Scarmaker played that. You know, when we saw the raise, I think we all assumed, okay, this is his way of getting the overpair in. Let's go. But in that particular situation, if you do, you know, raise there and then get shoved on, your one pair kind of shrinks up. Pocket 8s and pocket 9s aren't going to play that way in Panache's shoes. So by raising there, you're going to get some value from some of those weaker hands that'll just call. And the hands that are massively crushing you will probably play it as a call just to trap. And that's what Panache did. You know, didn't re-raise with the 7s to scare off the queens and got that scare card on the river. And I think Scarmaker lost the minimum in a situation where I think it's easy to have assumed would have otherwise busted.
Sorry, when you say it loses the minimum, do you think that the raise on the flop somehow saved money later on, or are you just saying like a metaphorical minimum?
Yeah, I think that raising the turn created a situation, where, you know, Scarmaker had the lead and had the ability to sort of check back certain rivers. You know, Panache bet 80,000 on that turn and faced a raise of 130,000 more. Had Scarmaker just called, despite the river making it four cards straight, Panache probably would have bet in the amount of 200K. Probably would have bet something like 200K. So set the price, allowed the power to go back into Scarmaker's shoes as the aggressor. Because that's just the way that the dynamic of hands work, you know. It's the last person to speak, as they say, or whatever. Has now the lead and then gets to play the river there.
Raise and take it for the crow. Yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense. 7, 8 of diamonds for Bellaboxy.
I love the people on Twitch that have never seen the disco before and don't know what it's about.
Sometimes people get disconnected. People abbreviate that as disco. Then we started doing a little disco bit every time it happened. Like, oh, disco, disco. We started dancing, and then one day we got an animation. So I don't have to do the bit anymore. I just press the button.
I think one more thing to add about that hand is that, you know, obviously we saw Scarmaker had queens, but it also can serve, that raise can kind of serve as almost opening up Scarmaker's range a bit, where it's like this lead looks like one of those like sort of blocker, see where you're at leads, similar to the King 3 we saw a few rotations ago, where, you know, I believe maybe it was a different table, or it was Panache just raised with the Jack 7, got a fold. So it opens up Scarmaker's range, and that he can have some bluffs. So Panache doesn't want to bother re-raising and scaring off a pair or whatever, and those bluffs, but then the river came the 4 cards straight.
Yeah, I think there's just so many situations where I've, at least as a player, fallen into the call or fold sort of rut. And there are a lot of situations where you can get a little bit more creative with raising. And they don't necessarily have to be pure value or pure bluff raises. I think that's why I don't keep it as an option most of the time, forgetting that there's other things you can be doing.
Yeah, I think there's this sort of cliche that's developed over the last 5+ years of poker, is that you should never raise to see where you're at. And in a lot of ways that is true, but it's not even necessarily what Scarmaker was trying to accomplish there. It's like, oh, I'm raising with queens to see where I'm at, and then if he shoves, I'm folding. Like, that's not necessarily what would have happened, but it's more about just like, okay, I need to take the lead back here in this situation because I will get value from weaker hands, and then I have the power to just like check back the river here and not go broke, kind of thing.
Pocket sevens for Scarmaker. Decides to get the rest of their chips in. And this is going to get through. Do you think the Pudgy Penguins are cute, Griffin?
Of all the NFTs I've seen, it's definitely one of the cuter ones, yeah.
Would you hug a Pudgy Penguin?
Yes. If they were real, which they're not. They're just a digital image that I can copy.
Assuming that a Pudgy Penguin could consent to a hug, I would hug it and also smash my face into it.
Yeah, they're very, very cuddly seeming, you know.
Yeah. I don't care who knows it. The Crow, flopping top pair and a heart. Gut shot for Panache. That's right, little sourdough, John Delano. Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
Meow, meow, meow.
Two pair on the turn for the Crow. Should be the end of the road.
That should be the end of the road.
No, one more appeal from Panache, who has missed somehow, has not made a straight. An inside straight, as it used to be known in my day. And leads on the flush card on the river. Man, this might be a little too strong of a hand for it to work on. The Crow would have to be all in to call. We know if the Crow calls.
I mean, this is a very ambitious play, for sure, from Panache, but also it comes with designs of doing this if the club hit, and that's really impressive, deep, high-level stuff. So I don't know if it's going to work. I think, you know, the Crow probably is a bit too high up in his range with the ace-5, but all the same, I mean, put yourself in the Crow's shoes here. What kind of bluffs am I putting Panache on? I'm not beating any value hands. And the Crowaning has happened.
Ooh.
That's going to be a tough one to bounce back from, leaving yourself with just 10 big blinds. Really important as a viewer, I think, seeing that and not being
knowing you should
result-oriented.
never try
Really put yourself in the shoes of the Crow there. If you think you're folding out a bunch of straight draws on the turn, and you're not beating any value, I guess you got to fold, but that's the thing. Panache was creative enough and had that gear to even call the turn as light as King 10 of clubs with designs to shove, King 10 of diamonds, pardon me, with designs to shove on the river. So it's just, whew, it's top level stuff.
Panache makes the flush on the turn. Lars Luzak luckily doesn't have a shot of hitting a pair. Or not a very good shot.
Nice comment from Hippie H. Good players will fold the better hand sometimes. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, the reality, especially of playing this buy-in level, is that, I mean, these people have moves. They have little tricks to the trade.
If
ahead,
folding the better hand makes someone a better player, consider me Phil Ivey. I might be the best of all time at folding winners. Queen 4. Uh-oh. Internet problems. At least it's not a massive 10K. Oh, wait.
I mean, it's been working out for Panache so far. Every time they show up, they pull off some sick bluff or something and get a bunch of chips. So you got to get it sorted, Panache, huh?
It's kind of like a garden hose that when they unkink the disco, like all the run good comes out at once.
If you're gonna work for me, you got to show up to work.
This new player at the table, Ref tonight, Ref Dontile, Ref Don't Lie. Oh, Ref Don't Lie. There we go. We got there in the end. We got there. Ace 5 for the Crow does fold the dominated hand. Despite a late position open. And Lars Luzak flops a queen. Unfortunately, it ain't no good against an ace. Jake Skur 7 says reading is hard. Guess what? So is writing for you now. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
You know what else doesn't lie? The ban hammer.
No, I sure don't.
Ban.
Almost certainly will be facing a river bet. Aces and eights with the king kicker for Ref Don't Lie.
Ref don't lie, and the time I feel it right.
And Lars does pay off. Ref Don't Lie.
Real slow.
Trish wants to know if you're playing any of the remaining scoops, Griffin.
Well, this is it, isn't it? So I'm going to have to sit them out. I would have loved to have dabbled in the 109, 1K, and maybe even the 10K. But I'm here for you. It's a deal I made, and I'm happy to play it out.
The Crow shoves ace 5, ace 7 for Scarmaker. Maybe too good to let go.
Yeah, it's the one you hate to reshove. But it's kind of like, okay, if my opponent has 8 big blinds shutting the cut off, I need to get through 2 people. I'm going to be up against Jack 10 off, King 9 even, and maybe
domination
even something like ace
situation. 5. But the kickers will not play. This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say? Everyone loves a chop pot.
Oh. Oh, boy. We'll never find that magic. We'll never find that magic. We should have bottled it, Joe. Me, you, and James, we had something special.
Frosty Nug Farms gives us a 10 out of 10, and I hate liars. You banned.
No. Yeah, that was actually me anyway.
Thank you for your comment.
That was my burner account. I was just trying to get the average scores up there.
Top pair for Wizzo Wizzo. God, I really wish I hadn't mentioned Pudgy Penguins. I'm getting all these, like, NFT accounts are tweeting at me now with all their Pudgy Penguins.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're all swarming me. It's like
oh
cute,
God,
you know, one Pudgy Penguin's cute. You're like, oh, I can't wait. I was like, yeah, give me a big hug. And now I'm like being swarmed by them, and they're getting a little aggressive.
Oh, no.
All right. Just back off. Pair of King's still good here on the turn. Wizzo Wizzo. Oh, a Shemian. What a guy.
But the Billy Bessie's telling story. This played as a limp and a call for Wizzo. And now a very big bet on the turn. And listen, Wizzo's almost surely too high up in his range, but maybe something like, certainly something like Queen 9 would fold here. Maybe even Queen 10, but with a king, you're still drawn to the nuts. You're also beating the belly bull stuff, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Now Belly Bassie's thinking, if I bet again here, if I bet somewhere between 300,000 and 450,000 chips, will Wizzo, legend of the game, Ole Chamion, champion of worlds, fold? I've decided he will not. Wizzo up to over 1.5 million chips, and you love to see it. You love to see the big names that we've seen with chips. We saw some great play from Pads, the current leader of the player of the series. We saw Probers with that massive stack. I mean, this is what we expected and what we came to see, but it's still nice to see, you know?
Like totally, and hopefully, as we approach the money, those big names will still be in. It'd be cool to have a real stacked final table skill game. We'll settle the skill versus luck debate once and for all.
Okay, let's play call or 3-bet. What does Zyder do here, Joe? Go. Quickly.
Visitor? It's a 3-bet.
Yes.
It's a slam dunk 3-bet.
Over 150? Over under?
Over 150, yes. Ooh.
On the small side. Call or fold, Wizzo.
Just folds. Is it too late to guess fold?
No, you have it. You got it.
The Lord King says, you've got pretty thin skin, Joe. Banned. I get it. I'll see myself out. No, actually, I'll see you out. And you are, in fact, banned. Thank you for your comment. You're not banned because I have thin skin. You're banned because you're wrong. I don't have thin skin.
And you have thin skin.
I just don't like jerks. There's a big difference. Scarmaker, ace deuce suited under the gun.
Wizzo.
Nah.
Right on the line. Right
Over
on the line.
blinds.
Ooh, very tight fold from Panache on the button, but maybe half expecting our boy the Crow to just blast it in there. But gave an opportunity for this very honest referee to shove it in for the 11 effective. And the Crow has a tough decision. Listen, you think your opponent's shoving pretty wide range. King High's looking pretty good and does make the call.
Unfortunately, it is a queen high flop, and the Crow does not catch up by the river. That's going to do it for the hero Crow. Still no cash. No more rebuys. We're about a little more than 50 away from the money. Nope, a little less than 50. Deuces going to bat against ace-9. Outflopped.
So, Joe, I have a question for you.
Yes,
and
sir.
all the viewers at home. I know it's probably not a reference to me, but do we think that maybe Wizzo's avatar is a reference to me?
It
Since
could
I
be.
am Griffin
It's not,
Unicorn
I'd say
Avenger?
it's a non-zero chance.
Hey, I'll take non-zero.
Very low.
Pretty low, but... Ooh, John Tolano at the 100%. And that man knows this stream better than anyone, so I'll take that.
2 nines. Still doing quite well.
I don't lie, really. Really, I'm just a hapless referee. Oh wow, works. Boss. This is crescendo.
Pocket threes coming in for a raise. Hey, it's the check your privilege guy.
Wizzo with a nice chance to stay real under wrap to that ace jack spades.
And does stay under wrapped. Unfortunately, does not hit anything here.
Is behind, but potential exists. And I think 60% bet will see a call. Actually, the perfect sizing against what Wizzo has here. You'd think you wouldn't really want to bet too big with a 10 and 8 out of there as pocket threes, but worked out great. Just great.
Giant asks how many places paid. All of the places after the bubble will be paid. Thank you for your question. Ref, don't lie. Opening things up. Ace, queen off. Ace 5, off-brand sourdough in the small for Olashimian folds. Pocket jacks. How do you play jacks here?
Re-raise. The real question now becomes, how do you play his queen? If you don't really think your opponent's going to have much of a bluff range with these massive stacks, you're not super stoked to continue with ace queen, but it's still a bit too strong to just fold. So ref don't lie wisely calls. And we'll be given a free card here from Balabasi. And hits it! Wow! No better card in the deck. Balabasi still with that straight draw. Will be inclined to continue on the river. No action means ref don't lie. Thinks his ace queen is the nuts. Might even go big. Checks it.
6, 7, 8, 9. Not the best board against the big blind for top pair.
If we don't see a bet here, I don't know what to say.
Ref don't lie, does manage to take it down with the pair of queens. Makes the call. I'll just repeat for the people in the back, by the way. Don't have thin skin, have perfectly thick skin. It's hard to be in the job I have without it. I just don't like jerks. So don't be a jerk. If you're going to be a jerk, then I'm going to ban you. That's it. I like nice people. I like cultivating a nice crowd, a nice supportive atmosphere. And you say something mean, you're going to get banned. Easy.
Balabasi looking for revenge and gets it in the form of that 7 on the flop. It's almost as if, as far as certain cards in the deck, I was teeing you up for a 7 thing, but then the turn was an ace, and you're busy typing to your fans, and just forget it. Next hand. We skip this one.
Not skipping it, unfortunately. Oh, okay, I guess we are, in a way. Yoris, who keeps asking me to show the VPIP, I cannot show the VPIP. I choose not to, but also I am unable to. So the answer is no. Thank you for your question. Bellaboxy opening. Queen Jack. And does not get any Queen Jacktion. Count it. You're welcome. You guys can take that to your home games.
It'll work with other cards too. You can be King Jackson.
Yep. Anything that ends in Jack, yeah.
Be,
Pocket Jackson. Whatever you want.
6 Jackson. It's just, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Brilliant stuff. Scarmaker. All I've got are these 12 blinds. How can I make scars with so few chips? I should have folded. Let's get a shove in here for our boy Scarmaker before the end of the break. For our penguin, for our resident
Scarmaker, Dream Taker. Visitor. Excuse me.
Quack,
9-9. 9-9.
Quack, quack, quack. Quack,
Ducks
quack, quack.
sort of flying
pretty
together
good.
here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Potential street flash out there. Ooh, just a flash. The nut low flash? How would you say that? The lowest flash possible?
The NLF.
Not a great board for 9s with no spade. Tough to get a bet here. Lars Luzak doesn't get a bet, but that is a significant pot for that size stack.
Absolutely. Okay, Scarmaker, I'm still holding out hope for you, buddy. We got 3 minutes. I want to see you at least get to be all in. I don't even need you to double up. I'm rooting for the Penguin to get some action.
Blind on blind. Pretty good flop here for Lars Luzak. Top pair. Straight draw. 4 high for
Not
Wizzo Wizzo.
jaded at that flop. Okay, Scarmaker. Everybody think about Scar... Oh man, Hacks Season 2 has been so great. I'm all caught up.
Okay, so I haven't watched any of it yet, but the people I know who like Season 1 did not like Season 2 thus far.
No, I think it's great. I'm really enjoying it, yeah.
I thought that last night's episode of Barry was the best one of the season and finally feels like it used to
I've only
feel.
watched the first episode of Season 2. I found, I don't know, I found it a kind of a bummer, the first episode. The end
The
of
first
the episode,
3
and
or
then
4 episodes are all bummers, but the one last night things finally sort of feel like they did the last couple seasons.
Okay, Scarmaker. Oh, couldn't have been 2 6s. And this pot's
We do
gonna
have
all
some
play,
playable
like,
hands. 10-9
very
suited
playable.
for Olashemi and King-Queen suited, which I think it maybe also is sometimes. Wait. You can 3-bet King-Queen suited, right?
Yeah, I think that the reason why Visitor didn't want to 3-bet this one is simply because maybe the dynamic before of him doing it doesn't want to, get 4-bet and be stuck in a spot like that with this hand.
Big blind checks. And the original raiser, Wizzo continues.
The original raiser.
And a call from the visitor. And the turn card is an ace. Panache would have turned a flush draw. Wizzo. Tough to fire again at this. But if anyone is capable of knowing where visitor is likely to be, and if they're able to fold, it is Ole Shemian, who makes a chunky bet on the turn.
Thinking that most aces visitor is going to have, especially the strong ones, will have likely 3-bet pre-flop, so expecting the range to be closer to the queen jack, king queen, maybe even king jack and king 10 type hands. But getting that call, Wizzo is going to be concerned, but might just shove here, Joe. I mean, you do block jack 10, which is nice, and obviously and does go for it.
Ole Shemian. Visitor does improve here, but more or less has the same hand still. Is still losing to all of the hands that they would have been losing to before.
So sick.
And Ole Shemian has put this hand in a very, very tough spot.
Wow.
Visitor was hoping to be more of a permanent resident in this tournament and is now faced with elimination if they make this call and are wrong.
So let's think about the kind of bluffs that Wizzo can have here. Apparently can have stone air, 10-9 of diamonds, so that's creates a wide range. But also all the heart combos, jack 9 of hearts, 9-10 of hearts, 8-9 of hearts, and it gets through. Wow.
That is just mean. Wizzo bluffs visitor on the last hand before the break. We're down to 115 players. Grayface80 asked, what is the news on James Rand? James Rand is the current tournament chip leader. And James ran back from break. James Hardigan ran back from break. He's with us once again in the booth.
Bless you, Joseph. That was seamless. Yes, Runitz Ran leads the final 115 players. So just to be clear, that's 115 from the starting field of 654, with 79 getting paid. Based on the rate of eliminations during that last session, I'm now of the opinion that we might not actually hit the bubble until after the next break. Griffin, I hate to say it, but I think you're actually going to miss out on world-famous bubble coverage. I think Maria will be with us by that time.
Well, I'll make sure to be watching along either way because I can't miss it.
Well, spoiler alert, you're going to be back with us tomorrow as they play down to the final table, and you will be back with us on Wednesday when they play down to a winner. I just want to refer back to the conversation we were having a couple of hours ago. Joe, the gig you did in Vegas this weekend, the comedy show that you had, is it weird? I know you live close to Vegas relatively, but is it weird to fly into town and then leave again just as the World Series is getting underway? Any FOMO at all?
Not FOMO for like playing anything at the World Series, because I really find playing tournament poker to be quite tedious sometimes. But the whole event of being there, everyone's, especially the beginning, everyone's so excited. Everyone's so happy to be there. Everyone's all fresh-eyed and full bankrolls, and the beginning of the series really is something special. It doesn't take long, I think, for some of the pessimism to set in. So a little bit of that, but also one thing I'm not envious of is housing costs during the World Series is like pretty outrageous. So unless I was staying with someone for free, in fact, I'm looking at going back to Vegas in just a few weeks. I've got a whole run of shows at the Brad Garrett Comedy Club for a whole week right before the main event starts. And I'm like, so I told the comedy club that I was a local because I thought it would make it easier for them to book me. But now I got to put myself up. Now I got to find a place to stay for that week on my own dime. So if anyone has any ideas for me,
I think there might still be a glass cube in a warehouse somewhere off strip. So you can talk to your friends and they can maybe sort you out. I mean, I think there is two particularly exciting things about this year. The first is the World Series has not been held in the summer months for a few years. Yes, it ran last year, but it was in the autumn. But the other thing, Griffin, is a new venue, and I think that's exciting. The fact that it's shared between Bally's and Paris, it's going to be on the Strip. Here's my question, though. What is the over-under on the number of poker players who find themselves wandering the corridors of the convention halls of the Rio looking for the poker tables?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's a good question. I would say probably quarter dozen, probably around 60, something like that.
Per day or over the course of the series?
I'm saying over the course of the series.
Yeah, over the course of the series. I don't know, like 60 people? More? Maybe more.
I would take the over on that. I'd take the over on that. I think you're going to have people who haven't
maybe 100,
only play the World Series every year and miss the memo, but also there's going to be a fair few poker pros who are confused as well.
You will have people like me that absolutely know it's happening at Paris Bally's and just out of muscle memory pull into the Rio parking lot and then sometime between the car and the door go, I'm an idiot. It's not even here.
Yeah.
I just realized that's exactly what I would do.
When I was talking about people making that mistake and when I was saying poker pros will do it, I was thinking of you, Griffin. I was thinking it's a very, very Griffin-like maneuver.
I literally did that at Monte Carlo, remember?
Yes, exactly.
Except it was a casino we had never been to.
That is true.
It wasn't even like there was a venue change. You actually just went to the wrong casino.
Don't bully me, guys.
Without that.
It's been a long day.
I know this came up in conversation a few times during the series, but have you pinned down when you're going to be in Vegas, Griffin? Is it just for the main event, or do you think you'll play anything else?
I haven't pinned it down yet, but it's my primary focus is just to see some friends and play the main. Yeah, the heat down there at that time of year too. It's not my favorite time of the year to be in Vegas. I'm there to play the air-conditioned, not the Rio, other place.
Look, for the main everyone event, on their first trip there in the summer has made the same mistake. You walk out the front door, you see your destination, you think it's a short walk, and then 60 seconds later, you are absolutely regretting your decision.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's get back to the action. Players have resumed after their short break. We have a new feature table. It is headlined by our chip leader, James Rand. We also have Vlad Dari Poker from Romania.
You're Romania.
Plus, as if that wasn't enough, you also get Bustoville. That is Yoni Yokomainen. You get Andre Novak again. That is Anjay. Exciting stuff.
So I have the better hypothetical question about the World Series.
Okay, go for it.
How many American players will think they can't attend this year because it's taking place in Paris and they don't have a passport?
You see, that's the kind of joke that you can make, which I, as a Brit, and Griffin, as a Canadian, can't.
But you know it's true. You can just secretly nod your head and just know that some cowboy's like, I ain't going to France. The World Series of Poker is American.
I mean, I first went to Vegas in the early 2000s, and I mean, if you remember in the years after 9/11, and there was the invasion of Afghanistan and then military intervention in Iraq, the Aladdin Resort opened shortly after 9/11. And not being funny, I don't think many tourists were in the mood for a Middle Eastern-themed resort at that time. It famously crashed and burned and was then rebranded as Planet Hollywood. But the other venue which suffered...
Not sure crash and burn was the right wording there, but okay.
As a business. But the other business which suffered during that time was Paris. Because this was during the time when the French weren't supporting the Iraq War. It was the era of freedom fries. And even though it was a completely American-owned business just themed around the city of Paris, people boycotted that hotel.
Yeah, a lot of folks didn't want to escargot there.
Anjay, 10-9 suited. The Grafton.
The Grafton. I love the fact that they wanted to build a full-scale replica of the Eiffel Tower, but couldn't because it's too close to the airport.
Oh, is that so? That's funny.
I will admit it's not my favorite casino on the Strip either way, even without the jingoism.
Oh, Ghost Peter on YouTube tells me I'm wrong. Canadians and Americans can make fun of each other. No problem. All right, I'll just let these two go at it. Go on, Griffin. Roast him.
Just remember where all the guns are. Does anyone have anything in this hand yet?
No.
Boring.
I mean, ace high is ahead.
Ace high, way ahead. Will you get a showdown? Yes!
It's a miracle. Q.
A miracle Q would be a good question from YouTube. That would be a miracle Q.
We have Aziz here with ace 6 of hearts. Raises to 50,000. Blinds are currently 12.5k, 25k, and will go up in 20 minutes time as the main event plays with 30-minute blind levels.
We've had some good times at Bally's, though, James, haven't we? I feel like, didn't we go play Switch Blackjack there or something one time? I'm pretty sure the last time I was in Vegas with you
that was
and
Harrah's.
my best friend Scene and my girlfriend, I feel like that. I think we were in Bally's. I think we were playing Ultimate Texas Hold'em at Bally's.
I played Ultimate Texas Hold'em for the first time at Harrah's.
This is one of the few times, I think. Anyway, not important.
Advantage Bustoville here with the ace queen.
Owned by the same people, so to be perfectly honest, it's very difficult to tell them apart.
All right, here we go. This is the kind of hand. Yeah, the kind of hand that I'm talking about. You don't really get hands like this at final tables.
And hard to flop much better with ace jack.
I appreciate that we've got action here and there are some potential turn cards that make things even more interesting. However, I would like to highlight that Tankanza has just come to this feature table. That is Gianluca Speranza. That is a 2-time Scoop main event champion. Won this very tournament in back-to-back years, 2018 and 2019.
What?
So ridiculous. So ridiculous. Tankanza. Absolute online poker Hall of Famer for that feat alone. Oh my God, this is... How many players left? Maybe click info tab, boomers. I just can't even believe the arrogance with which you can be that wrong.
Bustoville, I think, had an opportunity to see a river if Anjay had let it happen, and instead does not get to see the absolute nuts, and Dari Poker increases their stack by about 40%. So nice result there for Dari Poker with Bustoville getting folded out there.
So someone came in, demonstrated their stupidity and inability to see the number that's actually on the screen, and then subsequently they got back.
Yes, and attempted to insult us in the process.
Are we going to see the sickest and classicest of all races.
Oh, wow. I thought that was ace-jack.
Oh, wow. Yeah, this is going to be a big pot. Big, 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 big pot. Wonder if there is a consideration from Anjay as playing this as a call, because it is so many chips and you can kind of trap with these queens and then not cool yourself against the aces, kings, and ace king.
Click
but
buttons, get it in.
Let's go. Let's do this thing.
Whatever happened to being we're too deep, we don't have to get it in here?
Yeah, but then you got to make decisions on the flop. Just get it in pre and just let the poker gods decide.
Yes.
Aziz
Massive
needs
pots.
to read my book. It's called Call Miss Fold. And that's how I like to play ace-king suited here.
3 seconds.
Out time back.
Oh my gosh.
Well, that is a committing re-raise, if a click back. Here we go. As is.
Aziz.
There we go. Sickest, classicest of all races. King high flop. This favors Anjay. Nope. It's Aziz who gets the double up.
Massive pot.
Yeah,
and Anjay
really
down
massive.
to 696,000. Where does that put Aziz on the leaderboard?
5th on the leaderboard, 3.3. I mean, that's way up there.
Yeah. The highest ranking Brazilian player of the 112 remaining participants. Run its round still chip leader and still the big stack at this table.
Could be 4 ways to the flop if Sonny flats. Could be. Damn. It's just going to be heads up.
Aw.
Well, miracle calls. Oh, top for Sonny. This could be expensive.
Winning with jacks is classified as a miracle by the Catholic Church.
Sonny goes for just shy of 120k. The raise from Miracle.
The fact that I can understand this raise so much makes me think that maybe it's not a good raise.
Well, Sonny probably doesn't want to play this as a shove.
Oh, but does.
Anyway. And now Miracle's sitting there with the jacks and thinking,
Oh, God, that was a classic please fold. I have jacks raise, and now you're throwing up in your mouth because you know you kind of have to call, but you don't want to. Oh my God!
I told you it's a miracle. I told you. Wow. Wow.
yeah.
Oh, my
Wow.
goodness.
Indeed. Lewis asks, is this a 2 or 3 day event? Neither. It is a 4-day event. So started yesterday, plays down to 40 today, plays down to 9 tomorrow, plays down to a winner on Wednesday. You get cards up coverage today, tomorrow, and Wednesday. That will then draw a line under Scoop 2022.
Is this a 2 or 3 day event? No. Thank you for your question.
That's the short version. We've got a rotation situation here. Miracle pairing their 5. And now has a full house.
I'm with you, Oliocho. I never get players that full jacks there either. I don't know. That was a very strange hand for it to have worked out that way.
Big turn here for Miracle Q. Wow. talk about getting lucky, and then going for the overbet sizing, and probably won't elicit a fold, but might be a bit greedy. If you think you're up against an ace high, maybe bet something they'll be more inclined to call. If you think you're up against a potential checked back pocket pair, then, you know, I don't know, a bit aggressive. And wow, look at the chips for run it's ran.
Yeah, opening with the Grafton here, 10-9 suited, 55,000. And ace high still ahead.
There you go. Anybody mad they folded diamonds? Probably not. Probably explains why there was 3 of them left to hit.
Dari Poker. Going to be hearing from them.
That is a I hear from. Can't really get involved with Queen Jack there. Okay, if you're going to be that tight with pocket jacks, you definitely can't call with Queen Jack offsuit there.
What about fours?
So fours is in a bit of an interesting situation. Were this in later position and Aziz thought that Dari Poker was coming after him or them,
Yeah.
would probably just shove in the 30-ish, just over 30 big blinds. But because this is in sort of early mid, it's a higher variance, higher risk play, but not outside of the realm of what, we can expect for this kind of stack. And, you know, sometimes you get snapped and you're up against ace king and almost win a flip.
Yeah, the king on the turn means that Vlad Dari doubles up to 1.7 million, now an above average stack, the average right now being 1.5 million.
Yeah, and that's sometimes how you build really monstrous stacks in these big events, is force massive showdowns where suddenly you're in a flip and hold. But unfortunately for Aziz, doesn't climb to over 4 million chips, but still has a lot to work with.
Down to 108 players in the money. When we get to 79, the bubble is looming.
Pretty easy raise here on the button. And supposedly this is a defend in the big blind against the button raise. But all right, James ran, a man after my own heart. No thanks.
Well, we've got ace-5 suited for Aziz.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
We've got jacks, however, in the big blind. For fly fishing's sake asks, is Ben CB still in? I can confirm that Ben Roller is 85th in chips right now with 734,000. Nice. The only other member of Team Pro, the only other red spade in this 10K main is GM Valter. That is Rafael Moraes, who won a scoop title at the weekend.
Artisanal. And for pretty much on the nose, 10 big blinds and all these chips, Aziz might decide, you know what, 10.5 big blinds, not even. Let's just go for it. But the range here is a lot different than, you know, in late position where your opponent could be shoving like a king jack. They're going to be pretty loaded there. So I think a smart tight fold there from Aziz Mancha.
Yeah, Aziz has dropped down out of the top 10 after doubling up Dari Poker. Let's just take a look in the lobby, actually, and just pick out a few other names that we might recognize. E27, Elis Parsonen, is in the top 5 right now. Who else have we got here? Heinrich Hecklin, I think you've flagged him earlier on. Yes, indeed, David Yan. The nerd guy, Yuri Martins, 23rd in chips. Bowie Effect still going strong. Andy Wilson has 1.8 million at this point in time. Bella Baxi,
Via
36th in chips. O Human O. Helzito, Wizzo, that being Ola Shemian. Pone Diddy, Lars Luzak still going. Pro Beers dropped down. Pro Beers was chip leader for a long time, but now 63rd in chips. Pascal Lefrancois, past 72.
Nice. The legend.
Bonjour, Pascal.
Jareth East, currently 72nd. Centaurus, the cat with the lipstick. Yeah, a lot of big names still going strong. Diego Ventura. Cool. That's Dimitar Danchev. Yep, so plenty of players to look out for as we continue to play towards the bubble. Once that bubble has burst tonight, we'll play down to the final 40, put a pause on things, come back tomorrow and play down to 9.
And then world-famous final table coverage.
Yes, that will be Wednesday's stream. Run its round here with the Snowmans.
Num.
Here's a YouTube from Juan. Questing for Griffin. Why so many pro poker player try check re-raise for river if board come 3 flush?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like that might be a trend that's you're noticing. It's not something that I've picked up on necessarily. I mean, we've seen some of it today with players that have actually had the nuts. Are you speaking more to, you know what? We can't really have a conversation like this, so I'm sorry I can't really help you with the question.
So I'll help translate a little bit, I think, actually.
Yeah.
I think it's what this person is asking is, how do you rep a flush without knowing that your opponent doesn't have a flush?
Okay, so I think maybe the hand that's probably sticking out to you, question person, was the 3 club board with the king 10. I think in a situation like that, the reason why that particular player, which I believe was Panache, sort of went outside the range of what he should consider making this bluff with was because the kind of hands that the under the gun person would have, like the under the gun person in that situation probably isn't going to have like 7-8 of clubs and all these different kind of clubs. So most likely is going to have a big ace and is betting in that situation because of the positions and the stack size. The aggressor under the gun, I don't think started with many chips, so isn't going to have like all these different club combos. The only club combos, pardon me, is going to be those like Broadway ones, which is only a couple. So I think that's kind of what he was trying to do there from the small blind.
Woo! So what you're saying is that during range advantages, right? What ranges you're likely to have oftentimes are based on what the positions are, what your starting stack is. These are things that you use that can eliminate certain combinations of hands.
Yeah, exactly. That's the perfect way to say it. In the situation with Panache, it's like has way more flushes in that spot as the person calling down than the player that's betting in that hand. Yeah.
Sonny with jacks.
So like in that last hand, the big blind had 5-7 of clubs, right? So you're in the big blind, you're going to have a lot more combinations of hands like that, a lot more combinations of, you know, low suited cards. It's something that you can, you know, players are calling with all of their suited combos in the big blind. So that's something you can include more flushes, right?
Yeah. I mean, that hand is a hard, it's a difficult hand to take and sort of use as a blueprint for anything because it's a very elegant bluff. You know, you have to be prepared to find a club on the river and just go for it and hope your opponent is willing to fold, you know, apparently as good as 2 pair, because that's what I think, I don't know if it was Sonny or whoever it was, had ace-5. So this is like high level 10K buy-in type stuff. I don't think you should start calling with every gut shot Broadway thing, you know, out of position to shove the 3rd club and hope your opponent's even going to fold 1 ace. You know, you need to find a really good player that's not going to be able to put you on many bluffs in order to pull something like that off.
Well, this is Jacks versus ace-10 again. I think Jacks might have more success this time. Second barrel
Both
from
times.
Sonny.
Both times Sonny going to end up the winner. Keeping it up over 2 million.
Queens now for Miracle Q. So just to keep an eye on the other main events, the medium and the low, they are into the money in the medium. In the 1K main event, 623 places paid. They're at 554 players. And in the low, oh yeah, they're well into the money now. 1,600 remain and 3.5K got paid in that one. So the bubble has burst in the low and the medium. The bubble is incoming in the high. 106 players remain, and we will start paying participants when we're down to 79.
Cheeky check back here from Miracle Q.
So cheeky.
You know, this check back is going to be very effective against hands like, you know, Jack 7, Jack 8 that will, from the big blind, that'll start betting there when they see that weakness. Try to fold out ace highs by the river.
Well, the price of poker's going up. We're now playing 15,000, 30,000 blinds, and Vlad Dari's got aces.
This is actually very close to when the real poker starts.
And I'm guessing if aces get any action at all here, Griffin, it's likely to be James Rand in the big blind with 9-7 suited.
Yeah, and not a hand that we should expect James Rand to play as aggressively pre-flop. So, but a heck of a hand to, you know, crack a hand like aces. I think one of the better percentage-wise would be 9-7 suited of a different suit than the aces. You can see only 2 clubs folded, and no 9s or 7s. 1 9. James, don't make a fool of me. James, there's thousands of people watching. James, no!
We already... There you go. Ooh. Flop's exactly the kind of hand that's going to keep you around to the turn.
Yeah. Yeah. Gut shot to the Natabata. Some clubs can peel off. And goes for a relatively chunky size of half pot, which I think is what you want to do. You know, sometimes people think, oh, you should be down betting all the time, 30%. But, you know, when you unblock the board as Run Its Ran picks up some more equity, it makes it more likely that your opponent has a pair. So that's why when you have those overpairs, sometimes you just want to bet big and start getting value.
20% chance to crack aces.
We have seen some instances of James Ran, making some folds in marginal spots where maybe we assumed others would continue. I think this is probably too much equity, especially because your opponent could just be barreling here with hearts or something that's willing to check certain rivers.
Check, check. Aces win it, and we are switching.
Switching.
We're going over to Patrick Leonard's table. And a few familiar names at this one. In addition to pads, we've got Prebs. That is Preben Stocken.
Stocken block, guys.
Mart M Chat. That's Thomas Boyvin. Living My Dream 1. That's Mario Mosbeck. We've got Henrik Hecklin, H. Hecklin.
And Dex888, isn't that someone?
Dex is a player who we saw a lot of during 2020. We covered a lot of online series that year, and Dex was a reg.
Oh, Henrik.
Moo. I mean, don't you normally have to get timed out if you throw that many? Patrick Leonard.
Maybe the sourdough suited, which is artisanal. Maybe the higher you play, the less reload time you need on your throwables. That would be cool. Henrik Hecklin plays pretty big.
Wow. So Prebs folds the 10s to this shove from pads. All in from the button with ace-5. Called. And it's not looking good for Patrick Leonard. 5 on the river! Oh! Domination rotation. Wow, indeed, Dex, as pads gets the double up. And Griffin, it's been a pleasure, sir. But Maria is waiting in the wings. She'll be here for the bubble very shortly. You're going to be back with us tomorrow when we pick up the action with 40 players remaining. And the race of the final table will be on.
Love you guys. Thanks for having me. Fun day.
Thanks, Goodbye, Griffin. Oh, thank God he's gone. I can't stand him.
Oh, no. You know he's watching. He loves it.
No one puts a smile on my face more than Griffin Benji. You know that.
He's very lovable. Saying goodbye to Griffin kind of took the attention off that huge suck out from pads.
So 102 players remaining, almost down to double digits, closer and closer to that world famous bubble coverage that you're all waiting for.
Got another pudgy penguin at the table, and I'm going to keep saying that because every time I do, I get like 4 more Twitter followers. So keep them coming. James, I know you just went around the table and named all the notable names. Was Living My Dream part of that?
Yes.
Okay.
Mario Mosbeck.
Mario won something huge. The medium main, that's it.
Dex opening with kings here. Patrick gets away from the small suited ace. Hecklin's in with 4-3 of spades. Dex wins it on the flop. Average stack right now, 1.6 million.
Pads early with ace-4. Like I said before, I think most of us would know to fold ace-4 there, but when Patrick Leonard does it, you know that's the right move. It feels like the little lull I was calling for has started to set in.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be long before people start checking the lobby and looking at the short stacks and thinking about locking up a min cash. What is a min cash, by the way? $23,262. So that's a profit for anyone who's in for 2 or fewer bullets, right?
And there's a significant portion of this field that is in for 2 or more bullets.
Yeah. So in order to make a profit, let's say, for example, you're in for 3. In order to make a profit, you'd need to get at least 39th place.
That's a long way. There are 2, from what I can tell, James, 2 players that are in for 4.
Oh, wow.
So now we're talking you gotta make it to
31st.
23rd. No, 31st. Okay.
Yeah. To make a to make it less than 4K. We got straight here. Prebz with the straight on the turn, and Hecklin bets 2-3-3 into 3-5-3. Is Prebz going to stick in his eye? Just a call. Board pairs on the river, and Prebz has got a lock on this. It's a stock and lock-in.
A stock and block and lock-in. Tough hand for Henrik, as you're not supposed to have a ton of 9s from that position.
Well, as we move towards the bubble, as we move towards world-famous bubble coverage, let's introduce Maria Ho to the stream, making her Scoop 2022 debut. Nice of you to show up in the last week of the series, Maria.
Well, better late than never. I am here for the world-famous bubble coverage. I'm excited.
I just have vision to, like, Maria, like, I'm only doing the main event, and I want to make my debut when you're near the bubble. It's like, I want to make a big entrance, I want to make a big impression.
Right.
I'm only prepared to do it when it matters. You can take your random 5K PKO final tables, give those to Grafton and Benja.
She wants a back cleanup or nothing. Maria, I like the decorating going on behind you. It looks like maybe it was decorated by Updog.
I'm not going to fall for that one again. It's going to live in infamy. You have that one clip forever. You're good. I'm in a new location because I am in Vegas for the impending WSOP, guys.
Of course.
Very good.
For a moment, I thought it was a bag with golf clubs in it behind you, but I think it might be some kind of, like, pot plant arrangement.
Yeah, I mean, this is also not my decor. This is just the place I rented, so take it up with them. Take it up with Airbnb.
Wait. You don't make the people unload all their furniture and load in your own for the 3 weeks you're staying there?
You know, you would think, but it's been a tough year. Poker hasn't gone so well, Stape, so I had to cut back, dial down some of the expenses.
So we've had Henrik Hecklin open with ace-jack, and Ibo Town makes it more than 200K with ace-king. Oh, hello. 4-bet alert.
Yeah, definitely going to be prepared, I think, to get it in here from these positions against Hecklin's effective stack.
And Hecklin,
the old 4-bet fold.
Yeah. We were just remarking before you joined us, Maria, as one would expect in a 10K buy-in, a lot of big names, a lot of talent still in the field, as demonstrated by the sample size of this 8-handed feature table.
Yeah, I mean, Pads is always in the mix somehow, for sure. I've really been enjoying. He's been putting on his Instagram stories, kind of his online runs and things that happen to him, and it's been really fun to watch, but he's just also a great player.
Yeah, as we said, pretty much a lock for player of the series, and folding there to the shove from Prebz. Oh, there we go. 99 players remaining. We're into double digits, and we're 20 eliminations away from being in the money. So it's this point where I start to scroll down and look at the bottom half of the lobby and look at the players who are in the danger zone. I'll try again. Looking at the players in the danger zone.
Danger zone! It's
Tankanza.
usually not how it works, but it's fine.
Normally I say it, you repeat it. That's normally how it works. Tankanza.
Normally how it works is someone's in the danger zone, and then we say they're in the danger zone.
I said looking at the players in the danger zone.
All right.
Guys,
Tankanza.
No
I'm
fighting
never going to win
today.
this anyway.
No. Fish on heater. Lissy Stinkt. Ramaztar. Plenty of short stacks.
And where are those players?
They are in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Thank you.
Check this out. Henrik Hecklin.
Yeah.
With a 98% lock on the hand. 3 ways. 2 cards to come.
this tiny bet here out of the ace-queen. Obviously understanding that they do want to get some protection for their pair of aces, but obviously don't want to get raised in this spot, especially multi-way, because your hand is likely not going to be good.
Both of Hecklin's opponents now drawing dead. Duck Net asking if Tonka is still in. I think he went out during the first orbit of the day.
You know, what looks like a safe turn card for Mar is obviously not what he thinks it is, considering Hecklin's already there with the flop flush, but you can't really blame Mar for going for value there on the turn. On this river, though, just kind of another brick, seemingly innocuous, you know, hasn't heard from Hecklin yet, but does end up checking back, and Hecklin getting pretty sneaky with that flop flush, but misses out on a little bit of river value.
Prebz was probably real mad and then real not mad.
Yeah. Yeah. So Hecklin back up to an average stack, 1.6 million. Ace King, Ace Jack, Ace 10. All 3 hands are suited.
I mean, this kind of is the dream for living my dream. Dominating 2 other monstrously big suited aces.
Yeah, chips will fly here against a button opening range with those 2 hands in the blinds.
Rabo Town's like, what? I'm supposed to have the best hand here.
I know, it's really annoying when the button opens and the small blind 3 bets and you have ace 10 suited in the big and you decide that, yeah, I got to fold, but there was no chance before that you thought you weren't going to at least see a flop with this hand.
Right?
Now, does Living My Dream get it in here, or is... Yeah, here we go. And called very quickly. A domination situation. Ooh. And a spade on the river, and the king is the ultimate insult. And that will see Mario Mosbeck eliminated by Henrik Hecklin, who's up to 2.5 million. And now we've got decks 888 with aces, but nobody else really has very much. Hecklin might open with queen 7 suited here, but I don't see the hand go much further than that.
I like Henrik Hecklin a lot. I feel like we're kind of bonded a little bit over some interactions we've had. But the fact that he made 2 flushes in the same tournament, I'm shaking with rage right now. I haven't made 2 flushes this year. Should be unfair.
I know he makes it look easy, Staves, but it's not that easy.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
promise. I mean, you should have made one this year. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying it's
Right.
not that easy to make 2 flushes in a day.
Dex.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
Has some backdoor equity, but not much else.
But there's a reason why this hand is nicknamed. People like to get a little freaky with it.
He's a super freak. Super freak. Oh, he's folded. Run it on.
Wow.
Raise and take it. Ah, new player coming in. Acho Bogdanov.
Seems like a real name.
Acho playing from Bulgaria, currently
Bulgaria.
9th in chips.
The V is a dead giveaway. Your last name ends in a V, you're probably playing from Bulgaria.
Is Acho Bogdanov in your top 5 Bulgarian players right now? It was just, as we know, Joe, it's a very fluid list. It's a very fluid list.
I mean, probably soon, at the very least, if they're not already. But I'm just saying, being that I don't know who Acho Bogdanov is in real life, I might end up listing the same player twice.
Perhaps deciding to check back that gut shot to Broadway draw, and Mar ends up turning an open ender. So, you know, I think this is a interesting spot because you expect your opponent to be c-betting quite frequently there. But, yeah, it doesn't look like he's going to lead despite the fact that Prebz did check back the flop.
All the sickos in the house want a 10 on the river. The offsuit 10, ideally, to cause, and I quote here, maximum pain.
Maybe they're French and they mean maximum bread.
Pan. I love a good pan.
Bread. Oh, we don't get to a river.
Wow, okay.
Little
That
bit.
might be spicier than a 10 on the river, that check
Yeah.
raise. I like it.
Star's not sighting.
66,000 from Ibo Town.
Pretty safe flop for the 9s here, and not a whole lot for Renaton. No backdoor flush draw to speak of makes this kind of a light float spot. They shouldn't take it, but should they take it?
Yeah.
I think it's a little too wide.
We'll figure out a way to justify it no matter what.
So we're 5 minutes away from the next break, and I think I was right when I said that we will probably get to the bubble during the next session. It became clear from the numbers we were looking at an hour ago that we wouldn't get to that point during this session, but in the next hour, I would imagine we get close to 79. I imagine we get to that magic number of 80 where we go hand for hand. And then we will play into the money.
Good boy. Suited. Domination.
Yeah, definitely enough for Prebz to bet and Acho to call.
Ah, we've got a hashtag fun fact from Pi himself. Ibotown has won a Micro Millions main event. Very cool. That is very cool. That is a good hashtag fun fact. Thank you for the information, Pi, and congratulations on your scoop results.
And Pi's one of the few people that in chat, if they just threw out a fun fact, we would believe. Sometimes we might be getting trolled from the rando fun fact, but Pi
Absolutely.
feels like a solid source for this, you know?
Pi is a very solid source, and that's not just because he's a PokerStars ambassador, because there are many of the team pros who would absolutely be derailing the conversation with BS. But no, he's far too nice a boy for that to happen.
We love Pi. OMG Maria, can you say hi to me?
Hi, German love. I did it.
That, she certainly did.
Kings and fives for Acho Bognadov.
Bless you.
Ibotown not too quick to fold those sixes to a C bet, but I feel like this pretty big over bet here on the turn's going to get it done, I suspect.
I see why you call it sixes there. You're like, there's one undercard. One undercard's good. It's almost a six.
Yeah, especially when you're up against a button opening range, right? You know that they are going to try to rep boards like that, and very often they're not going to have it because their opening range was quite wide.
Breeze Mees is after a hashtag fun fact. Who won this tournament last year? That was the player who goes by the online handle KZHH, a Hungarian player who made a deal, I think, with two other people. So it was a three-way chop, but was the official winner. And I know KZHH was in at the start of the day. Didn't see their name in the lobby when I was scrolling through just now. So maybe is not in contention and won't be able to go back-to-back Tankanza style.
Alex with a hashtag fun fact on YouTube. Chino Reem would still be in department after winning this tournament. The winner's department, I guess. Thank you, Alex. Thank you for your comment.
Queen Jack, offsuit, under the gun open. Okay.
Hey, Preben Stocken knows a thing or two about Stocken blocking.
Well, Acho has decided to flat here with the ace-king. And it is a queen high flop.
It's nice when you have live cards. Sometimes they come on the flop.
First barrel.
I mean, Acho probably doesn't love the fact that there's no diamond in their hand, but two overs is just too good to fold to the first barrel. Come on, guys. Everybody knows that.
Action is on Prebz, who now checks. Bogdanov makes it 238,500.
I mean, when is this king ever a good card? Or not a terrible card, I should say.
Yeah. So we have a
Yeah,
pot
I don't
of
blame.
'Somebody go.
138,400 in the pot.
I was just saying, I don't blame Prebz for, of course, calling that turn bet. But I think now faced with probably a hefty size river bet, they will very likely have a somewhat tough decision, but will make the fold, I'd like to believe. I mean, granted, we've got that diamonds that did not come in. Certainly that is a very lead candidate to be bluffing at this point, but there's so many King X of diamond combinations that could possibly be in Acho's hand, right? Certainly the King Jack of diamonds, the King 10 of diamonds, those type of hands will come along to a raise pre-flop, and certainly worthy of the bet scenario from Acho.
I guess the one problem here, one of the problems for Prebenstalken is the under-repping here of Achu, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a little bit hard for them to put the ace-kings in their range specifically because there wasn't a 3-bet pre, but I mean, this doesn't feel like a spot that many players would take as a bluff very often. I think if they just had the naked type of flush draws that didn't contain a king, then they might be checking back that turn to realize their equity on the river.
So Prebz makes the call. Bogdanov up to 4.1 million as we go on break. 92 players remaining, getting really close to the money now. 79 getting paid in this Scoop main event. And as we go on break, we have a new chip leader. James Ran, aka Run It's Ran, is currently second in chips. Alberto M7 from the Dominican Republic leads right now with 5.4 million. Back to the action in 5 minutes. We did welcome Maria to the stream in the last 30 minutes. Maria, I have to ask, how have you been?
I've been pretty good. I know that I missed a whole reunion out in Monte Carlo with everybody, unfortunately. But, you know, I've been keeping busy and just got into Vegas a few days ago and ready for the series.
Now, I don't want to put you on the spot. Are you allowed to say what you've been up to? Are you allowed to say what you've been working on, or will all be revealed in the future?
All will be revealed in due time, but
Okay.
I will make sure you guys get an exclusive. Put me on Poker in the Years podcast, and I'll dish it all.
We'll have to do that.
So
I know one thing Maria was doing. Maria's playing in a televised cash game that she invited me and my friends to because I had people in town for the weekend for the comedy show, and one of my friends had never been to Vegas before, and I was like, hey, if you want to come check out some behind the scenes. And we ended up getting into having so much fun with the people who host the show that we got shushed. We got in trouble. Like we got sent away from the set, and then the place where we went to, we also got shushed and got in trouble. And I was like, okay, we're gonna leave. Time to go. Thank you, Maria. That was awesome. My buddy had a really, really awesome trip to Vegas, and part of it was you getting in the behind the scenes there. So thank you.
Just to be clear, Joe, were you invited to go to this game to watch, or were you invited to go to this game to play?
To watch, just to watch,
okay.
just to come hang out behind the scenes.
Maybe Maria had been tasked with like finding the fish to play in the game, just to keep it live, make it profitable.
Unfortunately, my bankroll isn't big enough for it to matter. You know, I can't sit down with a big blind.
Spin it up. All it takes is a chip and a chair, as the great
That's
man
right.
once said. So we talked about the World Series, Maria, during the last break, but you're obviously in town. You are going to be playing, and the long haul is ahead, right? This is just the beginning of what's going to be a very long summer of poker.
Yeah, and I can't wait to report back about what it's going to be like to move from Rio to Bali/Paris this year. I mean, I don't know what we're in for, guys. I'm not really sure how things are going on their end with the prep, but I know logistically a lot of things are going to change, so we'll have to see how that all works out.
See, Maria already knows where it's at. We were saying that Griffin would probably end up at the wrong venue along with scores of other poker players who still think it's at the Rio, but you know, you've got your location fixed. I've seen a little bit of chatter about valet parking or parking costs on the Strip. I'll be honest with you, I'm surprised it's taken this long to move the World Series to the Strip. I understand the perceived advantages of taking it to a bit further out, but I think it's a positive thing. I think it's a good move. But it's going to be weird, right? Because 2005, I think, was the first year at the Rio. So that's like a decade and a half. Everyone now knows that place back to front. People are going to have fun adjusting to the new environment.
Fun.
Yeah, and by have fun, right, I was going to say by have fun, I think they are all going to have panic attacks. Poker players don't like change. I mean, people don't like change, but I feel like anytime we try to introduce something new in poker and we're like, oh, Big Blind Ante, this is supposed to be great, there's always a lot of initial pushback, and then they come around. So I'm expecting that that's what's going to happen.
Won't someone think of the Gold Coast? What is going to happen to the Gold Coast without the World Series happening at the Rio once a year? I fear for the fate of Ping Pang Pong. The Chinese restaurant inside the Gold Coast.
You forget, Joe, I am persona non grata inside the Gold Coast. So
that's right, you're 86 from the Gold Coast.
Wait,
screw
what?
The Gold Coast.
I don't know this story, but I want to.
Okay, well, the good news is, Maria, you and I get to work together for the next hour. Joe's going to take a break. So during the next hour, I will tell you the story. Apologies to those who've heard it before. I'm going to wheel out my Gold Coast story again. Howard Swains, interestingly, was there. So Howard can testify that this story is true. But yes, it's... The great thing is, whatever people make of Paris Bally's, the great thing about the poker community is they always put a positive face on everything, and nobody ever complains about anything, ever. Nothing but positive vibes on social media when it comes to poker players, especially around this time of year.
I mean, I can't wait. That's the funny thing is, everyone used to complain a lot about the Rio, just by virtue of it being a new place, right? Without even criticizing whatever the new properties are. People are going to lose their minds. Poker Twitter is going to be fantastic this summer. That's all I'm going to do is just read Twitter all summer. I don't need anything else. Put my feet up and scroll.
All right, Joseph Stapleton, it's hot dog time for you, buddy, because we are back to the action in this 10K main event. Following the action as they play through the bubble down to the final 40 tonight, world-famous bubble coverage is imminent. 92 remaining, 79 get paid. It's James Hartigan and Maria Ho with the action as Mr. Stapleton fills up on sausage. So, 2006, Maria. You may remember that was the year that there was a Lucky You launch/press conference at the World Series of Poker. And Howard Swains and I decided that we couldn't be bothered to sit through it. And so we went across the road to the Gold Coast to play, I think it was 2-4 limit, I think was the game they spread at the Gold Coast. And we were having a perfectly acceptable time. And the dealer we had in the game was just a little bit irritable. Just wasn't having a good day, didn't seem to be in a particularly good mood. And at some point, a lady sat down next to me, an older lady, and I detected when she said something, either when she was like announcing her action or saying she wanted to buy some chips, I detected an accent. So I asked her where she was from, and she said she was from France. Now, I'm not a great French speaker, so I decided to wheel out one of the few lines of French I know from my GCSE studies at school. Je m'appelle James, j'habite à Londres. To which the dealer got really annoyed and went English only at the table. And me, taken aback and slightly tongue-in-cheek, said to the dealer, are you effing kidding me? At which point she called the floor on me and accused me of abuse because I had used the F word, and I was ejected from the premises.
But like, not just for the day, like a permanent ban. That
not a
seems like a
permanent
very,
ban.
very okay.
I was exaggerating
okay, I was like,
for a
just
fact.
the
It was
day.
not a permanent ban. I was asked to leave the game and was removed from the premises for dealer abuse.
Oh.
I have no
Okay,
desire
well.
to go back to that venue, though, over their ludicrous treatment of me as a paying customer.
But I feel like it's kind of a nice, like, street cred card to be like, guess what, guys? I got kicked out of a casino before. How cool am I?
I would say yes if it weren't. The thing is, I feel guilty about is when I say I got kicked out for dealer abuse. It's like, as someone who feels really strongly about ensuring that dealers are treated fairly and that people are kind and nice to dealers, that hurts. But honestly, I mean,
Oh yeah, I mean it's the word has spread all around town that you, James Hardigan, that has abused a lot of dealers in your day, and they have all boycotted these broadcasts because of it. So, I mean, what can you do though, James? Your reputation precedes you.
so we have Vlad Dari in action here, opening with ace deuce, and blinds are up. Oh, it's my favourite blind level, Maria. 17,500, 35,000. Why is this a thing?
Oh, I love it. I'm breaking out the calculator for it because I can't do the math.
John McEnroe of poker, honestly.
Let's make that stick, guys. Let's start a couple memes. You know, you guys are good with Photoshop out there.
I mean, to be shouted at twice. Once for having the English only at the table enforced in such a stupid situation. And secondly, for just kind of, alas, swearing whilst voicing my incredulity at the dealer's remarks. Hey, look, if I was dealing 2-4 limit at the Gold Coast, I'd probably be in a pissy mood as well. Maybe I should cut them some slack.
Yeah, I feel like the dealer obviously overreacted, but I kind of like that the floor people at the Gold Coast were very quick to kind of react and believe the dealer. Because, you know, in places like Commerce, nothing ever happens to the players that are really giving some abusive remarks to the dealer, or even worse, like throwing things at the dealer.
I think I didn't help myself in the sense that I found the situation so ludicrous that I basically got on my high horse about it rather than showing any kind of contrition or any kind of, I'm so sorry, it was a harmless comment, I didn't mean to speak French to the woman sitting next to me. I think that I basically just thought this is an absolutely ridiculous situation and I'm not taking it lying down. And also, I can't really say that the quality of my life was affected by being removed from the Gold Coast.
Okay, but follow-up question, were you winning or losing at 2-4 limit before you got kicked out?
That's a really good question. I think, I honestly don't remember. I don't remember. Generally speaking, I've never played particularly well or had particularly profitable sessions in limit games. I remember playing 3-6 limit at the Mirage and losing far too much money than you have any right to lose in a limit game. Whereas no limit, I'm kind of like more comfortable. Because you can just get all your chips in with ace-king and hope for the best.
Not real poker advice, guys. I'm just kidding.
I'm
But
not here
also
to offer
kind
poker
of.
advice. Look, the one thing I will always say is that everyone likes to think that the reason that they love poker is because it's a skill game, and everyone absolutely overrates their own ability. Whereas actually, it's the variance that has probably been what's led to a lot of their success. And I think for a lot of people like me, who are not the best poker players in the world, embrace the flips, embrace the variance. Especially if you don't run like Stapleton. If you run like a normal person, you'll have enough hands go in your favor that the wins will kind of give you those moments that you want.
Yeah. I think people who are on the good side of variance definitely overrate their own skill level. So,
and I think it's all relative, Maria. I think it also depends what game you're playing in, right? And I think you have to know the environment you're in and the opponents you're up against. But I think a lot of the time, you know, I would say this to anyone who manages to satellite into a major live event. Let's say you satellite into an EPT, for example. You know, you could have the table draw from hell. You could have people who are so experienced, so proficient. Don't try and play them at their own game. Don't try and lowball them and play flops, turns, and rivers. Increase the variance. Take them out of their comfort zone. That is your best chance. That's a genuine tip.
no, absolutely. It's like that guy who got heads up in a WSOP prelim event against, who was it? Maybe Taylor Power, and he just went all in blind, you know, every hand.
Yeah. Anjay with the snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And Tankanza, Gianluca Speranza, who we referenced earlier on, is one of the shorter stacks of the final 88 players. 87 now. And I wonder if this will lead to a flip.
Yeah, I think for Tankanza with just about 10 big blinds, it's tough to not put it in, even when you're facing an open from an early position raiser.
So Vlad Dari in the small blind, Joni Jokamainen in the big blind. Imagine they will both fold. And for Anjay, it's whether he wants to take this flip. What do you say, Anjay?
I mean, I think you're going to just have to go with it. Of course, it looks a little bit strong to, you know, have your opponent be shoving over your open, but I think eights is good enough. Blech.
Oh, wow. The jack on the turn, the 8 on the river, and that will see two-time Scoop main event champion Tankanza eliminated by Andre Novak. Gianluca Speranza is gone in 87th place. We are down to 86. Now it's Aziz Mancha with the Snowmans.
Nom nom. Nom nom.
And I'm calling it, Maria. I'm going to say that world-famous bubble coverage is on. I think we are close enough to the money now to say that we are on the bubble. And I think it's fair to say that every decision players are making now will be determined by how close to the money we are.
King 5 suited, a good candidate for a 3-bet, especially
Yeah.
facing a late position opener. Nice to have the king blocker. If you get called, the fact that it's suited helps it play a little bit better than an unsuited combination.
Vlad Dari putting on the pressure, and as we just said, players will be very conscious of how many are remaining. They will be watching that lobby very closely. And marginal spots may not be taken.
Yeah, for Aziz opening from the cutoff, yeah, definitely worthy of at least a flat here. Just a little too strong to give up against the button 3-bet.
And we've got a pair of fives for Vlad Dari. Just the one overcard to the eights. $161,700 is the continuation bet.
Yeah, I would imagine that Aziz will take one off here, especially against this sizing. As you mentioned, James, just one overcard to the eights. Okay. Does a little bit more, wants to kind of find out where he's at. Not giving Dari a whole lot of credit here, and imagine that they'll be able to get some of those overcard type combos to fold out and protect their eights against those ace-x combos that could be 3-betting here.
Aziz wins the pot. And we are switching.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we've got Army Bearer with queens, and we've got Yuri Martins, the nerd guy, with kings. Army Bearer has won 3 Scoop titles this series. He's one of the triple champions in Scoop 2022, but I don't have a good feeling about this situation. And a few people watching the stream, Maria, have observed that the queens are dead. Tech's got the queen of diamonds. Monzaman's got the queen of hearts.
So I guess we're rooting for clubs if we're a me.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I call drawing thin. So the percentages not as good as they look on screen, and it's over. That will see Army Bearer eliminated in 85th place. We're down to 84. More chips for the nerd guy, and we're switching again. Future of me, all in with ace deuce. Decision on Jareth East. It's all into call with 9-7 of spades. Folds it. So who have we got at this table? We've got Pascal Lefrancois. We've got O Human O. Joseph Schweik. That is Arseny Kamatsky. That is an EPT winner. Pascal opening here with queens. 9s for Ramastar. All in. I think we may see a Canadian KO Ramastar here. Pascal calls, and queens are more than good. It's over on the turn. Ramastar 88 is gone in 84th place. 83 players remain, and we're switching again. Oh, no, not Centaurus. Don't get me wrong. I like Centaurus as a player. I admire Centaurus as a player. I respect Centaurus as a player. I just bloody hate that avatar.
Same. This feels like a weird pre-bubble bust-out bonanza so far, James. I don't know about the post-bust-out bonanza. Yeah.
I think it just the way the all-ins are going, right? That all of the short stacks, no one's doubling up. They're all getting eliminated. And we are very close to the money now with 83 remaining and 79 getting paid. A min cash in this Scoop main event of 23 grand. Dejanek opening with ace-3, Centaurus with queen-jack of spades. Andy Wilson, who really should be focusing on playing the 10K Scoop main event, asks, has any makeup-covered feline played better cards? Probably not. Queen 6-4, ace high still good. A lot of people questioning the ace-jack fold, Maria, by king. I guess awkward stack size?
Yeah, but still, I think it's a little too good to just not throw out a min open, see what happens. You know, I think a lot of times, especially when we get close to the money, some players get so timid thinking about, okay, you know, stack preservation to survive through the bubble. But you know what? You're not really going to know what's going to happen unless you throw out a min raise. I mean, are you just expecting that people are going to be 3-betting you at will because it's close to the bubble and they're going to be abusing you? I mean, that should be some player strategy, but it's not always going to happen. And I think ace-jack suited is a really good hand.
Well, Queen-Jack opening here. Gogak Sniper with Ace-King in the cutoff. Meanwhile, we've got Ludico 1-2-3 in the small blind with Jacks. There's the 3-bet from the Sniper.
I mean, if you're Ludico, you got to be putting it in here with Jacks. I mean, you're up against a high Jack open and a big stack 3-betting them from the cutoff. It's too good. I mean, you don't love this spot, but just because it's close to the bubble and you don't want to be all in for your tournament life and get called. But I think you got to do what you got to do here.
And we're flipping. And Jacks are holding, not anymore. Ace on the turn, and it is over for Ludico, eliminated in 83rd place, down to 82. Closer to hand-for-hand play, closer to the bubble, closer to the money. When we're down to 79, everyone will have locked up at least 23 grand. Prize pool in this event of $6.5 million generated by the 654 total entries.
I'm just glad Stapes wasn't too tired from his fun weekend in Vegas to crank it right now.
I know, right? Who would have thought he had it in him? I mean, it's amazing. All he needs is to get a sausage inside him, and then he's good to crank. Switching. So we've got Cool. That is Dimitar Danchev. PCA 2013 main event champion. The unicorn avatar of Wizzo Wizzo, Olashemian. 7 scoop titles, 3 of them won this series.
All I have to say is you are never too old to love unicorns. I still love them. I collect little backpacks with unicorns.
You're never too old to love Olashemian. I thought you were going to reveal some ridiculous crush on Olashemian.
You know, I feel like there was a time when I was like, oh, he's kind of cute, but not really my type, but like cute. Until he like 4-bet bluffed me and showed it. Then I was like, I hate you.
Right. So Queen 7 opens the button. Trio flats in the small blind. Scar Maker. King Deuce in the big. Oh, hello Queen High Flop. C-bet quickly called, and this hand goes to the turn.
Yeah, I mean, there certainly can be, you know, worse hands that would be calling the flop bet. So Queen 7 probably feels pretty comfortable. They have the best hand, but not comfortable enough to go for another bet on the turn, deciding that they will see the river. And I mean, I think this is an easy call. You obviously can't fold once you check back the turn with a pair of queens, but not going to like it when they see it.
Trio up to 3.5 million. Let's just check quickly at the top of the leaderboard. So Alberto M7, who was chip leader at the break, has dropped down to third. James Ran holds on to second place. It is Acho Bogdanov from Bulgaria, who we saw in action earlier on, who currently leads with a stack of 5.2 million. Average stack 2 million with 82 remaining, and Visitor is all in with ace jack. Ace spades 11 with king 10 suited here.
Yeah, definitely getting close to the bubble. You want to be the shover and not calling it off for your tournament life. So we'll have to find another spot.
Scarmaker, ace deuce in the small. And Danchev with 6-4 offsuit in the big. By the way, I have been advised that actually, and I should have checked the lobby before I said it, this tournament goes hand for hand at 81, so one more elimination and hand for hand play will begin. Okay. King, queen suited, pocket tens, queens. I think something's going to happen here.
I think we might be on hand for hand after this hand, James.
Oh, yeah, of course. It's ace spades 11, the short stack with tens. Virtual all-in. And what does trio do here? Just flat? Nope.
Yeah,
Three
flat
raises.
would have certainly been sneaky, and, you know, sometimes that would have been a play that I think some players would take in this spot, but trio just wanting to ISO.
The one thing I will say is that the two remaining tens are live. No one's folded a 10. The same cannot be said for queens. And I'm assuming, by the way, that Olashemian is going to fold king-queen suited here.
We see ace spades leaving themselves 796 chips back just because we are kind of close to the money, hoping that, you know, a few players will bust on the other tables as they run down their time bank.
And queens are good. That is another KO. Ace spades 11 gone in 82nd place. We're switching again with 81 remaining. And yes, the tournament is now played hand for hand as players have just been advised.
Ding, ding, ding. Does Art House elect to try to turn their ace high into a bluff, or will they try to see showdown? All I know is if they bet, they're about to get raised or all in.
So play concludes at this table. We are switching. 10 jack queen. No, it's not straight. Pair of tens.
No.
That's good.
It's a straight blocker, though.
It is a straight blocker. That is correct.
Will they use it to win the pot? Wow, yeah, I mean, that's going to be tough for the tens to call.
So that hand finishes, and we're waiting for play to resume at the next table with hand for hand, of course, in effect. What that means is that the next hand doesn't get dealt until play has concluded at every single table in the field. I guess it's not as painful, Maria, online as it is live, but if you do get a long bubble, it can be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, and especially live because you can only play one table, and they don't even let you stand up and walk around, right? They try to contain you at your table. But online, you're probably playing a couple tables, so, you know, you just leave it, and when it's when you're dealt in, you'll know.
Switching, and we have seen a re-raise from Centaurus. Ace-4 made it 70k, Ace-Jack makes it 280k. Oh, that's not a bad flop for Ace-4. In fact, it is a street flash board.
I always get excited when there's street flash possibility so early.
I mean, we'll ignore the fact the 6 of clubs and the 8 of clubs have been folded. That's irrelevant information.
Right. Possibilities. It's possible if we don't know what everybody else was dealt.
Yeah. So people asking about hand for hand and ultimately why it exists, it is to prevent stalling. What would happen otherwise is you'll see people using all of their time bank, or at least a significant percentage of their time bank, every time the action's on them, just hoping that someone goes broke at one of the other tables and that they can claw their way into the money. Of course, there's no point stalling if you're hand for hand, because however long the hand takes at your table, even if it's a raise and everyone immediately folds, nothing's going to happen until play has concluded at every other table, which is what I come back to the idea of it being a little bit dull at times. We are switching, waiting for action to resume at this table, where we've got Pascal Lefrancois, Arseny Kamatsky, and we've got Snowmans.
Nom 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 nom.
Ace, King, pocket eights. Eights all in, Ace King calls, another race and a king high flop. And that will see Weissenfish eliminated by Future of Me, and that will take us down to 80 players. And that means we are now on the pure bubble. Again, just waiting for hands to finish at every single table before they update the lobby. Still showing 81 remaining right now, but we know a player has gone out in 81st place. Tidy, I will come to your comment in just a moment. Airless Parsonen in action here. And Tech has the best hand, pocket tens, betting 54.5, gets a fold. So Tidy asks, careless donk with 8-8? Papa puts it slightly nicer. A bit of a silly shove, right? Everyone's an expert when they're sat on the rail and not having to make these decisions, but objectively, Maria, was that a mistake by the player with the 8s who went broke there?
I mean, look, that player had enough fold equity, so it wasn't like if they shove in that spot, the original opener is priced in to have to call. So anytime you have fold equity and a pretty good hand, you can't say that that's a huge mistake. I understand that, you know, we're on the bubble, but when we're on the bubble, big stacks are going to open really wide to abuse the bubble. So the player didn't have to have a hand as strong as ace king there to open. And so, you know, when you shove and you have fold equity and you have the possibility of not getting called, that's always kind of a good pickup and an infusion to your stack that you want. Of course, you don't want to get called and lose, but that's the point, is you have to get called first.
Indeed. So we are on the pure bubble. 80 players remaining, 79 get paid. Monzaman opening with jacks here. Airless Parsonen with queen jack offsuit in the small blind. 3 bets. And with Monzaman calling, we get an 8-8-5 flop.
Yeah, I think in a lot of situations you would also see the jacks just shove their pre, but maybe taking a little bit of a lower variance route right now since we're on the stone bubble. But really good run out so far.
Well, it's a full house for Monzaman. And Parsonen drawing to a queen, and 2 of them have been folded. That percentage is not taking into account those folded cards. Yeah, I think Cynthia Rios is mad right now.
Boat on the board, but Monzaman with the bigger boat.
Oh!
I mean, I don't think you can fold as Monzaman. I mean, your hand is a bit under-repped to begin with, and you expect, yeah, you expect that the small blind will be 3-betting kind of wide because we're on the bubble. So yeah, definitely like that call there.
Monzaman gets the double up, and the blinds go up to 20,000, 40,000. 30-minute blind levels throughout the 10K Scoop main event. We are on the bubble right now. 80 players remaining. Next player out gets nothing. The final 79 guaranteed a share of the $6.5 million prize pool.
James, have we talked about whether or not you watch Survivor?
We haven't, but you're more than welcome to talk about it. The answer is, I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know where in the UK the American version of Survivor airs. So I've only ever seen the English version, which only ever ran for 2 seasons. It never really took off here. And the silly celebrity version they do with Anton Deck is the more dominant format on this side of the Atlantic. No, don't really know the show that well. Can't really say I'm a fan.
So you didn't really enjoy just like the concept in and of itself when you watched the UK version?
I liked the concept of the idea. I like the idea of the tasks and the whole kind of survival element. I didn't like the whole conversations about conversations and pacts and alliances, all the stuff that feels a little bit Selling Sunset.
Oh yes, because you hate Selling Sunset.
I just feel in the context of this program where you've got people, I thought it was going to be a show where like you've got to survive. Like we're going to give you some basic tools. You've got to hunt for food, and you know, to earn either comforts or earn basic supplies, you've got to complete tasks. And that's not really what it's about. It's all about people backbiting and bitching about each other and betraying each other. And I know to some people that's the appeal of the show. And it's all about mind games and the tactics you use, but I think it's a wasted opportunity when you're flying people to the arsehole of nowhere to basically live, you know, and try and kind of survive in that environment.
Okay, these are fair points. I mean, I've never watched the UK version, so I can't say whether, you know, maybe the American version is just made differently or portrayed in a certain way that maybe you would enjoy it more. But I mean, I really enjoy it. The reason I asked is because I just caught up on it on the finale, and I wanted to talk to somebody about whether or not they think the person who won should have won.
I've seen,
but it
some
won't be
clips.
you, James.
I'm sorry about that, Maria. I've seen some clips. Oh, hello, hello, hello. We've got Queens versus Jacks here, and it's Via all in with the Queens. Arseny Kamatsky with Jacks. Oh, what do you do here with Jacks?
Yeah, I mean, you've got to think that Via's range has to be so strong to be doing this on the pure bubble, but Jacks feels such a good hand. 25 bigs effective. What do? You actually have Via covered by a little, so you might still be able to make it into the money by the skin of your teeth, possibly, even if you call here and lose. But are you willing to risk effectively your whole stack? I mean, I definitely can understand why they're taking so much time to make this decision. Not an easy one, not a fun one. Wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
Yep, Kamatsky folds, and hand-for-hand play continues. Understandably used a significant amount of time back there. I was going to say, Maria, I've seen some clips from the American Survivor. I think the format is identical. I do think that the game very much focuses on the whole alliance thing and the mind games rather than the actual survival element. And I get why it can't. And I get because of the type of people they want on there who would never, ever in a million years survive in the wild. They can barely, you know, survive on a constructed TV set. Yeah. I'm trying to remember what one the last series would have been in the UK. As I said, there were only 2 seasons. It would have been like early 2000s. It's weird because most of those reality formats do perform pretty well here.
Yeah, I mean, you know it's not a real survival show when JRB has been on Survivor, right? So I think we know that that's not the point, or most of the point at least.
So the last version of Survivor that I saw was not the American version. It was not the English version. It was the Finnish version. And it was a celebrity version. And Sarah Shafak was on there, but got eliminated very early on. But I tell you who did go deep, Siegmund. Ilari Sahanias played an incredibly strong game. And I have to say, was very entertaining to watch, even though I understood very little of what was actually going on.
Yeah, I remember hearing he was on it, but I didn't actually know how well he ended up doing. But impressive.
So you get some reality TV chat during your world-famous bubble coverage here from the Scoop main event. And with the blinds at 2040 and the average stack at 2 million, we are playing a 50 big blind average, so we're tracking around where this should be right now. Who are the short stacks? Scrolling down. Okay, so, I mean, we've got short stacks, but you know, often around the bubble, you've got someone who's clinging on with like 3 big blinds. The shortest stack is 14 bigs.
Wow.
So this could go on a while, unless we get some really sick setup. There's no reason for anyone to have to risk it unnecessarily. I mean, with 14 bigs, you could potentially comfortably fold your way into the money, or at least think you can, right?
Yeah. I mean, most of the time with one player to go before you're in the money, most people are thinking they only have to last a couple orbits, you know, 2 or 3 orbits, and they're good. So If that's the stack size you have, you certainly can just wait it out, fold all your hands.
Oh, sorry, we're at 2040, not 1020. Duh. So
Okay, well.
the short stack is actually 6 big blinds. Slight miscalculation on my part. So yes, we do have a couple. There are 3 players with sub 10 big blind stacks right now. But again, no reason to necessarily take risks. Yes, Jess, the real danger zone was the maths all along. This is what happens, because Joe's on break, right? And if I don't have the human calculator here, how am I supposed to work out what anyone has? I mean, the nerd guy's got roughly 400,000 and the blinds are 2040. How many big blinds does he have? It's a mystery. Nobody knows.
Exactly. We're lost without you, Stapes.
Don't exaggerate, Maria. Who's and who says Joe's on break, we don't get banned. I've got some bad news for you, buddy. Thank you for your comment.
Normally you would be defending the big blind with Jack 10 offsuit, but when you're kind of a short stack, every single big blind is so important.
So Idoila, who's at this table, was the start of day chip leader, a Canadian player who is a big stack for most of day one as well, has a hyper turbo sit and go background. So obviously as the field thins, we'll get to know these players a little bit better. We'll get to see most of them in action over the course of the last couple of days. And a reminder that after they've played down to 40 tonight, we'll pick up the action tomorrow as they play down to the final table. And then Wednesday will be the last day of our Scoop 2022 coverage. All the No Limit Hold'em main events conclude on Wednesday. The final tables are the high, medium, and low. And it will be the high that we stream cards up on Wednesday. Alas, Maria, we've only got you for 2 days this week. So we've got you today, we've got you tomorrow. So we have to make the most of the time we have.
But I will be watching on Wednesday.
What will be the first World Series event that you play?
Actually, I think I am going to be playing my first event on Wednesday. Let me look at the... Yeah, that's right. The first 2,500 freeze out, no limit hold'em.
Nice. Kings for Santoy. Oi, oi. Switching. Briefly. Please don't make me stare at Centaurus. Please don't make me look at that avatar. Waiting for action to resume at one of the tables we've got eyes on right now with 80 players remaining in this high buy-in main event. Quick update from the other mains: 244 in the medium, 742 in the low. They are well into the money. What are they playing down to today? Hold on there, call up. 80 in the medium, so playing down to 80 players in the medium, and in the low they are playing down to the final 160. And again tomorrow they will both play down to the final table. Exciting times. I guess Bro asks, why is it hand for hand? Because they are on the bubble. Because 80 players remain and 79 are going to get paid. And hand for hand is a method used in tournament poker to stop players from stalling on or near the bubble. Gogak Sniper opening with 8-6. Okay.
Yeah, it's that bubble abuse that we were talking about from the big stacks, just knowing how tight a lot of the other stacks, the medium stacks, the short stacks will have to play and defend, and you know, if people are going to be shoving here, then they've got to have it. And I mean, Joseph obviously understanding the dynamic, knowing that they are very unlikely to get called considering how wide that range would be in this situation.
Switching. It's Andy Wilson, Bowie effect with trip jacks. Gets the fold from Monzaman. Switching. Welcome, Inferno. Santoy. King high against ace high, plus the insurance of the heart draw for Santoy. That's right, people. This is the stone bubble. Double paired board and ace high is good. Is there any way to move the white text up a bit so it's not covered by Nerf's, Vaya, or Santoy's cut? That's the design of the PokerStars table. I don't have the ability to recode the PokerStars software to ensure that the next blind level is displayed a little bit higher. Oh, okay. Art House with Queen, Centaurus with Ace King. This could be interesting, Maria.
Yeah, Art House certainly, you know, cannot just be folding in this spot, showing that they are committed by making a raise to 400,000, over half their stack.
Just flats with the Ace King.
Safe flop for the queens here.
I guess
it feels kind of gross though, right? Like if you're Art House, don't you feel like maybe Centaurus is flatting there with aces or kings potentially, and you're like, but I guess I have to go with it.
Centaurus calls anyway, so it's a double up for Art House 2011. Good job, but slightly weird that it didn't all go in pre, seeing as we got the same result. So Art House now playing 1.5 million, pretty evenly stacked with Centaurus. Average stack remains 2 million with 80 players remaining, and we are switching. Ace 4 of diamonds for Sice 25, opens to 80k. Santoy with a dominated hand. Ace 3 calls, and it's a rotation situation. A pair of threes for Santoy. Sice with a straight draw. Ace 2, 3, 4, 5. That's a straight, Maria, otherwise known as the wheel.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and Santoy just leading in with the pair of threes. Probably feeling like there's a chance they could have the best hand and wanting to protect against 2 overcards. Also has that ace for a wheel draw themselves. With that flush draw possible, does Sice just go ahead and raise it up right now? Yes, they do.
Yeah. Halil, you are correct. The average stack will not change for as long as there are 80 players. All that will happen is that average stack will get shallower as the blinds go up. Right now, 2 million equates to 50 big blinds, but the blinds are going to go up in 10 minutes of play. Oh.
Tricky river. 2 pair for Santoy. Size still with the best hand, but doesn't love the fact that the spade comes in on the river, considering, you know, Santoy called their raise on the turn, so of course they should have quite a few combos, especially defending from the big blind that contain flush draws. Oh, wow. Quite interesting here from Santoy. And I think for size, you know, you probably just have to side call. You definitely are not going to be raising in this spot. I think folding's too weak.
And that is going to take us to the break, a 5-minute hiatus, and we are on the bubble right now in this Scoop 10K main event. 80 players remaining, with 79 getting paid. And as we go on break, it is K-Han Mock from Norway who leads with a stack of 5.7 million. Quite a few short stacks, but no one's super short. The shortest stack being 6 big blinds for Mick and Sonus. So we will resume hand-for-hand play. We will resume world-famous bubble coverage inside of 5 minutes. Joe Stapleton back with us. And Joe, during that last session, we did have a flurry of eliminations taking us down to 80. I think, Maria, you even said it was the pre-bubble bust-out bonanza. Things have now slowed down since we've been at 80, since we've been hand-for-hand. This is, I think it's fair to say, a meaty bubble.
Spurts and stops, right? That's how it always goes. There's you know, just long periods of nothing, then some little spurts. It seems like this is the tournament that we could see a 6 big blind stack grind down to 1 or less than 1 big blind, because this is a huge bubble. This is a massive bubble. It's a 10K buy-in. It's nearly the biggest event you can buy into online. 25K was the biggest. And so I think that it's well worth it to not go broke and not be the last player to not make any money here. Not, you know, a lot of times a min cash would be like 1.5x or 1.x your 8x your buy-in. This is more than 2. So this is not only a big buy-in, but a pretty big multiplier on a min cash as well.
Yeah, something we were observing earlier on, Maria, is that min cash is quite sizable, $23,262. There is a caveat attached to that, which is you look down the lobby and realize that there are a few players who are in this for more than 10,000 though. Up to 3 re-entries, were available. There's a few 2s, there's a few 3s, there might even be the odd 4 in there as well. So this doesn't guarantee a profit for everyone.
Yeah, and certainly I expect a lot of those multiple re-entries to come from some of the top players who, you know, as we've seen even this deep in the mix, there's still quite a few of these top players still gunning for that title and first place prize.
Yeah, we've got the nerd guy, Yuri Martins, for example, who is among the short stacks right now, playing a sub-10 big blind stack, who is in for 4 bullets. What did we work out last time, Joe, that in order for him to make a profit, he's got to finish in the top 30, I think?
31st, I believe, yeah.
31st in order to actually not be showing a loss. But, of course, for many of these players, especially if they've satellited in, this represents a decent return on investment just to make that min cash. So understandably, no one's going to be taking unnecessary risks, and that's what we're seeing on the pure bubble. And that's what I imagine we will continue to see when we come back from break. But of course, it just takes one cooler. Ace King versus Queens. If it goes the other way, we're already in the money. That's just the way the game plays. But I do find it fascinating that we had that, oh wow, we're going to burst the bubble in no time at all. We've gone from 86 to 80 inside of 10 minutes, and then we play for near enough half an hour with 80 players remaining. But as you say, Joe, that's the flow of pretty much every single MTT we cover.
We could also look at from a glasses half full perspective, and there's probably a couple of chip bosses at a few of these tables that are absolutely loving the fact that we are on the pure bubble right now, who are going to be able to take advantage of this. You know, that's the dream of anybody. Everyone's seen it at this point. It's not a secret anymore, abusing the bubble.
Absolutely.
Everyone knows that they can do it. So to be in that position, to have all the chips at this stage, you want the bubble to last as long as possible.
Well, I already referenced that Kahan Mok is the chip leader right now. Acho Bogdanov sits in second. James Rand still a top 5 stack. Aelis Parsonen is a top 10 stack. Plenty of proficient players with chips right now who can wield that advantage and use it to their advantage during bubble play. Well, Joe, I got to host the first half of our world-famous bubble coverage. At this point, I'm going to hand the baton to you and let you take control of proceedings as we get back to the action and hopefully get some of these players paid.
I mean, if that isn't a metaphor for my entire career, James Hardigan carrying the ball to the 90-yard line and giving it to me to carry over.
I have total confidence in you, question mark?
It's going to happen whether I do it or not. James Hardigan, have a good night, buddy. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3. 1 elimination to go. Hello, my babies. Future of me under the gun, Ace King. Joe Stapleton, Maria Ho. Day 2 of the 10K Scoop 2022 main event, the high version. And it looks like someone's a little late coming back from break. There we go. There's the raise. And another player, a little late, coming back from break. 7-6 offsuit. Not really a decision at this point. Pocket 3s from Aelis Parsonen. And those 3s, of course, get out flopped by Ace King. Easy 4-core ass. Is Ben CB still in the game chat? No, I don't think he was ever in the game chat. Thank you for your question. Oh my goodness, the check on the flop leads to a set of trays on the turn.
Yep. This is going to get a little spicy. Especially with the double flush draws possible. So I would imagine that the 3s might not want to slow play. Also, of course, you know, Jack 10 possible does end up just calling. So that is a bit of an action killer.
Pretty interesting river here. The flush draw comes in. The ace of clubs in the hand for future of me, which might lead to a significant value bet here, especially with top pair, top kicker. 380,000, more than half the pot.
Yeah, it's a little tough to raise now, but they still do it. They still manage to find it. I mean, future of me's got to be a little confused. They do have the nut flush blocker in their hand. So really trying to figure out what it is their opponent is raising with on this particular river.
Scoop champion Senkel 92 in chat shouting jam please. That's what I was thinking. We might see some real action on this hand. Ace King makes the call, sees the bad news. 5.6 million for E27. And Aelis Parsonen in action again, raising Queen 10. Does not exactly smash this board, but has some strong draws, both to the nuts. Future of me with 9-8 suited. Not going to stick around. Hand for hand play continues. We are on the money bubble of the Spring Championship of Online Poker main event. And that's why action has been paused here. Hand in progress across the room. And it looks like we have a tank under the gun there. A little unnecessary during the hand-for-hand period, but who knows for what reason tanking happened. Ace-9 for Baruzzi, over 4 million in chips. King-9 for welcome someone. Flush draw. Welcome Inferno. Okay.
Yeah, that looks about right.
So many letters squeezed into there, I couldn't read them all. And everybody's whiffed here. King-9, not the best hand for right now. Certainly is going to have the most reason to bet at this board. King-Queen folds. One better hand out. Ace high with a 9 kicker.
You know, doesn't have a lot of room, I think, to necessarily float out of position. So, of course, you could turn some backdoor straight outs, but you have no spade in your hand. They end up folding.
Baruzzi seems to have some people excited. Starts this hand with Jack-7, 4.4 million in chips. And action folds around to 13, Santoy 13. King-10. 88,000. A nice re-raising hand for Sace. Does have everyone in this hand covered except for no one has everyone covered. Does not re-raise. Just flats and hits a pretty good flop here. 2 hearts, 2 overs, and the best hand. Santoy checks to Sace in position. Who bets around a third of the pot. And gets a fold from a hand with some equity. Switching. And I would have thought with one player to go and someone with 6 big blinds, we would have hit the bubble already. I mean, the money. We're on the bubble. Remuculus with pocket 3s now. Re-raising the open from Pro Beers. Somehow new. Pro Beers could be opening fairly wide. And if you take a look at the player with the cat dog avatar on the right-hand side of Remuculus, Meekin Sonus, that is the shortest stack in the tournament. And Pro Beers puts in another bet, so Pro Beers maybe is the one. Oh, wait, and a shove from the 3s. Pro Beers at risk. Seems like the kind of call you cannot make on the bubble. And the call is not made. Remuculus Muscles Pro Beer is out of the pot. Both players getting a little out of line there. But it's Vermuculus who barks hardest. Takes down that pot pre-flop. Well, lol, what is it, 2012 again? Ask Memes of Death. Yeah, that was a very 2012 type of hand.
Very clicky.
Turns out the person with the most money won. Huh. What a metaphor. Vermuculus at it again, this time with 4-7 of hearts. Weeby definitely not trying to get it in here. Gonna see a flop first with King Jack suited. Jobetsu folds 9 tray of clubs. And at this point, Weeby maybe isn't gonna be muscled out of this pot. Vermuculus continues for a third of the pot. Knows that Weeby's gonna have to fold anything. Oh my goodness, 2 pair now for Vermuculus. I totally missed
Yikes.
the pair of 7s. 4 Vermuculus, 2 pair on the turn.
And if you look at, you know, stacked.
Yeah, this
The
could be the bubble
SPR
right
is not
here.
going to be fun. Yeah. It's one where Weeby will have to make a decision for all of their chips by the river.
Ace on the river maybe helps Weeby, but again, so many chips in the middle, not too many chips left behind. It goes check, check.
Wow, quick check.
Weeby survives.
Got saved.
The
Got
bubble
saved
continues.
by
I never
a
thought I'd be
scary
so
river.
excited for a check, check. I mean, I acted like a miracle river card, but instead it was just a check, check.
The interesting part is that definitely, you know, in the post live stream era, people are able to see just how wide people are opening on the bubble. Because, you know, when we watched, you know, even with the whole card cam and even when we watched poker on TV, they didn't really show this part of the tournament with the whole cards, right? They would usually only show the final table.
Hold cards.
But with live streams, we're showing the hold cards, you know, starting from pre-bubble, leading into the bubble, and now people are really getting a chance to see what happens when the big stacks are wielding all of that power and might on the bubble.
Yeah, we definitely don't get this in TV coverage very often. A little bit on our live streams with the world famous bubble coverage. And Queen 10 been put in for their tournament life here. I don't imagine this is ever a call. And also not a ton of reason, other than maybe timing tells or something that you want to tell Elis Parson and like, yeah, all right, I'm really making a tough fold here. Quick little switch. There's someone on YouTube who thinks that Judy Ho is your mom. Frog711 says, check out her mom, Judy.
I mean, I feel
the next
this would
time
be
Judy makes you
offended.
mad, you have to remember that. Just take a screenshot. to send
I
to
mean,
Dr.
I
Judy.
kind of feel like I'm happy to have that in my back pocket because growing up, oh my gosh, the only reason why guys were my friends, like all throughout middle school and high school, was so they could come over and hang out with my sister. Like nobody wanted to have anything to do with me. But Dr. Judy, she was a hot commodity.
I don't know how to ask this, but was Dr. Judy more fun than you two?
No, actually, Dr. Judy is super straight and narrow, doesn't even party as hard as doesn't drink much,
Okay.
doesn't go out much, no.
Because I was going to say,
No,
maybe it's
I'm-
not a
I'm-
looks thing. Maybe it's just that she's a fun player, as we say.
No, I'm the more fun host, Apes.
Okay. Oh my God.
You know, if you can't make fun of yourself, then listen.
Absolutely.
I've heard it enough from people. I've got to turn the tables. I got to beat them to the punch. Come at me,
Absolutely.
guys.
No, that's. I mean, that was worth it. I've known you like 15 years, and that was the first time I've ever heard a Hojo
Really?
come out of your mouth. That was wonderful.
I mean,
Says 25 opens pocket jacks here. Descalo's 20 with ace king. This is a tough hand to get away from. You are facing an under the gun raise. It is the bubble and a massive 10K.
I need emote only for this one. Blowing up the chat, guys. Blowing it up.
Now, I can see taking your time here. There's the all-in. Descalo's 20 at risk. This could be the bubble. We are flipping. Ace-high flop. No jack on the river. That's a double up for Descalo's. The bubble continues switching.
Yeah, this is definitely the ebb and flow. There was so many bust outs leading into the stone bubble, and now the shorties are doubling up and people aren't calling off because they're not able to, because they're opening so wide. So this could be a little while.
Or maybe not. Pro Beers with top pair. Nope. It will be a little while still. Two pair for Pro Beers. No flush for Remuculus. Jay Jatoni asks, what's min cash? That's the minimum amount of money you can win. Thank you for your question. Min cash does sound like the name of a poker player from the early 2000s, though.
Okay, Stapes. I'm not saying I'm going to definitely use your suggestion, but I will be participating tonight in Daniel's fantasy draft.
Ooh.
And who is a player for $1 that you want me to put on my list of people I might pick?
How much? Wait, who costs $1?
There's quite a bit. I mean, there's like a list circulating of people who, like, just somebody that you think would cost $1. They don't have to necessarily go for $1, but, like, you know, people who go for $1 usually are really good no limit players, just because, you know, if they don't play any mixed games, right? Like, we're kind of hoping that they'll have a good no limits. He went for more than $1 last year, so I know we wouldn't be able to get him for $1. Okay, it doesn't have to be $1. Let's just say not a top player, though. Not someone. Not someone like Daniel, who's going to go for like $100.
Got it. Okay. How about who's going to be playing a full-ish schedule this year? Who might not be at? What does Jesse Martin go for?
Oh, Jesse goes for quite a bit, even though he doesn't play as many tournaments at times as he has in the past. But everybody knows Jesse to be a really good mixed game player.
Is it this? I'm sorry. Is it usually like a mixed game person that goes for low because they're not as well known?
No, mixed game players go for high because mixed game fields are usually a little smaller and their chances of doing well are a little bit better. But usually the best players are ones that play a full schedule, are proficient and good in the mixed games, and pretty decent at no limit hold'em. Those are the people that go for the most points.
How about Jesse Sylvia?
Oh, I like Jesse Sylvia. I'm going to put that on the list.
There's
Jesse
one suggestion.
Is
As I think of more people,
player.
I think this is a great question. And as I think of more people, I'll throw them out there.
Okay.
So it looks like we're waiting for action to wrap up on other tables. Is Random Chew coming out for the World Series? I'm a big Random Chew fan.
That's a good question. I'm a big fan of Random Chew's Twitter account. I don't really know if he's been out much in the last few years.
Jesse Cesar raising Jack 10 suited. And is raising the blinds of 2 short stacks. Now, this is a pretty good opportunity, I feel like, for Triono. Yeah, to just squeeze this.
Yeah, and it's such a shame when you have to just fold hands that you would normally be defending with. You're like, meh, fine, take it.
No tables in action right now. Just waiting for that next hand to kick off. I get it. Cale Burns, he probably goes for a lot, right?
Yeah, Cale actually plays mixed games, so he's pretty high up there for sure.
Okay. Greg Jennings, he probably goes for a lot. Because he plays all the games, doesn't he?
Yeah, but I don't actually think he's really been drafted very high, if much at all.
What about, I feel like you might have a better inside track to like a lot of the Euro guys.
Well, that's what I
to have you. We're right on the bubble of the main event. I know it's been a rough main event for Lex. Thanks for hanging around. I think this is a great shout from Bleeping Deuce 7, Kevin Gerhardt. Kevin Gerhardt won a couple of bracelets last year, I think, in other events. And
yeah,
he's been
I like it.
On a tear lately.
Gonna put that one down.
Monza Man opening with Queen 8 suited, Ace 10 for Tekid. And does, in fact, defend. Flops 2 spades. Monza Man has missed, but does have the advantage of both position and a bigger stack.
Yeah, Tech with a hand that's just too good to fold, especially for this price.
Such a difficult hand to navigate, you know. In many other positions, you can play this aggressively. It's a $20,000 mistake if you happen to run into a 7 here, if you happen to run into 2 jacks. Or I guess now 2 10s, 2 8s, 2 9s. Big bet for Monza Man.
Exactly, and this might just do it.
And good news for Tekid, sort of, makes the flush. It is the best hand. A flush on a double paired board, though, is kind of like kissing your sister that people think is your mom.
Yeah, it's tough to bet yourself for value, yeah, and you just hope that you can win at Showdown.
Oh, straight up switching, all in for Visitor. And not many chips. Visitor very likely. Oh, no, I can see Ref's got too many players to act behind. Ref don't lie with Ace-9 suited. If this was like a button versus big blind situation, Ref does call. So, Visitor's going to be at risk, but way ahead. We do see there are 3 kings folded, so a 9 would be all but lights out. Or an 8 now. None of that comes in. Double up for Visitor. Sea Lord wants to know how much it costs to play the 25K Fantasy League. I saw someone say Benny Glosser. My guess is he fetches a high price, but
Yeah, definitely. One of the regs.
how about this one? Scott Baumstein.
Yeah, Scott goes for, you know, quite a few points, like somewhere in the middle
Does he? Okay.
range. Yeah, but
Am I like insulting all these people by thinking they're sleepers when really they're crushers that everyone knows about? Ari Engel, that's a good shout right there from Kevin.
well, I don't know how much is anybody watching this right now that's going to be at the draft, because I don't know how many of the people already on my list I should be outing. But yeah, I mean, some of the people that people in chat have mentioned are on my list already. Both players with flush draws.
Oh, they're not going to be good at showdown. Whoops, that's a 4 hard board. And Pone Diddy. Yeah, Pone Diddy with the bigger flush. Check on the river. John Bear. Oh. Shortest player in the tournament is still Mick and Sonas. Queen Jack suited. Oh, you're just never going to win this hand. You just, yeah.
No. You are just hoping that before the blinds eat you up, somebody busts. That's what you're doing.
Pocket queens. Not sure. I guess some kind of tank here works. You're not really sure what to do, maybe. I mean, you're not... Yeah, I could see this still being a tough spot, even with queens on the bubble. Do you ever just fold this with Megan Sonas with 48K? No. You just go? I mean, not fold.
No,
I guess for one big blind, you always
call.
See a flop,
I mean,
right?
yeah, you can just definitely call and proceed that way. You know, going all in effectively, you know, leaving 50K back, also another option. Obviously, it's just a spot where you'd hate to get called if you're all in, seeing that Mick and Sonas is sitting there with 48K. But certainly folding is not necessary when you could just defend as well.
Luckily, the queens do win the pot.
So I super appreciate everybody's suggestions in the chat, and I'm making note of it. I'm just not going to comment on it because I don't want too much of my own draft strategy to be revealed.
One of my favorite questions I've ever seen. Ibrev asks, Pone Diddy is Lena? Nope. Lena is Lena. Thank you for your question. Switching. Ace-8 versus King-8. Have not seen much of this table recently. K-Had Mock was the chip leader when we came back to this particular session. Has dropped a bit. 5.9 million is still good for the top 5 chip stacks, though. Also at this table, we've got 2012-19. 5.5 million. Nikki pretty short. Jareth 0 all. Under 1 million chips. Average is 2 million. Amina Demoro asks, Sevilla is in or not? Yes, thank you for your question. King 10 and King Queen fold from early position. K-Had Mock with the big stack is raising 6-5. Jareth on the button with Ace-10. 17 big blinds folds. Just a little big stack bullying on the bubble. Switching. Here we have got a flop. Ramunculus, despite starting the hand with a piece of cheese has turned lots of equity against 210s, plus the one overcard that's already out there might be enough to send Pappy heading for the hills. Reminder, we are on the stone bubble.
Especially when you have your opponent covered and you're going to be opening this light because it's a bubble and you turn that equity, you definitely want to continue to apply max pressure. And yeah, the 10s go in the muck.
So the bubble's been going for 57 minutes. In real time, that is a 2-day-long bubble. King, queen, bluffing. The short stack, bluffing the big stack. This would be one heck of a hero call. Nice one from Andy Wilson. Pocket aces for 2012-19. A shove from Jacks. Oh my goodness!
Oh.
The shove from Jacks. Zero data at risk. That's it. Dead on the turn. Zero data out on the bubble. The stone bubble. Mykonsonis was about to be forced all in on the very next hand.
Amazing.
Right here is going to be in the big blind. Oh my goodness.
Wow.
What a spectacular snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. Unfortunate for zero data. Now there's still action pending. So there's a chance that zero data will at least get a chance to split a bin cash if the shorter stack goes broke here. And that could possibly happen as Bowie effect turns a straight. 10's no good. Cynthia maybe will not get all the chips in here. They don't split min caches in these ones. Biggest stack gets the cash. My bad. Never seen that happen. Thank you. For some reason, the bubble hasn't been awarded yet, but I guess, yes, the bubble. There we go. Only one player eliminated. Too used to doing the live bubble coverage. Thanks, gang. And that should be it, right? Is that all the hands? Do we have an official? Do we have an official? There's a couple other hands still in action. We only can load up a few tables to switch back and forth from. So, yeah. Sorry to get that little bit. One hour-long bubble when all is said and done. Look at this, the nerd guy. Look how short nerd guy was here. Fewer than 3 big blinds. Fewer than 1 big blind for Mykonsonis. Jamie KK. Fewer than 2 big blinds. We're going to check on Mykonsonis and watch this post-bubble bust-out bonanza as soon as it's official. It is official. Everyone has cashed. 23,262. And you can see Mykonsonis forced all in. Not even a big blind. Bullsy with the ballsy statement of reshove was not good given the 1 to 3 big blind stacks. Probably not. Mykonsonis looking good for an elimination here. You do agree with that, Maria?
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of playing online, right? Is that you can see what the shortest stacks have. Whereas when you're live, you get reprimanded for getting up from your seat. But online, all of that information, is right there.
Wrong.
Mykonsonis is going to quadruple up, quintuple up with the big blind ante and everything. All right. I mean,
was wrong again.
I just want to really reiterate that point. In a live on the bubble scenario, you're not allowed to leave your table. So all the speculating, all the looking around to see which tables and which players have shorter stacks than you, like, you don't get the opportunity to do that. But online, when you know that somebody is literally, you can see the position that they're on the very next hand, they will be forced to be all in. I mean, it kind of feels like not the best spot to put yourself at risk there.
Yeah, I do appreciate this comment from Senkel, the last guest we had on Poker in the Ears, who says, pretty sure chat thinks it's bad to run jacks into aces. That is correct. 2 spades on this flop for Ponditi. Does not catch the flush in the end. Double up for Mateus.
I also agree with that as well. But, you know, there was just other ways, I think, that you could play the hand given that exact situation. That doesn't cost you your tournament life.
76 entries remaining, so we've already lost 3 players since the bubble. And once again, Mikansonis all in. And this time it's a domination situation. Gonna need a 6 or some diamonds. There's 2 diamonds.
Oh,
And some,
oh
my goodness.
Are we looking at our next Scoop main event champion? Is this happening? This could happen for Mikansonis. I'm calling it. I'm calling it.
It's like the phrase I invented in 2017. All it takes is a chip and a chair. Maria, what that means is as long as you still are in the tournament, there's still a chance you could win the tournament.
Thank
There's
you
no
for
chairs
explaining
online
that
poker,
to me.
but yeah, you're welcome.
But also, the poker world thanks you for coming up with that because it's so widely used and it makes perfect sense. It's what I tell myself, you know, when I get short and I feel discouraged.
You know what's weird is that even though I invented that phrase, I don't think it when I'm playing. Like once I'm below starting stack, I'm like, oh, that's it.
You've mentally
I'll never
already
come back from this.
checked out, eliminated yourself
Yeah.
from the tournament.
Because, like, I would have to win a pot, and that's very difficult to do. Jobetsu raising into a hand that will not be folding pre-flop, just a call. Top pair for Jobetsu, 1 club for Pro Beers. Unreal Civ, I came up with the phrase, all it takes is a chip and a chair. That's correct. Oh, and it's a new top pair. Corzin 321 asks, pay jump? Eventually. Thank you for your question. Jobetsu firing.
And Jobetsu is still, of course, betting for value here. When we're talking about blind versus blind, you should be pretty happy to have kings and nines here on the river. Not really going to expect Pro Beers to have gone runner-runner trips very often. About 75%
this is gonna be
pot behind.
pretty painful. Oof, that's almost all of it. Does Pro Beers just call or put him in for the rest?
I mean, definitely got to put him in for the rest here.
There's the rest. Jobetsu does make the call and is not going to like what they see. Table closes. Adios, Jobetsu. 72 players remain. Billy Tormey, do we know who came up with chip and a chair? Yes, it was me, Joe Stapleton. 2017.
The one,
well documented.
the only.
Correct. Ace 5, 4. Tech Kid.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Artisanal.
Ace-10 under the gun for Monsaman. Luminous Frog, it's not the chip in the chair. It's a chip and a chair. It's not the chip in the chair. It's a chip and a chair. It's not the chip in the chair. It's a chip and a chair. Does it help if I repeat it?
I think that's why some people are confused, Stapes, is because they think you're claiming to have coined the phrase "the chip in the chair," but no,
I
you're
don't know what that
responsible
is.
for a chip and a chair. So I see why some people are questioning it, but
Yeah.
now it's been
Okay.
cleared up, guys,
That's fair.
and we know.
Bowie effect continues to muscle his way post bubble now. 70 players remain. Perry Mason, King Jack. Not a ton of chips. It's going to open for a significant portion of the pot, which is just a min raise. Excuse me, a significant portion of his stack. And it's going to get called by a dominating hand, King, Queen, Ace High flop. Snap check from Monzaman. A bit of maybe a timing tell there. I don't know. It's possible Perry Mason agrees because Perry wasted no time. Continuation betting the Ace High flop and gets a fold. Haha, 69 players remaining. Dale Hoffman says the answer is Jack Strauss. He made it famous by thinking he went broke and a turn and finding a chip under a drink now and coming back for one. That's there's a lot of misinformation on the internet. I mean, I can find something on Wikipedia that says the moon landings never happened. It's a very weird meme going around. People trying not to give me credit for that. It's okay. It's not like I make any money off of it anyway. Bowie effect with the best hand for once. Ace on the river does not undo Bowie effect. Been a lot of checking. And gets to showdown. Pair of jacks for the pot. Speaking of jacks, E27. And Bowie effect trying to play the rush. Raise, call, 2 jacks in the small blind.
Yeah, we're certainly going to see a 3-bet out of the jacks here. Goes for a little over 4x and gets 2 folds.
Future of me with 2 jacks under the gun. Ace 9. Elis Parsonen. Flats on the button. A shove from Mateus with Ace 4 suited.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the ISO reshove out of future of me.
Yeah, Parsonen did this by flatting on the button. Jack's way out in front. Ace 4 does have a straight draw and makes it on the river. Double up Mateus.
Dirty.
Nerd guy all in, and we'll be in good shape to double up if Future of Me makes the call, which they do. Domination situation again. 9 and a 7 on the flop. Ace 9 does double up. 66 players remaining. Pay jump isn't until 55th, so 11 eliminations till our first ladder. And remember, we're done for the day when we hit 40.
What would you set the over-under at?
1 hour.
Really?
Yeah.
That seemed really fast, even with the post-bubble bust-out bonanza.
You are welcome to take the over on 1 hour if you want.
Okay, what are we betting? What is the wager?
I would bet
I'll
like a
take the
dinner.
over.
I would bet a dinner or something,
Okay.
but that would mean that you would actually, have to have time to hang out with me, which has been very difficult
stop
for you
it.
of late.
Oh, please, mister. I got a sinus infection when I got back from my trip, and now I can't have dinner with you, even though you had offered to pick me up from LAX, which is a nightmare, and I'm a really good friend for suggesting to do that even.
You are a good friend, but you saw me, and I was in no shape to be around anybody.
No. You weren't.
I got up to a point on my flight where I had to ration tissues because I knew I was like reusing dry spots on old tissues because my whole face is just leaking.
You're like the guy that nobody wants to be sitting next to on a plane during COVID. Like, nobody.
It was awful. 10-9. Putting a little mustard on this one. Does not get a fold from the pair of sevens. And Perry Mason with one chance to win this pot, and I don't even know how big a chance that is. Doesn't go for it. Wisely. Nerd guy in the big blind with 2 5s. Facing a button virtual all-in.
Yeah, I mean, fives, I think, has to come along, and they do.
We're flipping. 6, 7, 8, 9. Fives hold. And
Okay,
that closes
Hold
the
on.
table. Yep.
so an hour from like 3:14, right? Would that be fair? That was like 4
it was
minutes
three.
ago.
It was 3:15. I was
Okay,
saying
all right.
4:15 is when it would end. 4:15 West
All
Coast
right.
time.
Gotcha. Booked.
That's right. You banned. It's not as fun banning people on YouTube because I don't think it shows. Does it show that I've banned people, or does it only show it on Twitch? I don't think it shows. Pocket tens for Zelva Vegas. Raise and take it. Bowie effect. Andy Wilson has been moved to this table. Who else is here that we recognize? Not a ton. Not a ton. Kylix 42 is someone we saw very recently, so that's another deep run. Raising pocket fives. Kylix defends, queen, jack of spades, and it's not really a queen, jack of spades flop. I like this comment from Mike on YouTube. Says, keep it classy and have some respect. That's it. That's all. That's all we ask. Just be a nice person. Also, being a nice person does not really include asking Maria on a date. It's borderline. Pair of jacks in the end, no good for Kylix. The 5-high flush will win this pot. A Poker Millionaire asks, what's the current payout? Cash, USD. Thank you for your question. What's that, Maria? Sorry.
Oh, I was just saying, no bets yet out of Bowie Effect until the river. Now going for a little bit of value with that flush just in time, you know. Kylix has a bluff catcher here.
Wow. Maybe one day I'll be a good enough poker player to value bet the 5-high flush and get called. Oh! Oh, too good. Too good. Panthy says, I used to talk poker with Bowie Effect 5 years ago in Discord when he was trying to make it in poker. Hope he wins. Shocked to see him here. It's been very cool watching the evolution of Andy Wilson over the years. From Discord chatter to pretty much a crusher. Oh, man, look at this domination situation. Oh, my goodness. I was just joking.
And
But
the kicker.
Holy shit.
Yeah, the kicker so far playing. We shall see by the end.
Yeah, maybe we end up chopping it up.
I'm ready. Put me in, coach.
Gee, mama.
I'm going to clear my throat. Get ready just in case.
Kylix makes the call. These are not chop cards.
No, no, no.
Both players very happy right now.
Yeah, I mean, when you have these two pieces of cheese in the blinds, and then you flop so well.
The river is an ace. That 8 kicker is going to play. There will be no chop pot. Cynthia Rios does not have the best hand and has fewer chips.
Oh, wow. Saved by the river.
Check.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would have still gone for value, but, you know, the backdoor flush did come in. Straight was possible. Somebody with trips with a bigger kicker was possible. But
I mean, you really have to not believe in blockers to check back there, which I don't.
Which, for the record, in case anybody doesn't already know, Stapes does not believe in blockers.
Descalos raises with King 10. King 9 for Kylix on the button, suited. And it's a domination rotation for now. King 10 still the statistical favorite with all of those outs. A little bit less now. Nice words coming in from Trish. TLDR, you banned. Just kidding. Thank you. King 10 makes a straight on the river. Oh my goodness, I forgot we were going to have a break.
Oops.
All right. We've got one hand in action still. Perry Mason raising under the gun. Perry Mason does not seem to be at all troubled by this relatively short stack. Just wasn't quite under the gun, but still. Ace-9 offsuit, early position, no big deal. Just going to steal. Maybe not. Is that the cigarette smoking man for Wacky's avatar? I hope the smoking man's in this one. Remember that song?
Nope.
You don't like the bare naked ladies, Maria?
I mean, I just think that genre kind of missed me.
It's been. No? Yeah, that is disrespecting Canada. I agree, just Alice J. All right, it's break time. At which point we're going to give Maria Ho a lesson on the greatest hits of Canada's greatest white boy band of all time, the Bare Naked Ladies. 62 players remaining of the 654 total entries. Gogak Sniper, the chip leader with nearly 8 million in chips. Isn't a pay jump till we get to 55. Play ends for the day when we get to 40. So, Maria, we've got this gentle person's bet right now about when play is going to end for the day, and we have wagered. I said a dinner, which is fine, but I was hoping you might be able to make it a lunch, because when I'm in Vegas next month, dinners are going to be hard for me.
Okay, well.
I have the same gig every night at 8 o'clock, and I don't like to eat before I do comedy because I get what I call, it's the same whether I'm doing comedy or playing poker. It's called poker stomach. And so I don't like to eat ahead of time. So we could do a late dinner after a Brad Garrett Comedy Club, or we could just have like a bomb-ass lunch somewhere. What do you think?
I mean, it's understandable that you don't want to eat before your show, but I kind of feel like you're trying to get out of spending more time with me because generally lunch is a little shorter than dinner. But you know what? Fine. Whatever you have time
No, because
for,
I'm going to win. I'm going to win this
I
bet
don't
anyway.
have time for you.
I'm going to win this bet anyway. How about we just make it? We'll just make it a late night dinner after Brad Garrett. I haven't been there in years. I know it's kind of boring because like it's been around forever, and there's other places to try in Vegas. But like, let's just go to Musashi. It's open late, and we'll do like after you bag one night, and after my comedy show, we'll go and we'll have Tiger throw food in our faces.
Sounds like a plan. I'm going to go to your comedy show though, so we'll probably just go straight from there.
Okay, great. Wonderful. I am definitely regretting the bet, though, because I like it better when I just let you pay for things.
I know. It's kind of like a reverse free roll for you because normally, I mean, I would be paying. But now, you know, a negative free roll, it's like not good. Not a good bet.
No, terrible bet for me. Do you have other spots that are as fun and as cool as Musashi right now? What are your hot Vegas recs at the moment?
There's so many good places to eat in Vegas. Like, I truly believe Vegas has now officially surpassed definitely LA and maybe New York in terms of culinary options. But I really like a couple places that I don't know if they're very new or not, but Kame is a really good one. It's like a couple years old. It's an amazing sushi spot. Of course, you know, some tried and trues that's been around for a while, but I always go and hit up when I'm in Vegas. Carbone, Milos, those are definitely in play always.
I don't think I've ever done Carbone. That's Italian food, yeah?
It's so good, but so heavy, obviously. So good.
Yeah, that's another thing that I have to do. I have to do after comedy. Definitely can't eat like a big pasta meal before going on stage. I went to a really great place. I was in Vegas last weekend, a really excellent spot, this really hot spot at the Palms. It's called AYCE, and it stands for All You Can Eat. And for $32.99, unlimited pancakes, unlimited scrambled eggs, unlimited scalloped potatoes. There was an ice cream machine. There was bottomless mimosas. This was top of the line. There was pizza. You could eat all the pizza you wanted. $32.99, Maria. It was crazy. Kooky Town. Have you ever been?
No, because listen. It sounds like it's like a buffet, right? I loved buffets, but I haven't been to one since the pandemic. Am I ready to go back to a buffet? I don't know. Feels like a COVID hotspot. It's just me.
Yeah, what's crazy is that, so I think because of COVID protocols, like if you want to go to the Wynn buffet, you have to have a reservation now. But it's still a buffet. It's still like a lot of people all like hanging around communal food. And I know there's sneeze guards and stuff. And I know there's various other things. But, you know, it still seems to kind of defeat the purpose. You know, either like really sort of do your part to not to not do communal germ-ridden things, or don't. But the halfway thing is a little bit weird for me.
Yeah, those don't make a lot of sense.
And that's it. We blew through the break talking about buffets.
Food, my favorite topic.
Ibo Town with Ace 10. I wonder what it would take to get Maria back to a buffet right now. That's when we'll know it's truly over. Preb's still alive in this thing. You know what? Let's take a minute. Let me scour who's left of these 62 players and see which names we recognize from previous times. E27, Bowie Effect, Pro Beers, Miss Oracle still in. Jareth, Kylix, Nerd Guy, Joseph Shivik, Perry Mason, Dex 888, Via still in. And even though they're incredibly short, Mara 2M Chat just went out in 63rd. Wizzo and Centaurus, Lissy Stinkt, all in the bottom 5. But as we know, anything can happen. This pair of 9s getting value bet by Prebs. Ace 10 with a bluff catcher-ish. Is Henrik Hecklich still in? Is that someone asking me or telling me? Yes, he's 3rd in chips. That's why I missed him. He's right at the top. And Ibo Town is not bluff catching, is bluffing.
Taking their fate into their own hands.
And gets the fold from Prebs. Nice one. Queen, Jack of Spades for Acho. Aranda No Shonen asks, is there enough delay on stream so the players can't bank and snipe? What do you think? Do you think we are playing a $1.1 million first place prize where players can watch the stream? Okay. Top pair for Acho. Top pair good. 61 players remain. Dex 888, a well-accomplished player, fooling King 8 there. Prebs, Preben Stocken blocking. Aranda No Shonen back again, says, well, sorry, I'm a moron. I should have just asked how much the delay was. That also would have been a very stupid question. You seem like a nice enough person, but asking the delay time that's literally right in the center of the screen also wouldn't have gone over well. So, you know. Another one gets through from Prebz.
What is the most expensive thing I can order at Musashi's? It's $335, Joe. Got 21 players to blow through. They've got to have some high-end sake, right? You know, some.
Is this why you haven't said a word
Daigingo?
for the last 5 minutes? Because you've been thinking about what the most expensive thing you can get at Musashi is?
Yes, because I'm actually really hungry right now because we talked about food during the entire break, and now my brain is just stuck on food. So thanks for that.
You got it. You got it. But you're only working up my appetite because I'm going to win this one. King 7, flopping 2 pair. Open ender for Dex.
Yeah, and Dex, you know, not a whole lot of chips behind. I mean, certainly could play this aggressively. Yeah, and if they do, I would imagine they're going to go with it.
No straight on the turn. Just the 4 of diamonds. River cards is 6. No straight for Dex. And Dex is out. Just another elimination and one step closer to Tiger firing rock shrimp down my gullet.
I was going to say, we all know who you're rooting for now in an all-in spot.
All of the big stacks. Sorry if you happen to get your money in with a short stack. Ace, queen, 6, 2 diamonds. Somehow it's 7-6 that flops best. Joe on YouTube asked, Joe, why don't you get a proper shave? Because then I would not get all of these incredibly clever comments about my beard. Thank you for it, and you are banned. Down to 58 players, approaching the next pay jump, the first pay jump, I should say. Eight, 7 for Henrik Hacklin. Prebz with queen, 5 of clubs. And Henrik takes that one down as well, up to 6.4 million. Still good for third on the leaderboard. Henrik in for 2 bullets. Has to make the next pay jump to break even. Wizard of Az. Do you think it's Wizard of Arizona?
Well, I would hope that that's where they're from, but that's not where they're playing from, Stapes, because that would not be allowed.
That would not be allowed, no. Maybe it's just a proctologist, the Wizard of Ass. Just performing miracles back there. Action folds around to Acho Bogdanov with ace 7, the Spraggy. Domination situation, 6-4-4. Check, check. 10 of diamonds on the turn. Reaper asks, can you switch to info tab? Nope. Thank you for your question.
Yeah, ace highs have a considerable amount of showdown here, so no real reason to bet for either player.
And with this low run out, ace-7 is going to play. Check, check. Acho's going to win a modest pot. It's a great question, DJ Whitegold. I'm not sure what information is in the info tab that can't be looked at on screen. Can you imagine like watching any other sport? Like you're watching the NFL, and then you're like, "Hey, do you think you could like point the camera into the dugout for a while? I want to see inside the dugout. Is that okay?" No, stop it.
Except there's already a dugout cam anyways, like perma.
Is there? I haven't watched sports in a long time.
I mean, I don't want to say that I watch baseball all the time, but I think the last time I did it was.
And ace-8 has flopped best here. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. And players playing pretty cautiously at the moment. There we go. Finally a bet. Wizard of Oz takes that one down, though. Prebz with King Trey. 57 players remaining. So one more elimination and we're on another bubble. Acho raising. Queen 10, King Jack for Wizard. Nine high flop, 2 clubs.
Yeah, Acho with the 2 overs and some backdoor straight draw possibilities. Probably will just c-bet this.
No club, no real draws. King Jack folds. All right, 56 players remaining. Pay jump bubble time. 56 gets 23,262. 55th gets 28,765. Oh, all the 2 bullet people were fine already. It's the 3 bullet people that have to make it to 39th place.
Do we have any 3 bullet people still remaining?
We do. There's 1 4 bullet person still remaining. Bustoville, Dari Poker, Kylix, and Voskov via all in for 3.
So what
the nerd guy
place do they have to get?
In for 4. All of those folks have to get at least 39th place.
Okay.
Henrik Hecklin in for 2 bullets.
Yeah.
6th on the leaderboard.
The ace-jack in the small blind for Monzaman does just call with about 30 bigs effective. Has a really nice flop for their hand with the ace of hearts.
Ref Don't Lie fell in 56th place, so that pay jump has been achieved. We won't reach the next pay jump, assuming that there isn't a double bust out or something at the end of the day here, because we will finish at 40 players remaining at the final 5 tables.
Acho raising from early position and just gets a very tricky and sneaky flat out of the kings from Hecklin.
And what a flop here. Top pair for Acho. Hecklin with the overs. The over pair, I should say. The diamond. And Monzaman with 2 overs to the board.
Oh, and it's Monzaman just being the most out of line here. Just really hoping that they could shed 2 players with this bet, but I think Hecklin is gonna make some noise right here, right now, up against 2 other players. Some
no matter
draws
what
possible,
happens,
of course.
Ace 10 is gonna know. Whoops.
Yeah. That was just setting some chips on fire.
Top pair does not want to fold and is drawing incredibly thin. Especially, I think that percentage is a little off with those 2 jacks folded. Hecklin betting pretty big here, 1.3 into 2 million. And with more straight cards here, yeah, maybe just wants to give a bad price.
Yeah.
Okay, we got some hands here. Ace Queen suited for Acho. Henrik Hecklin has jumped up to 2nd on the leaderboard. The only player ahead. Oh boy, this could be trouble for 2012-19. Yeah, I agree with you, Jagati. Snap fold from the ace-jack suited in the small blind. It's pretty disciplined. Ace-queen of diamonds. Continuation betting. Jack-6 of diamonds. These are 2 big stacks, too, by the way. No diamond on the turn. Action on Acho. A lot of sick effers in the chat calling for a diamond. But we're not going to see a river.
We're not, yeah, it was 1.3x pot there on the turn out of Acho with the best hand.
Ibotown under the gun with ace 10 of spades. 1.7 to start the hand. Just over 20 big blinds. And things have slowed down a little bit. It's getting... I can hear Maria's stomach growling.
Not looking good.
1 spade on this flop. That's about all anyone cares about at the moment. Ace 10 also the best hand.
Who's on that cup?
It's me and my friend Danielle, and it says "World's okayest bestie." That was her Christmas gift to me.
Okay, well, I've got a bone to pick because I thought I was your bestie. No, I'm just kidding. I am pissed.
The title of world's
No,
okayest
Joe, you have a
bestie
lot
is
of
maybe
friends.
something you don't want.
That's true.
Monson with ace-king
Let's-
suited. Ace-jack suited for 2003, 4 for Hecklin, and he is the only one to hit a pair. Is Ben CB still in the tournament? If not, do you know what place he ended up? No. Thank you for your question. Pair of 4 still good, but we have a diamond draw now. Second diamond draw in as many hands for 2012-19.
Yeah, and for this price, I mean, you definitely want to see the river when you are able to make the nuts.
Total whiff for the numbers, and the 4 is going to showdown. And Henrik Hecklin now still second in chips, but by a hair. He's got 8.3. Gogak Sniper has 8.4. Preps all in. Gets through. Chip and a hair. Nice one, Rob. Preb's all in with ace tray. 6s for Hecklin. And it's not quite a flip. 6 is the favorite. Preb's does not catch an ace. Preb and Stocken. Stocken blocking. Eliminated. Switching. Preb and Stocken out in 54th place. $13 eliminations to go before the end of play for the day. Tomorrow, they play from 40 to 9. We've got a raise on the button from Triono. 10-3 of diamonds.
Yeah, I think this is a good spot for a squeeze from the ace-x, but they end up just calling.
And isn't it fun when you raise with something like 10-3 in position and you get to hit 2 diamonds and continue with total confidence?
Yep, just like a easy bet spot that you know you don't have to think about.
Visitor, an old friend from earlier. Gonna get this shoved through at 2 6s. We can see that Wizzo, who was the shortest stack in the tournament, must have doubled up. Olashemian is no longer the shortest stack in the tournament. Calling in position with Queen Jack, hoping to flop some equity. Top pair, that's a good amount of equity.
Yeah, human with the gut shot, straight draw, but no hearts. So, okay, if that is an aggressive move and they're going to be drawing.
And Queen Jack does hold. 0 human, 0. Now with fewer than 10 big blinds, pocket queens for Triono.
Oh, this is going to be a big pot, though.
The sickest and classicest of racist loaded into the chamber. Next up on the playlist, plenty of dead money out there for Olashemian to either move all in or do the near all in, just the regular all in. Triono. Reshoves, gets the fold from queen, 10 of spades. It's an ace-high flop.
Wow.
And that is a double up for Olashemian.
What a spin up for Ole.
Was there ever any doubt? And this could be trouble for Zero Human Zero, who's already short. Pocket tens, incredibly strong. Just not as strong as queens. Ace-high flop. Does not hit the 2-outer. There goes Zero Human Zero. Out in 52nd place. Pocket sevens for Jesse Cesar. Raise and take it. Ace 10 now for Jesse.
Yeah, visitor decides to pass up on this shove spot with the sixes, considering there's an opener in front of them. Had there be in a position to open shove rather than shove over an open.
Centaurus with King 10 suited is going to run into 4 better hands.
Yeah, can't blame the open though, but certainly not going to get through.
Yeah, especially this much better hand. King, King. I hope the Smoky Men's in this one. Olashemian with ace jack off in the big blind. Probably a fold, but then again, I can see the hold cards. There's the fold.
Yeah, I mean, Centaurus has the type of hand that you can certainly call a 3-bet with. These suited Broadway hands are particularly strong, can flop really well against a 3-bet. Obviously, you know that if you're up against your opponent's value range, then, oh, all you got to do is flop a flush. There we go. Get the money in.
The Kingslayer, Jamie Lannister in the Centaurus seat.
The saving grace for Waukee is definitely that, you know, on this monotone board, it's not the type of spot where you're going to go triple barrel for value. Oh, and I'm going to talk like this now because...
That's right. This is a monotone board. And it's an amazing raise here from the flop flush from Centaurus. Waukee's king's cracked. I just can't believe how bad kings run sometimes. You can hear it in my voice. Such a sick spot.
Oh, and Waukee does just go for it here.
And the flush holds for Centaurus. Doubling up to Waukee. It was hard. I couldn't even maintain the monotoneness because of the shove from the kings.
Neither could I. I was like, the inflection was there.
But not a real smoking man, that's cruel. That is a mix of 2 different Bare Naked Ladies songs, and I like it. King, queen, tray. Everyone with a piece. Wizzo started with the worst, flopped the first. I checked around on the flop somehow. Thank you, Me Can't Play, letting us know that we are down to 49 players.
Still not looking good for Joe, though. I'm going to Google their menu. Let's see. Let me see.
Wizzo, finally trying to get some value out of top pair. I mean, I've got 4:15 plus the 30-minute delay. I think I'm looking pretty good.
What? You don't have
Like
a 30-minute delay on 4:15? You have until 4:15. What do you mean?
No, it's on a 30-minute delay. So it's actually 4:45.
No, I feel like we needed to this needed to be stipulated prior to the official bet being made. Hold on, do we need an arbitrator for this? Because it kind of sounds like you, my dear, are trying to get out of paying. You're
Yeah, I
a
wouldn't do that.
welcher.
I can't be it. No, come on. Everyone loves an angle,
Hold
a fake
on.
angle.
Oh, sure, fake. But if I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. That's what I thought the bet was. You would have been like, yeah.
Honestly,
Get outta
if
here.
anything, it would have been 30 minutes before that if I was really taking the delay into account.
Ay.
All right. We're at table 6 now. 49 players. Come on, we can do this. We can do this. Breton Shup. I'm just going to be rooting for all the short stacks to shove every hand now. King high flop. Both players miss. I feel like in spots like this, it's better to be out of position. I don't know. We'll see how it works.
I think you'll find that people will be limping in with quite a strong range sometimes from the small blind, especially when they have a bigger stack to their direct left in the big blind. And so because of that, they can actually rep some of those, ace X type boards, king X type boards, and have it look credible. So I think you're onto something there, Stapes.
Wait, I thought that was going to be a whole explanation as to why I was still wrong. I tuned out. But at the end, it turned out that I was maybe right about something.
No.
I like this from Neon Genesis 2014. Maria and Joe are like a perfect married couple. I would say that we're like most married couples I know and that we have zero sexual chemistry. Pair of threes on the turn for Acho and also the jack-high flush draw. Hecklin's 10's still good. 10 still good. You know how insulting it was that Maria and I shared a hotel room in Florida and her boyfriend didn't care at all? So rude.
That's funny.
I mean, he couldn't have at least sent me like a thinly veiled threat. Oh, nice little raise here from Acho. Trying to get Henrik to fold the 10. No matter what happens here, it's going to be impressive.
Yeah, definitely not a line that you would see people take very often, but gets it done. Impressive.
Switching, Acho. With that hand taking the chip lead. Triano's going to get to showdown 4s here, hopefully, without trying to bluff. Flop 2 pair does check back. Wait, all the Shemian's up to 4 million?
Yeah, like he has had a 6 spin up.
He was literally
he won
the
a
bottom.
Huge flip. Right, and then he doubled, and then he won a huge flip and doubled again with ace king against queens, and now he has aces. So you're likely to see him jump up the leaderboard even more after this hand.
What the heck? He went from bottom of the leaderboard. Out of the 49 players remaining now, he's now 14th. And you're right. He's going to win more chips here, more than likely.
Trio kind of in a tricky spot here with King 8. You know, if it was slightly better, he might call this 3-bet in position. But yeah, it's just a little too weak to make the call. Uh-oh.
Visitor in a good spot here to get it in against Jesse Cesar. And Andres Namath just moved to the table as we hit the final 48 players. 8 to go. In 8 minutes, can we do it?
1 a minute. I mean, hey, it's online, so crazier things have happened.
Well, it's a jack-high flop. That's score 1 in the Stapes column. Sorry, Visitor. It wasn't specifically rooting against you. Visitor out in 48th place. Everyone's still winning 28,000. They will be winning 28,765 for the rest of the night. And Centaurus flops a flush draw now against a7. Jack on the turn is another overcard for 8-7, but does put some more straight outs out there. And Centaurus gets to semi-bluff with a lot of confidence here. Six eliminations to go in 7 minutes. We're catching up.
Unlikely, but you're still alive.
How much time is left on the bet? 22 minutes? Yes, if you say so, Shikes.
Nah, no.
And Torres takes it down pre-flop. Up to 4.5 million.
Ooh, sourdough suited. Which is artisanal.
It feels like I'm in a boulangerie when that plays.
What's the difference between a boulangerie and a bistro?
I think a boulangerie is like a bakery, and I think a bistro is like kind of like a casual dining type place. I don't know, guys.
Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I took French in high school, so I know what I'm talking about.
This is a pretty big flop here. 2 pair for Jesse Cesar. top pair, better kicker. Doesn't matter because of the 2-pair situation. However, that 9 of clubs flush draw is good.
Yeah, certainly can't expect trio to go anywhere unless it's for a very sizable bet right now, and it is just about pot.
Wow.
Jesse really trying to deny equity to a lot of these exact type of hands that contain a club. Don't want to get outdrawn on the river.
$5.1 million for Jesse Cesar. 10th on the leaderboard. 4 more minutes left for 6 players to go broke. Pro Beers with Ace King on the button. Fewer than 20 big blinds. Ace 5-4, top pair for Pro Beers. Nothing for Triano. Four minutes left to go. 6 eliminations necessary.
Okay, you know, a double KO. I've seen it before.
I mean, we need a quintuple KO at this point.
I mean, if we had a double KO every minute, though,
Right.
then you would win.
I can't believe you chose Quiznos as the place we were going to, though, for dinner. It seems weird.
Oh, come on, Centaurus. You got to call this and give Joe some hope.
Come on. Come on. Yes, there's the call. We're drawing live. Sorry, Wacky.
Oh,
the
wow.
best hand does not win. Wacky walking out of here. 46th place, $28,765.
I didn't feel that one coming.
You called for it.
I just called
there is
for
something to
Centaurus
this
to call the
mindset.
all in. I didn't know he was going to actually get there, though. Jack 10 suited, so pretty on the button. Definitely want to find a way to C3 with that type of holding.
Remuculus. Cesar and Pro Beers all headed to the flop. Top pair for Remuculus. Hardy Heart asks, is this 2-day event or 3? No, thank you for your question. Two minutes left. 5 eliminations to go. Queen on the turn. Spade draw now for Remuculus.
Yeah, Remuculus checks back the flop with the pair of jacks, but now, you know, just strengthening their holding with that flush draw on the turn. I think that most players might go for a bet there on the turn, but I think a check back against 2 opponents is fine as well. And with his queen on the river, I would expect that if it's check 2 once again to Remuculus, they will try to go for some value, I would hope. Oh no, Joe, we've got people in chat counting down the seconds now. That's never a good thing.
Yeah, I'm not going to make it. Not going to
Pro
make it.
Beers going with this ace high over bet, trying to get hands to fold out, like, you know, perhaps the small pairs, the 3s, the 4s, the 5s, the 6s that we're just trying to get to showdown. I don't think they're going to get a hand as strong as queens and jacks to fold, though. No time bank. Does make the call.
Nice call there from Remuculus. Pro Beer is in bad shape. The bet is officially lost.
All right. We also have a Hollywood guy in chat wanting to order for me. Like, yeah, let's just open it up to chat. You guys tell me what I will be in the mood for and, you know, consider it done.
This person's name. Welcome Inferno. All right, person who said most expensive steakhouse possible. The restaurant's already been chosen. The 16-ounce Wagyu T-bone sounds very expensive. I really hope that's not on the menu there. I forgot to mention, I meant the Musashi that is at McCarran Airport in the food court. Musashi Light.
Musashi Light.
Ace King
Yeah,
outflops
you know,
here.
I mean, I heard that there's actually like a Musashi drive-through on Decatur.
Yeah,
We'll just go there.
Mm-hmm.
It's fine.
Pro Beer is all in, gets the call from the 2 overs in the gut shot draw. And it is always coming 7, double up Pro Beers. That's a great idea, Doran. Be like, Maria, have some bread. Maria, how about some chicken fingers?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't think that they have either there, so good luck. I will start with a nice hand towel and then go straight
hand what?
for the good stuff.
Big trouble here, potentially, for Triono. I'm just going to say Triono. I don't need... The rest of that is too much for me.
No, there's no point in trying the rest of the name. This is gonna be fun for Remuculus if the ace holds here. Both players flopping trips.
And diamonds on the turn. Remuculus probably not going to slow down. Nope. River's an ace, so that's a boat for Remuculus. Already had the best hand.
Yeah, and as you can see, it's set up for effectively a river shove, putting Triono all in. I mean, this run out's not great for trips, but I don't know if a lot of players would be able to get away. We'll have to see.
You're either out or you're out.
I mean, you're facing an early position open, so obviously Remuculus can very clearly have a lot of ace-queens in the range. But when you think about the fact that this went bet, 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 I mean, you don't think your opponent's going to be betting, you know, kings on the turn necessarily, and maybe even checking back aces as well, you know, afraid of the trip queens, afraid of the flush. So you are really giving them credit here for ace queen specifically, maybe threes, maybe a flush, just the best flushes though, again, since it's an early position open. You know, they're not going to be just opening any 2 diamonds, but of course certainly the Broadway ones and whatnot. So good fold.
Woo! What a laydown. Hero fold. Victor Vaughn says he already had a couple of huge folds already. Makes it even harder. I would agree. very difficult to keep folding super strong hands, but well done, Triono. Centaurus, ace-king suited. Facing open from Remuculus. I've had a couple of people ask where they can find my stand-up comedy online as we see the 3-bet from Centaurus. I don't post a lot of it online because I want people to see stuff fresh. I don't want everyone to have already seen my stuff when they come buy a ticket. I like it to be new to you and something that you're coming and spending your time and your money. So there's not a lot online, but if you go to, I can't afford Stapes.com. I don't know who owns it, but they want a lot of money for it, and I'm not even that famous. So if you go to Stapes.com, that's my way around it. What a flop here. Couple of clips there and some ticket links to some upcoming shows. Top pair for Centaurus, flush draw for Remuculus. My stand-up comedy is not family friendly, no.
I mean, guys, you've heard his commentary. What do you think? Like, if this is the tame, buttoned-up, corporate version of Stapes, like, do you guys think his comedy show is going to be family-friendly?
Remuculus misses the turn.
Yeah, and called a half-pot bet on the flop from Centaurus. So it is going to be pretty hard, I think, for them to continue as this pot is now almost $2.5 million. Just going with a flush draw, not really thinking that that their queen or their jack would be good. Obviously, you don't expect Centaurus to be 3-betting pre and then betting so strongly on the flop and the turn without having it.
And Remuculus lays it down. 6.7 for Centaurus right now is good for 5th on the leaderboard of the 44 remaining players. Centaurus now with pocket queens. Jack, Jack, deuce. Pair of deuces no good for Remuculus. Dana Craven in chat. She's seen me do stand-up in Florida before. The time I thought that Tampa was near the Hollywood Hard Rock and it was 4 hours away and I booked a gig. I had to drive across the state. And Remuculus trying to get 2 queens to fold here. Probably not going to happen.
Yeah, Centaurus will just elect to call here, though. No real reason to re-raise the flop. Of course, there's always a possibility that Remuculus could have it, but queens, of course, too strong to fold at this point in time.
Ole Centaurus Pro Beers are 3 of probably 20 you could pick before this thing started to make the final table. Jeez Louise. Yeah, probably fair. Centaurus betting real small here.
Oh, wow. Double check
Another
raise.
raise.
I
from
mean,
Remuculus.
whether this works or not, I really, really appreciate the effort, the balls that it takes.
Oh, you can't wrap it now. Oh, you're totally
I mean,
screwed. Oh, Centaurus with one of the top full houses on the river. Remuculus really boned now. Probably not going for the triple check raise.
Yeah, but you know, Centaurus not even really sure if they can bet this for value because, you know, the possibility of a third check raise always looms. Quad's still possible. Does end up going all in though, and womp womp for Remuculus. Very valiant effort the way that this hand has been played so far. Very exciting. Woke me up.
There's just so many ways to run bad in poker, and this is one of them. Centaurus wins a huge pot as we are about to take a break up to fourth in chips, but there is still action here. Well, there was. Switching to the final table, still in action. Pair of nines beating 2 sixes. Bowie effect with the best of it is in position on this hand. Sixes. Checks. Bowie checks. And we are on another break. So, imminently close to the end of day today. 43 players remain of the 654 that started. Play ends when we reach 40. 3 eliminations to go. Our shortest stacks are Renaton and Zelva Vegas, both with under $1 million. The big blind is 80,000, so not a lot of big blinds there. All right, Maria, have you had a chance to look at the menu?
I had it pulled up, but I didn't want to spend too much time perusing while we are in the middle.
Well, we
of the
can do it now. We got
broadcast,
nothing to do for the next 5 minutes.
All right, I'm pulling it up. Let's see. What should I get? I am probably just going to go for the most expensive thing.
The most expensive stuff. That's what I would do.
Stapes, it's really rare that, you know, I get treated out to dinner with you. So I am going to have to take advantage of this. You know what I mean?
I would do the exact same thing.
Okay. I see something for $100. Okay, no, that's not good enough. Gotta keep upping the ante. They've got to have Wagyu. I mean, what kind of Japanese steakhouse is this if they don't have Wagyu?
I gotta see if I can, whatever day we're going, get like make sure all of the ballers go to dinner before us, and then they'll be like,
so they run out.
We're out of Wagyu. Sorry, it's too late at night. We're out of lobster tails.
I mean, I don't see anything over. You might be in luck. Like the most expensive thing is this VIP special, $185, 9-ounce Kobe beef and lobster tail with fried rice. Sounds pretty good to me.
That's probably what I would have suggested anyway. I'm worried about you ordering like a $600 steak, not like I think $185 I can swing. But if there's like a $90
there's also alcohol.
steak,
I'm sure they've got a $500 bottle of sake in there somewhere. Stapes.
That is true.
Like
that'll be worth it.
I'm kidding, Stapes. I won't do you like that. Like it's gonna be a nice dinner. Don't get me wrong, but I'm not gonna break the bank.
Also, just to be fair, I've never intentionally run up Maria's tab either. I mean, I've definitely let her pay for a lot of meals. You know what's weird is I have this photo from a very expensive meal you picked up. I wonder if it'll show up on camera here. I don't remember the guy's...
Was it at Jean-Georges?
Yeah, I don't remember the guy's name that's in this
photo.
Oh,
no. Am I going to remember the guy's name?
I hope you do. I think he's a poker player. He looks like a poker player.
Is the chat going to help us remember the guy's name? Oh, yeah, it's my friend, Jonathan. He plays poker. I mean, he doesn't play very often, but he plays here and there. I remember that dinner. That was a really nice dinner.
That was a very nice dinner and a very nice date, and that was a young lady I dated from Scotland, who was a voiceover artist, and I can't say what company, but she used to do the like operator for like a big company in the UK. So you'd call in, and it would be her voice being like, "Press 1 for English," and I used to press the number 0 a bunch of times, so it'd sound like I was having phone sex with her, and she would just go, oh.
This is,
yeah, so, you know,
Stop.
That was once
You're
Yeah.
ridiculous. Oh my gosh.
That was that was a really fun night, and I was fully prepared to split that check with you, and you were like, "Don't insult me," and then you took out your wallet. I was like, "Oh, thank God." Oh my God. One of the many times I went out to dinner with you and was just like so relieved that you paid. It wasn't ever that I was trying to get a free meal out of you. It's just so grateful that I did.
It's my pleasure to treat you, Stapes, but I am going to look forward to this dinner that we're going to have.
Look, I'm looking forward too. It's a nice. I like to have a fake date every once in a while. You know, just have a little fake date.
Yeah. So how many days are you going to be here opening up for Brad Garrett?
I'm opening for Brad Garrett at the Brad. So Brad is only actually doing 2 of the nights. So I'm opening up for a different headliner. In fact, I should memorize the person's name. That's really not very cool of me.
Probably.
Who will be there that week. But then Brad, I think the final 2 nights. So it's June 27th to July 3rd. So it's 7 nights in a row. And Brad, I believe, is doing the 2nd and 3rd of July. And this club is inside the MGM. It's, hold on, we're going to scroll to May, June. Nope, that's back to May. Greg Warren, June 27th to July 1st, and then Brad, July 2nd and 3rd. Action back underway. 3 eliminations before we end day 2. Rhonda No Shonen asking, have I ever been the headliner myself? I've headlined smaller places. I've never headlined a real comedy club. Nope. I did a 45-minute headline gig in Sacramento at the beginning of January, and then in August I'll be doing my own show at the Edinburgh Fringe Festival for 7 or 8 days as well. And I will be the headliner of my own show, luckily. Centaurus opening King-Queen offsuit from under the gun. Wizzo Wizzo in the small blind. And there's the re-raise. Sizable.
Yeah.
Pretty happy to pick up these 2 160Ks.
And I
Very
mean,
tempting with
ace
ace
10. Oh, absolutely, especially against Ole. I mean, we all know how capable he is in these spots where it just looks like a squeeze spot that is so juicy and tempting.
Yeah, and you know, you're have a royal flush draw with ace 10 suited. You know, you got many draws to the nuts. Unfortunately, 1 spade, 7 high is not exactly the flop you were looking for.
No, I mean, of course, it makes it a little tough to continue, but you're against such a small bet size that all those backdoor possibilities do kind of make it so that you have to come along.
Jack, not exactly an improvement for ace 10 of spades. And it is the ace 10 that's betting, though.
Yeah, I mean, Ole doesn't have the easiest of decisions, obviously. I mean, when you squeeze in that spot and you get a caller, you don't love the fact that they continue on the flop it feels like they have a stronger holding than ace 10, and you're sitting there with ace high thinking about, you know, a lot of those middling pairs that you could be up against, some potential sets, you know, sevens would be a hand that would call the raise, call the 3-bet, and then of course just call on the flop. So Wizzo ends up folding the best hand.
Wizzo down to 2.8 million. We're down to 42 players. Who do we leave in 43rd? Sonny Black. Pro Beers opening ace-9 suited. Not a super stellar stack. King, king, tray, 2 diamonds. Pro Beers with the betting lead checks over to welcome to Infern. No. And turns a flush draw.
Queen Jack still going to bet in this spot, obviously trying to shake a lot of, you know, the ace X's, of course, but also the potential smaller pairs and things like that that might not be able to withstand the second barrel. Certainly not going to assume that Queen High is good here, of course, but
boom.
That's not a great river.
Top pair for Pro Beers. Just Queen High for welcome to Infern. No. Not much time bank left.
No,
And
but
puts
does
Pro Beers
go
all
for
in.
it. And listen, no real blockers to speak of that are relevant to this run out. And so, you know, some cojones are needed here to just go for the stone cold bluff, especially against Pro Beers. I mean, everybody knows Pro Beers is a very, very good player. Definitely able to sniff something out in spots like these. I don't know if they will end up making the right decision here, but it is a very tough call to make, a very tough all-in to make. So kudos.
Well done. That puts welcome to Infern. No, over 5 million. Pro Beers drops under 1 million. Just 2 eliminations to go before we are done for the day. Pro Beers second from the bottom now. And catches a not very good piece of this board. Bottom pair. $80,000 the bet from Triono.
Yeah, not sure if Triono feels like second pair is strong enough to go for 3 barrels, but still going to bet for 2 and gets the fold.
Pro Beers is in fact in the danger zone. Kobe Yard. Jesse Cesar gonna open with Queen Jack. Ace-4 suited for Centaurus. 4th on the leaderboard. Henrik Hekla, number 1 right now. Acho Bogdanov in 2nd. Then Beruzi in 3rd. King 9 under the gun for Ramunculus. Ace-King suited. Never gets old.
Centaurus has the type of hand that, you know, sometimes you can take as a 3-bet, just those King X suited combos. King for the blocker, has a, you know, big chip lead. Does end up playing on the snug side.
There you go. Someone decided to 3-bet, and it's 8-10 out of the big blind. Well, I guess you just fold Ace-King here, right? Boom, 1.3 million.
See, good things can happen, Stapes, when you get it through your head that the big blind doesn't have it a lot when they 3-bet. Chalk that one up
this is one of the few times. One of the few times that I would think that the big blind probably doesn't have it because, and don't quote me on this, but Ace-King suited is kind of blockers.
You're cute, Stapes. We'll discuss this further at dinner.
No one else can have the ace of clubs or the king of clubs when you have ace-king of clubs. So in that way, I believe in it being blockers. Ooh. Look at Ramunculus getting out of line here with 7 tray.
Yeah, I would imagine that Inferno, if they limp in with King 7 of spades, that they have designs to continue.
And continue was the right call as top pair flops for Inferno.
I would imagine that some of the times as the pre-flop aggressor, when you have a hand like 7-3 and no showdown value, that you would just continue on these type of board textures, but Ramunculus actually ends up checking back.
Deuce on the turn. Sometimes 7-3 just doesn't connect. Action folds around to Triono. Queen 10 suited. Average stack right now is just about 4 million. And with the blind at 80,000, 2 million is not a super comfortable stack. King Queen flats on the button. Olashemian. Folds 9 deuce. This is fun. Pair of 10s for Triono. 2 overs and an up and down straight draw for Inferno.
Yeah, if they hit their queen, though, that's not going to be quite good enough to have the best hand, but still a lot of outs, plenty of equity.
So it seems like maybe the strength of a pair of 10s goes up a little bit once this jack hits the turn. See if Inferno keeps the pressure up, and if so, will it work to elicit a fold?
Yeah, I think, you know, this
Pressure
half-size bet.
on.
Yeah. This half-pot size bet here is tough for Triono, just because, you know, of course, there's going to be quite a few Jack X's in Inferno's range. But again, if you look at the board, the obvious straight draw and flush draw possibilities are still there, and those have bricked off. The King-Queen straight draw has bricked off. The Queen-9, however, has not. But, you know, you don't expect your opponent to have a ton of Queen-9. Not offsuit, certainly. Some suited, depending on the opponent. Some players will fold that. But going for it.
Wow. Triono's just been put all in. Hero call here is good for a double up. And we'll leave Inferno with under 15 big blinds.
It's not good to not have a lot of time bank, as Triono in this spot does end up folding the best of it.
Inferno bluffs hard, and we've lost a player in 42nd place, so one elimination left to go. Art House 2011 out in 42nd. Pro Beer is the shortest stack out there. Right now we're at table Hecklin, who is second in chips at the moment. Been going back and forth for the last couple hours with Acho. Hecklin takes down that pot. Renaton also quite short. Second from the bottom. Sevens for 2-0-0-0-1-2-1-9. Raise and take it. Ace-5 out. 7-4 likely to be out. This is a situation where you can stall a little bit, try to make it to day 3. There will still be one more elimination, more than likely, that has to happen before there's another pay ladder. Oh, we've got Sace25 in chat right now. That's cool.
Hi, Sace. Well done so far, making it this deep.
What's up with the Jeff Gross avatar?
JG's got a lot of fans out there, Stapes.
I know. I'm one of them.
Same.
Queen Jack, King 10, Queen 10. Domination, situation. Sace dominated in 2 spots. Not good.
King 10 still best here. Gets checked around.
It's his run good avatar. Sorry, I'm saying his. This could be a male or a female. Sorry. It's their run good avatar. I had to bring it back for Scoop. Cool. I think even Jeff Gross would admit that he is absolutely a good luck person. Jeff seems to run pretty good at life. So Queen Jack taking a stab. And gets it done. Acho, 10.5. I didn't realize that the 2 chip leaders are sitting right next to each other. That's pretty fun. Seven deuce for Renaton. King 10 for Acho. 5s for Hecklin. And they are both in. Sace with ace-9 suited.
Yeah, I would say, this is a decent hand in this spot where you got a opener and a caller. So
Sace all in,
Flip.
flipping against Hecklin, who flops a set of 5s. A 9 on the turn. Not going to be enough. Sace appeared just to watch their demise. And that's going to do it. We are done for the day. Sace 25 out in 41st. $28,765. Here are the top 10 chip counts. That hand puts Henrik Hecklin into the catbird seat. Headed into day 3 of 4. Acho still doing quite well. Centaurus, Bowie Effect, Scaremaker, Gogak Sniper, E27, all players we recognize as being online crushers, still in the final 40. Maria, is this it? When do we have you again for main event coverage?
tomorrow. I love you tomorrow.
Very, very good. Okay, Maria Ho will be back tomorrow. Tomorrow we're back at the same time as always, 10:30 Pacific, 6:30 p.m. UK time, 7:30 p.m. Central European time. Tomorrow we're going to play down from 40 to the final table. Until then, for Maria Ho and James Hardigan, I am Joe Stapleton. Smell you later.